Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's my very great pleasure to welcome you to the second day of the Vienna Congress. My name is Evelyn Baer, and I will be your host of the second day. You're going to have a brilliant Congress, and you will for sure take a lot home with you. The Vienna Congress is a think tank where the world's most pressing issues are being discussed. After 2 years of facing uncertainty and global turmoil due to COVID-19, the world is slowly emerging from the pandemic. With life returning to normal ever so slowly, we now dare to look ahead and discuss the future. Hence, this year's Vienna Congress focuses on strategies for a sustainable upswing. Top-class international, European, and Austrian decision makers from business, science, and politics discuss scenarios for the world ahead. As a result, at the end of the Congress, the Vienna Declaration will be published. Today, we are going to discuss 4 highly interesting topics: digital and economic upswing, the common denominator between sports and science, democracy in times of the pandemic, and our last topic is about regions, about digital growth and consulting. It's the 19th Vienna Congress, and we are streaming live into the world. We'll obviously have some speakers online, but we are delighted that most of our speakers will join us here in Vienna on stage. Of course, we comply with the strict security measures. Now I have one request for today's speakers. I would like to ask you to be mindful of timing during your speech, because we have a lot on our agenda. Last but not least, we would like to thank all of our sponsors of the Vienna Congress. Let's start the day with our first speaker. Please welcome on stage Kasia Greco, Vice President, Vienna Chamber of Commerce.
Honorable, distinguished guests, it is my privilege to share this morning a few words with you. Save the Future is the topic of this year's Vienna Congress. And as every year, I'm impressed by the power, by the international power that David manages to bring up on stage here every year. Impressive topics which are crucial to economies, to societies right now. High-level international and European stakeholders from economy, science, and politics sharing thoughts. Sustainable upswing, a word we've already heard. What is behind that? What can all of us do in order to improve our common future? 2 of my personal passions are healthcare and consulting. And these are exactly the 2 topics I want to share a few words and thoughts with you now. And it is not only about the pandemic. We've heard a lot already, and we will hear even more. But it's about the future. It is about digitalization in healthcare. It's about personalized medicine, about telemedicine. And on top of all innovation, it is also about a swift in thought, a swift in the perception within societies where we have to go. We've heard yesterday already several times that the pandemic has temporarily disrupted international supply chains. It has put most of our economy to a real standstill for months. And despite many helps, billions of helps, still businesses are struggling. And in this context, I'm even more impressed by the power and the topics that David has brought up on stage here, because they are crucial to any post-crisis, any post-pandemic recovery. And some of you might be asking, can we afford right now, with all those budgetary issues that we have, to invest in innovation, in new thoughts? Well, the answer is, it's not a question of can we. We have to, because that's our future. And therefore, taking crisis as a chance is exactly what we need now, and putting world-leading heads together. And this is exactly where my second passion comes into place, and that is consulting. We need a bold approach for the future. We need curiosity, we need commitment, but we need also heads to put a plan and all the experience to put all this innovation together for the future. It takes for digital transformation, it takes for having thoughts, putting healthcare, people, communities, societies all together. And we all know 1 million countries is 1 million thoughts. 1 million scientists is 2 million thoughts. And politicians, how can we put all of them together? You will hear today what the passion is and the connects between athletes and scientists is to go that one step further, to give it another try. Let's bring this concept into economy and into politics as well. What makes countries and companies fit for the future? What makes societies stronger and open to transformation? In order to successfully shape the future, we need to be open-minded. We need to learn from each other and make use of consulting. Only then we will be able to make a real difference. And who knows, maybe already next year at the 20th Vienna Congress com.sult, we will hear the first success stories being born in these 2 days here. So let me finish by saying and sharing a thought I fondly believe in. To get game-changing results, we need to have game-changing thoughts. Enjoy day 2, take all the input, discuss, and then go back and take massive action. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Kasia Greco. Our next speaker is Matthias Löbich, Chairman of European Federation of Management Consultancies Associations.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, all the guests in the room. As you all are aware, the Vienna Congress is a well-standing institution and think tank. And this year's motto, Save the Future, is really, really important for all of us. We are living in challenging times. The changes have come so fast, no one ever would have believed in. Looking back 2 years, we have been living in challenging times already, but a lot has been stable. The economy has been growing, the movement of goods and people was more or less seamless across the world, and the productivity and the globalization has been lived. Nevertheless, within 2 years, things have changed dramatically. People from one day to the other needed to embrace the digital world, digital technologies, living and working with digital all around ourselves. And consultants have in the past been part of that journey, have started to help not only the companies, but also the society to understand the effect of digitalization, of digital transformation. And I personally also didn't believe how quickly we would be able to embrace this new technology and still continue to be as productive as before. Nevertheless, we also saw that due to the pandemic, a lot of shortcomings were present. The way how supply chains have been set up, how countries and businesses were reliant on stable supply chains, were reliant on the way of working, were reliant on the people and the communication. All that suddenly became obvious that we need to rethink the current business models. And this is not only related to how we use and leverage digital technologies going forward. It has also, I think it has also become obvious that going forward, the old way of working is not the right thing. We need to think ahead and working in a sustainable way, taking risks out of the global economy and the interlinks between that is one of the key priorities looking forward. And I think that's a very, or we still live in a constant changing world. Therefore, that's where we as consultants can help, and we are willing to do so. And I'm looking forward to today's discussion to discuss all the challenges ahead and how we can master them together. Thank you.
Thank you, Matthias Löbig. Please now welcome on stage David Unger-Klein, initiator of the Vienna Congress com.sult.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear guests, people in the world, welcome to the 19th Vienna Congress 2022. It's day number 2. I want to give you a small summary of the first day and an outlook for the second day. 58 speakers from 3 continents, 5 Nobel laureates from 14 different countries are here to save the future. What is the future? It's the young generation. And yesterday we had the science topic, we had a medical topic, COVID. When does COVID end? The relation between science and it's also consulting, science consulting the politicians. And when I remember the first Vienna Congress, having here Bill Gates, we called it Consulting Congress, so I'm happy here to have for the second day the consulting industry. But from 5 Nobel laureates who gave the speeches yesterday, and we had yesterday about 11 hours Vienna Congress, one young person impressed me a lot with a sentence where she said she dedicates the golden arrow to the small steps. And she said, I'm young and nobody listened to me when I had my small successes. And when I had the big success, when I had the gold medal at the Olympic Champions, suddenly everybody's calling me, everybody's inviting me, everybody's asking me for my opinion, but then didn't change. I'm the same person as I was before I had the gold medal. I say exactly the same what I said before, but nobody was listening before, and they're listening now. And what you can get out of this speech, get out of this one day is never give up and work on your targets, try to reach your targets, and at the end of the day, be successful. So save the future, and day number 2 with the answers for the question, how much does this crisis cost? Can we afford it? What will be with the industry? What will be with democratic issues? And like we started in 2004 with consulting, we will have the last panel with consulting as the solution. All the best, and I wish you a pleasant day. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, David Unger-Klein. Let's kick off today with our first focus topic, upswing. We will first hear 2 introductory notes, followed by a panel discussion on digital and ecological transformation and new paths in economic policy. First, we will watch an introductory message from Magnus Brunner, Federal Minister of Finance of the Republic of Austria.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's my great pleasure to welcome you to this second day of the 19th Vienna Congress com.sult 2022. I was asked to give you a brief overview of the aspects that I, as Finance Minister of Austria, perceive as the biggest stepping stones in this whole venture that can be coined as a sustainable upswing. As with any big endeavor, before we start any journey, we need a good, solid strategy. This undoubtedly also goes for this topic, and this is why conferences like this one are so important. Let me start with some positive news. Although the past 2 years have been hard, to say at the least, Austria is most definitely experiencing an upswing. Austria is growing, Austria is recovering, albeit there are undoubtedly still some wounds to heal. Current data of the Austrian Institute of Economic Research is thankfully showing an economic recovery over the last few months, which is also visible in our budget. As of the third quarter of 2021, the domestic economy and GDP growth have reached above the pre-crisis level for the first time since the beginning of this pandemic. We know, though, that this didn't happen in and of itself. In these past few years that the pandemic has been our unwelcome but unfortunately constant partner, we have poured a lot of money into our economy in order to protect both companies and jobs. Overall, we have helped Austria's businesses with more than 41 billion euros, which have been paid off or at least granted as by the end of 2021. The COVID-19 Federal Financing Agency, the so-called COFAG, was founded to support Austrian economy and provides guarantees, fixed cost subsidies, loss compensation, the failure bonus, and lockdown revenue compensation for domestic companies. In total, more than 1 million applications have been processed so far, and around 950,000 applications have been paid out. The total volume paid out so far is amounting to about 9.8 billion euros. But as it is up to us to further enhance this trend, we are still adapting and extending our aids. We are always looking for ways to be a better partner for the domestic economy. Therefore, we are carrying on this course through the eco-social tax reform, which is constituting the biggest relief in the Second Republic. I'm not saying this to brag or to show off. I am reinforcing this because I am convinced that this is what our country and its population, of course, truly needs right now. What makes this reform stand out is that the eco-social tax reform bridges the gap between business and climate protection. In total, the relief for Austrians and the domestic economy will amount to around 18 billion euros by 2025. GDP growth increases by up to 1% as a result, and employment increases up to 30,000 people. Our goals for climate protection are equally ambitious. By 2030, the Austrian federal government wants to achieve 100% renewable electricity in and from Austria. But that's not all. Austria is to attain climate neutrality by 2040, at least 10 years ahead of the European Union. With this being said, upswing needs a first-class infrastructure, above all on a digital level. Austria is now the leader in Europe when it comes to digital administrative services, as there has been a very successful development in broadband expansion in recent years. But as for any and all policies, it is also important for a policy that wants to promote recovery to refrain from certain things. Things like higher taxes, new regulations, more bureaucracy, new burdens for companies. The same goes for the fight against climate change, of course. We do not need new bans, but new opportunities for companies to invest in new technologies. Austria's environmental technology is already very successful in the field of export, and a strong lever for global climate protection, which invites more relief and more room for maneuver. Thank you very much for your attention. I'm very sorry not to be with you in person today, but I wish you an informative an interesting day with many chats and with many interesting information. All the best.
Thank you very much, Magnus Brunner. Please now welcome on stage Ian Beck, Professorial Research Fellow at the European Institute, London School of Economics and Political Science.
Good morning, everybody. And after the interesting speech by Markus Brunner, you will see that some of the things I have to add complement what he's been talking about. I've given myself my own title, which I can just about see. Maybe you could switch the screens here for me. That's better, thank you. About trying to bring together the health and economic imperatives that we see as a result of dealing with the pandemic. Because what they tell us is the role of the state is now very different from what we've been used to in the past. We're in Austria, so naturally I have to start with the godfather of Austrian economics, von Mises. And you see here the words he used in one of his famous books, Nation, State and Economy. I read this out in case it's not visible to everybody. In the world crisis, whose beginning we are experiencing, all peoples of the world are involved. None can stand alone. None can say that its cause too will not be decided along with the others. Now, what was von Mises talking about? Well, it was the First World War. The First World War, as we know, ended with all kinds of calamities. And in fact, if you look at the history of this, the recommendations coming from von Mises were not followed. A pandemic, if you stop to think about it, is also a form of war. We know who the enemy is. The enemy may be tiny, it may have spiked figures on it, a virus, but it's still a common enemy. It's a common enemy that requires us to think, how do we deal with it? Because the resources that need to be mobilized to deal with this are massive. You just heard from Markus Brunner the unbelievable figures for the amount of money that is being thrown at dealing with this crisis, not just in Austria, but everywhere. And that in turn means that people have to sacrifice something both to fund it and to follow the rules that have been put in place. We need to think differently. The answers that we have to find were not in the playbook for those who were dealing with crises in the past. We also then need to think about what happens when it stops. I mentioned that von Mises' book was about the aftermath of World War I. We in turn need to consider what happens once this pandemic recedes sufficiently to be classified no longer as a pandemic, but perhaps as an endemic disease. And that then raises a number of questions for us. What do you do about all these exceptional measures that have been taken, be it in fiscal policy, as we heard from the finance minister, in monetary policy, as we hear from governors of central banks, some fighting each other about the best way to deal with it, the costs that are left behind that we have to clean up, and how do we ensure that next time a crisis strikes us, whether it's a pandemic or any other crisis, we have the resilience in our systems to cope with it. This, for the state, and this, as I say, this is my underlying theme today, for the state, this implies that it has to rethink how it operates in the ways in which it deals with the public and with the business sectors. So what are the changing roles? It looks to me as though what we're seeing at present is a reversal. For 20, 30, maybe even 40 years, we've had a vision of the state, which is for the state to step back a bit from what it used to be. I know we're in the heartland of Austro-Keynesianism, but Austro-Keynesianism faded out quite some time ago. There's also been an emphasis on the market in many of the approaches to the state. Is that receding? What we've seen is a massive use over the last 2 years of deficit spending to bolster economies. And that in turn has fueled various forms of intervention by the state in the way in which we operate. Large amounts thrown at investment in finding new treatments, in finding the successful vaccines, rolling them out. Acceptance by the state that it has to play a fundamental role in ensuring that the economic shocks that result from the pandemic are cushioned, that workers, companies, all economic actors receive some forms of support for this. In parallel, we're seeing the state being obliged to think differently about how it does things. You heard once again the finance minister referring to the rolling out of digitalization. This is massive. But there's also a question here, which I know is very sensitive in this country, about compulsion. Should vaccination be mandatory? What about all the other liberties that we've taken for granted for many years, which are being eroded because of the need to fight the pandemic? And with digitalization, what we're seeing is a revolution in the way in which certain services, particularly in healthcare, are being delivered. 3 years ago, it would be inconceivable to me that I would have a telephone consultation with my doctor. Now it's routine. We know that the digital delivery of prescriptions is something that's happening regularly. So this raises to me what the state has to do. How does it simultaneously achieve a successful health outcome, suppressing the virus, but at the same time succeed in making economic activity keep going, be able to bounce back when things are eased and so on. So the first thing in this is that under health policy, we've seen a whole range of different forms of intervention. Prevention arising through the combination of vaccines, various forms of lockdown, social distancing measures, everybody in this room very obediently wearing their FFP2 masks. This is the kind of thing that has been imposed. Then there has to be the new approach to treatment. Treatment has been reinvented as we go along, and that reinvention itself is part of the policy. But part of this as well is social. It's health policy has to persuade the public that what's being done is in its interest. And that is not an easy task. Public understanding of all these things matters. In economic policy, how do you mitigate a recession in the economy that's been deliberately engineered, which is what happens with the lockdown? Loans, labour market measures of various sorts, stopping job losses, funding research, these are all part of this. But at the same time, you need to think, is this particular regulation or that particular regulation still necessary? And what I'd also draw your attention to is the feedback loops in all of this. One such feedback loop is that if you have a healthy workforce, then it's easier to sustain the economic dimension of dealing with the crisis. But if you have a healthy economy, a strong economy, that in turn enables the health sector to deal with the crisis far more readily than if it was constrained for resources. So these feedbacks seem to me to be a vital part of understanding this. It's not a choice between a health path and an economic path. It's a reconciliation between the two paths that we have to look for. Now, another question that I think deserves to be posed is whether there are longer-term effects of COVID. We know, the doctors in the room I think will agree with me in this, that there is an identified economic health long COVID, symptoms persisting for many months after the disease itself has passed. But in economic terms, these could be the following. Certainly for the public sector, the massive spending that's gone on has led to much bigger public debt, and dealing with these public sector deficits and the debts that they lead to is going to be a difficult task. Maybe not today. Monetary policy is very, very relaxed. The interest rate coming from Frankfurt is virtually zero, so there's no real problem about financing today. But we know that inflation is lurking in the background, and at some point there will have to be a monetary policy reaction, and as interest rates rise, the cost of servicing debt in addition will rise. For some countries it's more of a problem than others. Those that are very heavily indebted, and they tend to be south of Vienna, will be the most affected. Those in the north will want the interest rates to normalise as soon as possible. There are also sectors which are going to suffer their own form of long COVID. We don't quite know whether transport, tourism, and the related sectors will recover to anything like the level of activity they had prior to the pandemic. In part, this is because there are ways in which we can do things that are different. So if you think about those office workers who have been, in the acronym WFH, working from home, and who want to continue working from home, they will no longer be going into their places of work and therefore demanding the associated services in city centres that they were used to. There's an open question, and maybe some of the others in the room in the consultancy arena will be able to answer this for me, about whether innovation is assisted or inhibited by what's been going on. There may, and this is one speculation on this, be a cost of the absence of networking from people working from home, not meeting each other, going to the cafe or having lunch together and thinking, here's an idea I want to discuss with you. And this, in turn, could mean lower productivity growth. Productivity is, after all, the basis for economic prosperity. We can discuss whether it's sustainable in the next panel, but if productivity growth is slowed, then the economies of not just our part of the world, everywhere, will be concerned. And this, in turn, brings me to how do you deal with getting out of emergency conditions? We certainly have a whole library worth of new demands on the state. The state is asked to deal with, as we come out of the pandemic, what's been left behind. Those medical conditions that were not treated during the pandemic were pushed aside so that hospitals could cope with COVID. That has led to other conditions, a big backlog of them. It poses questions about whether we should alter the approach to dealing with prevention of disease, a new strategy. Service delivery, will the innovations that took place during the pandemic be seen as temporary or lead to an entirely new approach to delivering healthcare? And then one thing that is quite clear the pandemic has revealed is the imperative of having a high level of global cooperation on research, on informing other parties about what's going on with pandemics. And then economic normalization. I already alluded to monetary policy tightening. That is going to come. Quite when it comes, we're not sure. There will also, at some stage, be a need to think again about the forms of fiscal discipline that have been prevalent in most European countries, fiscal rules, the limits on deficits, and so on. But one other thing that was relaxed during the pandemic was what is called in Brussels speak state aids. The restrictions on using state aids to bolster companies which were suffering were all suspended during the pandemic. Do you reintroduce them and say you can no longer subsidize companies? If so, what happens to those companies which have been staggering on during the pandemic, but which may lose their credibility once they have to fight for under normal conditions? And then more broadly, I'm calling this section of discussion societal norms that covers a wide range of things. Who in future is going to be responsible for dealing with the things that give rise to economic crises? The incentive structures. Is business incentivized in the right way vis-à-vis the state? Is the state incentivized in the right way vis-à-vis citizens? And, naturally, to complete the trilogy, citizens vis-à-vis business. We know that there are going to be new risks, and one concern that's been expressed in many quarters is that of rising inequality being a consequence of the pandemic. It's also being affected by other current trends in our societies, notably the increase in energy prices, which tends to have a particularly strong effect on those on lower incomes. And in all of this, we need new answers to the question of who bears the burden. Taxpayers, businesses, citizens. Well, we're all of them simultaneously. And that means that we need to think about fair distributions of burdens. Let me end, therefore, with a few points that we can have for discussion. The first is, we know our economies are going to keep changing. The pandemic has taken them in certain directions, but we need to recognize that what we end up with will not be what we started with prior to the pandemic. I call this the status quo ante. We are not going to go back to the status quo ante, but we need to analyze what aspects of the experience of the pandemic are going to stay with us and that we have to recognize as being new determinants of economic activity and of the policies that have to accompany them. What will our new economic model be? Some would say to you that we've come out of as I said earlier, of 3 decades of a broadly speaking market-orientated economy. Is there something that we can agree on as the next stage of the economy? It's not going to be easy, but there are certain priorities that are quite clearly on the table. The word sustainability. Well, is there anybody in the room or listening who doesn't agree that we need to be sustainable? The trouble is, we don't know what sustainable means. It may be that in the next panel we are able to shed some light on this, but sustainability is one of those warm-sounding expressions that can either be vacuous, not meaning very much, or needs careful thought to ensure that it is something with real substance to it. Then we have to think about how do we plan for future emergencies or crises. The one certainty is that there will be future crises, economic crises of different sorts. The accompanying certainty is that we don't know what it will be. Will it be a financial crisis, a health crisis, a crisis promoted by geopolitical instability or something else? Something is going to come along to cause a new crisis. And we need, therefore, to ensure that the capacities of the state to deal with it are there. Some countries did better than others during the pandemic in dealing with the health crisis. Some did better than others in dealing with the resulting economic crisis. But I think it'd be fair to say that the way we look at it overall is that nobody was really that successful if you look at the outcomes. So there's a need to think about how to deal with it in the future. We also have to recognize likely casualties. Some sectors, if you believe what I said earlier about transport and tourism, are going to be more adversely affected than others. And those that are more adversely affected than others are going to be like the coal miners or steel workers of 30 or 40 years ago, the sectors which need some sort of cushioning so that they achieve an orderly transition. And in this context, we have to consider the skills that are at risk of becoming redundant. There are groups of workers who are likely to be potential casualties. And then we also have to consider global governance. Think back to the financial crisis of 28-29. What happened then was that at least for a while, something called the G20 managed to get together to try to find global solutions. Did we see the G20 during the COVID crisis? I don't think so. We saw disputes even within the European Union about who would get the vaccines in the first place, who would get the protective equipment. Eventually, there was some kind of common approach, and you can say that the advent of the next generation EU support package was a real step forward for European integration. But would it happen again? Would Austria, Sweden, Finland, the Netherlands, the countries which were opposed to a massive increase in EU resources, be prepared to go a second round of increasing those resources? A big and difficult question. In addition, my last point on this slide is that we need to consider implementation. Things just don't happen. You need to make them happen, and that's the big challenge for this. So I'll leave you with a quote from a very renowned American central banker and academic economist, Ben Bernanke. Since I'm an economist, I should remind you that economics is a highly sophisticated field of thought that is superb at explaining to policymakers precisely why the policies they made in the past were wrong. About the future, not so much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ian Beck. Now we are coming to our first panel discussion of the day on digital and ecological transformation, which will be moderated by Maximilian Scher, partner and practice leader, strategy and innovation at Arthur D. Little, Austria. He will discuss, together with our prior speaker, Ian Beck, who will be joined by Philipp Blond, founder and director of Respublika, Bernhard Felderer, former president of the Austrian Fiscal Advisory Council, and Sebastian Kummer, head of Institute for Transport and Logistics Management at the Vienna University of Economics and Business. And they will further be joined by Günther Ofner, member of the management board of the Vienna International Airport. Please join me on stage, gentlemen.
Ladies and gentlemen, Magister Brunner, thank you for your video speech and keynote. Ian, thank you for your inspiring keynote and a lot of questions that we can and should discuss when we think about growing better into the future. What does growing better into the future even mean? You raised the question of what is sustainability. Let me pose and start with the question of what is better and link it to what is sustainable. When we talk about sustainability, do we just mean ecological sustainability, as in a recent rise of discussions, social sustainability, economic sustainability, fiscal sustainability? I think these are a couple of questions we need to answer first. What is it we are talking about when we speak about growing into a better future? And secondly, we need to then discuss what are the roles, and I think you also highlighted that before. What are the roles of the state? What are the roles of business? What is the role of the citizens in that discussions? Ladies and gentlemen, I'm very delighted to be able to lead and discuss with such a great lineup of panelists that we have today. On my right, Ian Beck, you heard him just in the keynote, Professor Research Fellow of the London School of Economics and Political Science. Thank you for joining our panel. On my left, Philipp Blond, founder and director of the think tank Respublika, very well known, and I would like to say sometimes very provocative discussant. Very happy to have you on board. On my further right, Sebastian Kummer, head of the Institute of Transport and Logistics Management, Vienna University of Economics and Business, can talk about the important role of the logistics sector in a sustainable growth of the economy. On my further left, Bernhard Felderer, former president of the Austrian Fiscal Advisory Council, and a well-known and respected person in Austria when we talk about fiscal stability. And I'm very much looking forward to your statements on the current economic situation. Further left, Günther Ofner, co-CEO of the Vienna International Airport, and as a representative of the logistics sector, I think I'm very much looking forward to your statements on sustainability in the air traffic going forward. Ladies and gentlemen, may I start with Bernhard Felderer to contradict maybe or to build on Ian's comments on sustainability and the role of deficit and spending in the current discussion of fighting the pandemic. What is your view of how is it going forward? The central banks seem to be not very clear, or let's say the European and the US seem to have different views on the role of interest rates in the current upswing. What is your view?
Ladies and gentlemen, I was asked to say a few words about the question: what can public policy do, or what can fiscal and monetary policy do to support the upward swing which we think we have already since the third quarter, or at least the fourth quarter of 21 last year. I think I would prefer to discuss first about the real economy and then about the financial side of all that. In the real economy, we were quite successful. Look at the year 2020. We had negative growth rates everywhere. Even the United States, minus 3.5%, and so on. Germany, Austria, with 6.8% negative everywhere. And this changed during 21, really amazingly, because look at France. France has a real growth rate in 21 of 6.8, which is really amazing. I'm talking in a second, or explaining in a second where this comes from. Then we have in the United States 5.6. We have positive growth rates everywhere. Disappointment was only Germany, because the fourth quarter in Germany was negative. So that Germany does not follow the same trend at the moment. But in general, we could say we have had a good management of the real economy. We are apparently coming slowly out of the crisis, and the question is, how can monetary or fiscal policy support what we see at the moment? Unfortunately, the financial side, monetary policy, fiscal policy, is not so positive when we look what the government can do or what the central banks are doing right now. Look at the indebtment. In the average of the industrialized countries, the increase in public debt was, was 18.5%, percentage points. So if a country had 60% debt ratio, it is now 78 or something like that. And now we see debt rates which are in the high 80s, 90s, and with Italy from 140 to 160. Nobody knows what will happen when the interest rates go up, and they will have to go up. So that the public debt is not a danger, is not something which is a problem, but it becomes too large. We must think of the global financial markets, who could punish us. So that we should be more careful with these high rates. We will not be able to pay back these debts, but we can grow out of the debts as we did already in the past, and therefore we need growth. So the question is how we can assure that the next years we have enough growth. On the other side, you see the other financial problem is the inflation. Remember that the central banks, also the European central banks, said during the whole year 21 till November that we will have the inflation will be a short and phenomenon which we can manage. In 22, we will already have an inflation rate of 2% or around 2%. And the same happened in the United States. Only the Fed already noticed that they committed an error, that the forecast was wrong, and they have since November already changed their policy. They do not buy as much bonds as they did in the past, and they will end bond buying in March. In the European Central Bank said they will not stop bond buying for the moment, probably not at all in 22. So we see a problem here, of course, that the reaction to the inflation, which we can measure, we see the high inflation rates in the States. We have gone beyond 6%. We see in Europe, many countries beyond 5%. That this is not a simple thing which we can easily manage. We remember the years in the 70s. If you're old enough, in the 70s, we had enormous problems to reduce the inflation rate, and I think we may get, if we do not react soon, get a very similar problem this time. So we had a good management of the real economy, unemployment, all this was better than expected 1 or 2 years ago, but the financial side is a problem, and the government will not be able, and the central bank either, to support this upswing, and we must hope that what happened in France or in the United States, that private consumption is pushing the growth rate, and economic growth will happen also in the other countries like Germany, and that the government can stay as it is, because the financial leeway which the government has is not very large. Thank you for that.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Felderer. If I'm very provocative and listen carefully to your words, you speak about hope, which is normally not an economic concept, but it's not necessary. You say the current situation is not sustainable. I'm maybe a bit over-exaggerating. Forgive me that. Philip, if you want to contrast that, do you think our current situation is sustainable? Can we grow like that? What is your point of view in that?
I think you raised, Maximilian, the important question at the outset. Growth and sustainability are mutually incompatible. I think if we define sustainability as in environmental terms, it's not at all clear that we can have sustainable growth. We can't have sustainable growth in large part because we can't have a circular economy. If you look at a global level at what is currently capable of being recycled, it's between 10 and 12% of the global economy. And the reason you can't recycle at a greater scale is essentially you can't recycle energy, which is an overwhelming proportion of the global economy. So, and it gets more complex still because human beings need growth. Growth is what has lifted the world out of poverty. In the 1990s, you had over a third of the world population living on around $1.90 a day. By 2015, that had fallen to around 10%. And this has led some people to talk about what's called donut economics, which is human needs which are real, and human beings as a collective shared species have limits. There are political limits of toleration of things like inequality. And the line between basic fulfilling at a global level, basic human needs and planetary constraints might be very, very thin indeed. So that means that we have two incompatible projects, which are essentially the growth to meet human needs and planetary constraint. And I think we need to acknowledge this. And I think that human societies will not survive if we go for environmental sustainability versus growth. Now, there are problems with growth. Growth has not solved the problem of inequality. Indeed, it's exacerbated it. And it's exacerbated it not between countries, but within countries. So inequalities between countries have equalized more, not in total, but inequalities within countries have widened dramatically. And so, I mean, I'll talk about this more in the next session, but if we change sustainability from the environmental concern to politically sustainable, Trump, Brexit, the various anti-immigrant populist parties in Europe have all arisen because the present dispensation doesn't distribute equitably enough to the people who are losing. The liberal consensus is not a distributist one. It doesn't distribute the goods of the society in an equal way. And human beings are very fragile and very aggressive creatures. And I think a lot of our conflicts are around status. And the liberal consensus has produced a stripping away of status from ordinary people, from working class people, from ordinary families, and have rendered their jobs not just precarious, but without status or without meaning. And so if you look at the Trump phenomenon, the voters for Brexit and numerous populist parties, they are people who've all lost out from the elite liberal consensus that has governed Europe and the West for 3 generations now. And they're not going away, and we don't have a political response to them. So we're in conflict. So we have a conflict between political sustainability and environmental sustainability. And immediate concerns always trump long-term concerns, in my view. So that immediate governments will not be able to prioritize environmental sustainability against the political sustainability of their own governments. So we see this in Britain, for example, with the rise of natural gas prices, the spike in energy prices, and we see it across the whole of Europe. And there's immediate pressure to alter the very high cost of introducing various green levies and green technology into the sphere. This will be repeated everywhere. And so I think that we need to stop talking pious nonsense about sustainability and recognize that various sustainabilities for discrete systems are in conflict with one another. And it's actually politically very difficult, i.e. it won't happen, that we will resolve this. So what will this mean? I fear this will lead to greater degrees of fragmentation and conflict within our societies. I think it means we won't meet the global targets for climate mitigation. And the climate crisis will move from immediate to an immediate crisis, which we won't be able to address. There was an interesting article a few months ago in the New York Times that had a very benign assumption and a radical conclusion from that. It said, let's assume that we keep within our 2-degree target. Even that is not enough if we hit that target to stop temperature rising, because the processes that are in hand are so extreme that the temperatures will need to rise. And they painted a picture of vast technological intervention into the planetary sphere, from seeding clouds to allow cooling, to finally, if we can possibly do it, creating mass carbon capture on a global scale. And I think if we're talking about futures, that's much more likely than any other future. The prospects of growth are hardwired into our economies. People in Africa are not going to accept that they have to have a lower standard of living that then they can see on television is present in Europe. They are not going to accept this. We have to deliver a similar level of human need to the entire global population, since we know historically migration flows cannot be controlled, and they always happen and they always destabilize. So we're in a very, very difficult situation, I think, and I don't think we can hide from it, whereby our immediate goals and our intermediate goals are in conflict, and they are in conflict with our long-term goals. So what's going to happen? Normally in human history, what happens is the strongest force wins out. And so I suspect that the need for economic growth will always win out, and then we will have mass adaptation. But we still haven't solved, and we don't look like anywhere near close to solving, the problems of mass oligarchical capture, or the capture of the goods of society by the very, very top of the top percentage of the population. Most of us in the West are living in rentier economies with offshore aristocracies who avoid tax and amass ever greater fortunes that seem immune from national legislation or taxation. And we have done very little on competition law, on breakup, on trying to tackle this vast amount of vested interest. And I suspect we will fail. Even the European Commission, that really has been the mover, if one can use such term, which I wouldn't, on competition law, still takes 10 to 15 years to bring a successful case against tech, and by which time all the opposition has long since gone out of business and been made bankrupt.
Philip.
So to finish and conclude, I don't see any of our politics at the moment tackling the vested interests that mean that things will dramatically change. And I think that what that then means for the future is unremitting conflict that makes the last few years look quite benign. Now, to try and imagine something else, I think it's also true in human history that actually in such situations, new philosophies, new forms of shared identity emerge. And we've seen this time and time again. And unless or until we can start forming new global philosophies that isn't just liberalism, which only serves the elite, but actually create a new value system of solidarity that emerges from our petty nationalisms, we are not going to solve the endemic conflict that faces us. And that, I'm afraid, is our situation.
So in the end, you're drawing frankly, a very dark picture and not growing better into the future. I hear you saying growth is necessary. I hear you saying growth is inevitable. We will grow further, but it will lead to further inequality and turmoil on that, which, in my view, brings me back a bit to Ian and your discussion about the incentive structures. Do we have the wrong incentive structures? Do we have the chance to change these and to work on this incompatibility that you clearly pointed out? Is there a future? To be very provocative.
Well, the simple answer to the question, is there a future, is unambiguously yes. unless you think we're all going to sink into the Danube and disappear. So it's more a question of what kind of future and how to shape that future. On the immediate macroeconomic side, let me react a little bit first to Bernhard by saying that there is a metaphor we can use here, which is that economic policy at the moment is like the driver of a car with both feet on the accelerator. Monetary policy is accelerating the economy, fiscal policy is accelerating the economy, but there is a corner approaching. So at some stage, the car driver is going to have to put one foot on the brake and slow it down a bit. The trouble is that as you recover from a pandemic, we're in economic territory that's just not familiar. The last time we had a pandemic of similar magnitude was in 1919, which also happened to be immediately after World War I. So the nature of the economics then has really no help to us in understanding what to do next year. We need data on this. We need data first on whether the central bankers are correct, that the current inflation is a temporary phenomenon and that it reflects unusual characteristics of what you're measuring from a point during the pandemic when there was effectively deflation to catching up with what was done then, or whether it's beginning to embed itself into the system. What I see here is a risk of what we used to call cost push inflation, where we see prices rising, particularly in the energy sector. Therefore, union negotiators are going to demand higher wages and it becomes a cost push cycle. That could happen. Or it could be that the central bankers are correct in saying this is a temporary phenomenon. We'll start to see these price rises that have been taking place this year slowly coming out of the system so that the measured level goes down. So we're unsure about this. We need to wait a bit longer for convincing data before we take radical action. Now, as a reaction to what Philip's saying, I suppose, Max, you're inviting me to try to put the more optimistic scenario. So let me try to elaborate some of this. Yes, there is a choice between a low road and a high road towards sustainability. This takes me back to what Max said in the introduction, that sustainability has all these different dimensions. For the time being, the macroeconomic dimension of sustainability is in balance for the reasons I was discussing. I don't think we have massive macroeconomic risks at present, but they may start to materialize because there will be different configurations in different countries. Nobody, I think, is going to say Austria, Germany, other Northern European countries are at risk of macroeconomic unsustainability. There is a risk further south. The developments in Italian politics over the weekend are interesting in this regard, in that Sergio Mattarella has decided he is going to succumb to the pressure to make him president for a second term, which in turn leaves Mario Draghi free to continue his reform programme as Prime Minister. And I think that's the best outcome for Italy, because things at last are beginning to change in Italy. But it will need help. It will need help from its European partners, which brings us back to whether a potential successor to the next generation EU can be put in place to continue this. That's a kind of high road outcome. There's a high road outcome also in environmental sustainability, captured in the, and I know Philip is going to say this is a wishful thinking, the expression green growth. Green growth can happen. There are ways in which we can make green growth happen. It's partly about construction. There remains a fair amount of low-hanging fruit in the construction sector for how you can build new ways of saving energy. There's a high road towards green growth also in new forms of, or not new, rolling out better forms of green energy, renewable energies. We don't have solutions on storage, but we know the potential solutions and storage. And here we have to appeal to the scientists. Dan, do you have a new project on batteries, perhaps, that you could bring forward and say, here's how we store energy? Or are there physical batteries, like pumping water uphill rather than downhill? These are things that can be done, which we know are feasible as engineering projects. So there too you see a sustainable strategy there. On one aspect, on social sustainability, we have to think about it. We have to recognize what Philip was talking about, the growth of inequality. We know how to deal with inequality. You tax the rich. The trouble is pinning the rich down. If they all move to Monaco or the British Virgin Islands or all these other tax havens, then clearly they're going to escape it. But let's face it, you can, if you have the political will, do these things. So let's find the political will.
Thank you. May I divide your statements in two blocks? One is what I call the green block, especially as we have also Mr. Ofner and Mr. Kummer here, and discuss that for a second, and then come back to that social path. Mr. Kummer, the transport sector is, and you pointed it out recently, is a big energy spender, so to say. Energy is needed for transportation. We know that. We have known that for a long time. Is the transportation sector then part of the good growth and the green growth? Or is that also an oxymoron and something that cannot happen because, consuming energy is always not green, and degrees of not greenness, I know there are different degrees. Yeah? What is your view on that?
Yeah, definitely the transportation sector is critical for the sustainable transformation. Maybe before I come to this, I would like to point out exactly the same that has been said before. I also think that we have to look at the economic and social aspects as well as the ecological aspects. Transport and logistics, at least for the goods transport, was a winner in the crisis and showed quite impressively how resilient this sector is, and also it switched very quick to a growth rate. In many sectors, for example, courier and online shopping, we see a big growth and a need for a lot of people who are working there. So I think that worked very well. Transport and logistics, not only for economists but also for transportation managers, are a good precursors of the development. For example, we have seen the inflation first in the transportation sector, and I remember last year I was noticing that the transportation prices are exploding, and I said this will lead to inflation, and some colleagues said no, I should better stay in my field of transportation and not talk about inflation. It also, I think also the upswing in the transportation sector was a sign that it will come. But, and now I come to the risks, the microeconomic risk. From the point of view of logistics, the crisis is not over yet if China continues to stick with the zero COVID policy. Because if really the virus spreads in China and they will close all the ports, we will have tremendous problems on short term. And that leads me to the question, or let's say also my idea, that we have to discuss how to become more independent from China. And this is also from the European perspective a very important role. So, and the geopolitical challenges with China and Russia and US are also very much interrelated with the sustainability path, which I would like now to come to. Why? Because if the European Union makes mistakes in our sustainability policy and we are harming our economy too much, I think the remarks of Philip were going in the same direction, then obviously China and also the US will use these mistakes to wipe out our industry. And I think Trump was mentioned. One of the ideas of Trump was the reindustrialization of US. Our idea in Europe is, at least for many people, that we would like to stay an industrialized country and grow also there, and not only have growth in sustainability. Now I come to the challenges of transport. I don't want to talk about alternative drives. I think the path there is, it's not clear absolutely, but we have to go to battery electric cars. We have to go to most probably use hydrogen drives. So, and there's a lot of challenges related to that. But I'm a bit worried that the assumptions of the Green Deal and of our idea of becoming sustainable in Europe are related to hypotheses that are unliterally aimed or maybe even dangerous. And one hypothesis is the world will follow us. And we see that even within Europe, the European countries are not following Germany and Austria. Because this is something that I think we have a challenge, that we have a bit of a romantic view of this area. So I heard Markus Brunner and appreciate him very much, but there's a famous cited of Goethe, which says, Die Botschaft höre ich wohl, allein mir fehlt der Glaube. I hear the message alone, there is a lack of faith. And this is also why I see. So there we have to be careful that we don't harm our industry too much. And the second is, and now the states tries to equalize the damages of the inflation, especially in the energy sector, and then related also for the transportation costs. And I think that there is a lot of risk in this. And the assumption that if only if only the politics are pushing sustainability by having new regulations, that this assumption that the market will react accordingly and we will find solutions, that is a very dangerous situation. Not so much for the transportation sector, because the transportation sector and logistics will be the last who will be wiped out. We have a very competitive situation in this sector, but I'm a bit worried of the energy consuming other energy consuming industries. Yeah, the transport sector has the advantage that it's a service, and so we cannot subsidize these industry from worldwide. We can do, but there's a level, equal level of equal play field there in the international transportation, and within Europe also more or less the foreign competitors cannot use this green policy. So the challenge is for the energy consuming industries how we could allow them to stay in Europe. And so I'm not to conclude, I'm not so much worried about the transportation industry. We have very competitive industries. I'm also not so much worried about the leisure industry, but Mr. Orfner can say something about that. But I'm worried about energy consuming industries.
The producing industries.
Yes.
Yeah. So maybe before we come to that, indeed, for the Orfner, maybe that's now the exact right part to either tell us that you are also not worried about air traffic and air transportation, or you have a different view that is more, how should I say, darker, like the view that Philip had on the overall situation. What is your view?
Yeah, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. The aviation sector has been one of the worst hit of all parts of the economy. And nevertheless, I'm rather optimistic about the future developments. To give you two simple facts. The first is that not even 20% of the people living on Earth right now ever sat in an airplane. So more than 80% have never been traveling by plane. And when we are sitting here together today, in the same moment, roughly 950 new airports are under construction worldwide. And they are not constructed that they will be closed tomorrow. They are constructed that they will be used by passengers. So it is a lot of unrealistic, wishful thinking from the ivory tower, preaching somehow restrictions and hoping that people will not use airplanes in the future. We will see the contrary will happen, and I fully agree in that aspect with Mr. Blond and what others said on the panel. We will not be able to do all what is necessary in regard of environmental protection and sustainability if we are not able to balance it with economic and social issues. And I think this is the main challenge. And in regard of the aviation sector, it's not difficult to do that because all the means are invented that are necessary to have a CO2 neutral aviation sector, the latest in 2050. So we have biogenic sources for kerosene, and we can produce it synthetically. What we need is clean energy, and what we need is a system of global energy and kerosene production combined with the right transportation system, because there are places on Earth where you can already today produce synthetic fuels more or less at the cost of today's kerosene or fuels that come from Arabic countries or somewhere else. So you can produce electricity in the desert where you have more than 4,000 hours of sun at 0.5 euro cents. So at a very, very, very low level. And if you look at recent developments, for example, the company Covestro in Germany, which is a spin-off of BASF, they entered into a contract with a developer in Australia, and they will get their hydrogen in the future for their production from Australia. And it will be cheaper than to produce it here in Europe. So finally, I think that this path to sustainability, if it is accompanied with growth and with social protection, will be a source of additional growth and has not to cool down the aviation sector as such, and will offer more people than today to travel. And what we learned in the last 24 months is that despite the problems of Corona, the wish of people to go abroad and to go on holiday has not waned. On the contrary, the last survey we saw just recently was that for the summer 2022, more people want to go on holiday abroad than measured ever before. And maybe we will see a very, very strong summer. So I do not agree to those who think that catharsis will be the way into the future. On the contrary, I think the technology and the right use of technology will bring us into a brighter future. And I can finally give you a personal example. I was 17 when I read The Limits of Growth from the Club of Rome. And the book was really frightening me. And I thought, in my lifetime, the world will go bust. If you look into the book today, you will not find one single prediction of this report that became real. Not one single prediction. And what is the reason for that? Not that silly people wrote this report. I think they did their best at that time. But what they underestimated is that we are intelligent species, and that we find ways and develop ways for doing things with better technologies that nobody could imagine in beginning of the 70s. And therefore, I'm rather optimistic that we will also be able to cope with the environmental problems if we are realistic about the economic basis we need for that, and if we let entrepreneurs and scientists do their work.
So you're giving us a bit of hope at least, and as also speaking about that in a way contradictory and self-destroying prophecy of the Club of Rome, as if I frame you right. We only have like 10 minutes left, so I would ask you all then to have, let's say, 1 to 1.5 minutes final statement. And Philip, I think you were kind of...
Well, I wanted to agree with Gunther. I think he's right, and this is the point I was trying to make. There is no way the global population will accept anything other than a middle-class life. And I think that is politically irresistible. And I think that what we underestimate, again, I agree with Gunther, is human adaptability. But we will need to intervene at the planetary level in order to mitigate the climate rise that's coming. And we will need to actively develop technologies to cool the planet. I remember the debates about peak oil. Do you remember those? Oil's going to run out, the world's going to end. And we produced an enormous gain in renewables. The one bit of technology we need is battery storage at grid level. But I'm sure we'll do that. But the real unsustainable point is the distributional one. If you look at the environmental impact on water, for instance, in sub-Saharan Africa, I remember reading security reports that something like 20 million people will be on the move. This is what I meant about one can't be sanguine. I think we're going to breach all the environmental limits we have. I think we will mitigate them in the way Ian's talked about. But what seems to me to be currently unmitigatable, if you forgive my language, are the distributional consequences. We simply lack the political and global and governance ability to deal with, for instance, mass migration flows that environmental change is going to cause. And those migration flows are likely to destabilize whole polities. And so what's interesting is our real lack is at the level of the political imaginary. That is our real lack, and that is where we should concentrate our efforts.
Okay, thank you. Professor Felderer, your final statement?
As I said before, I don't believe that in the short run, the government or the central bank will be very helpful in the upswing which we have started in most years, in most countries, sorry. But I believe that in the long run, there's a lot to change. There are a lot of, some things have been mentioned here. I do not think that the government will, the share of the government will increase forever. We have seen more administration in the last 2 or 3 decades. This is a way which cannot continue forever. We have to see what happened now. consumption is increasing growth rates in several countries. I mentioned before the United States and France. We have to rely on these factors, and we have to understand that private investment in the long run, in the last 4 decades, declined with respect to GDP. So private investment, not public investment, private investment has to be enhanced somehow. There have to be ways to trigger private investment, and we have to think about how can we transfer tasks which we consider today to be still a task of the government, transfer these tasks to the private sector, because the government anyway will have to do many other things. So that my last word would be the trend is more private, more incentives and less administration.
Okay, thank you. Ian, I'm giving you the final word to answer on that.
Okay.
So maybe Professor Kummer, your final word on.
Yes, thank you very much. Very short, the sustainability transformation in transport and logistics is definitely on the move. I think we see a move towards alternative drives. We need sustainable road and railway. We need public transportation as well as individual transport with the car. And I also agree with Mr. Hofner and also Philipp Blond that the key is the green energy to sustainable transport. And the green energy obviously is a challenge for electricity storage and the networks. And so if we want sustainable transport, we have to work on green energy, electrical storages, and sustainable networks, energy networks.
Professor Hofner, I think storage is a tricky part for you in the airplane, but your final word?
Yeah, I mean, electricity will not be the mean for planes on a longer distance and long distance flights because batteries are too heavy. So the path there should be synthetic kerosene, which is invented, so we have not to wait for specific innovations. It can be realized very soon. And the necessary precondition is that you have enough clean and cheap energy. So the production will be concentrated on places on the earth where you have a lot of sun available. And this is the path to aviation, more or less CO2 neutral or CO2 free. And I'm relatively sure that this is the path we will see in the next 30 years. The challenge, and again I have to agree with Mr. Blond, is that not only Europe is following these ideas, but we can coordinate a global approach, because Europe is now accounting for, I think, 8% of the CO2 of the world, and this will even go down until 2030 to 6%. So whatever we do will not save the planet, except we offer the best technologies and we give other regions in the world the chance that they also opt for a more sustainable transportation system, because we offer them the right products and very bright ideas. They will adapt.
Thank you. So again, it's about innovation and technology. Yeah. Ian, your final word. I think we heard about private investments, more private investments, meaning probably more incentives or better incentives. What is your final view?
Okay. One quick comment on the demand for air transport as opposed to the manner in which it's delivered. One phenomenon that we've observed during the pandemic has been the very explosive growth of teleconferencing of different sorts, Zoom. in other words. And the question then arises for the air transport industry is whether the substitution effect of other means of communication is going to mean that business travel does not recover in the way it used to. And I note in passing, having gone through all the effort of trying to find my flights here, that British Airways, which used to have 2 and maybe 3 flights a day to Vienna, is now down to 4 flights a week.
Yeah.
So that made life difficult for all of us. So there's an open question about whether substitution of alternative means of meeting is an issue. My main conclusion on much of the discussion we've heard is that the dimension of sustainability that we've not really addressed is implicit in what several people have said, and that is political sustainability. Can we engineer the politics to enable the sustainable approach to apply? So that would be my principal conclusion. However, I should let you into a secret. Your moderator insisted we all try to find a soundbite to finish with. So my soundbite is 3 I's. I1, you've already had incentives, so I won't use that one. I1 is innovate. I2 is invest in people. And I3 is implement intelligently, which is double I.
Thank you. Very, very nice, I would say, pre-closing statement. If I reserve the right to speak 2 more sentences or so. I think what I hear from you is innovate and implement intelligently. My eye on that is really innovation is the only means we have to preserve our economy, our political stability, and maybe, hopefully, even if you have, Philip, a darker picture of the future, also address inequality. My view is that mankind has invented the satellite, the internet, vaccines. We haven't spoken about Corona in that panel. So the future can be bright, but I think your final statement is also the one I would like to do. We have to do it. We have to innovate. We have to work forward. Otherwise, your dark picture will become truth. And I would like it to be a self-destroying prophecy, as the Club of Rome prophecy in a way.
We're not very good at political innovation.
Yes.
That's the problem.
So maybe that is coming back to the final one. Innovation is not only on a political level, innovation is also on a private level, on the entrepreneurship. And I think what I, as a meta theme, get out of that panel is more innovation in companies, more innovation, more entrepreneurship. That will drive us into a better future, not only political innovation. Thank you, and thank you for the discussion.
Thank you very much, gentlemen, for a fantastic first panel. Now it's time for a short break. May I ask you all to be back at 5 to 11 so that we can start on time. Thank you very much. Coming to our next panel discussion on Paths to the Top, where our speakers will discuss what sport and science have in common. The panel will be moderated by Oskar Menzer, member of the Academia Europaea, CEO of Maxilla Technologies, Professor of Practice, Enterprise Champion at Imperial College London, and guest lecturer at Stanford University. He will discuss, together with Susan Francia, Associate Director of Business Development at Drilling Biotechnologies, 2-time Olympic and 5-time world champion in rowing, Anna Kiesenhofer, mathematician and researcher at EPFL Lausanne and Olympic champion in road racing, Werner Kuhn, Director Business Development at SK Rabid, and Dan Schechtmann, Nobel Laureate in Chemistry and Vice Chair of the Advisory Board of the Vienna Congress.
Okay, thank you. It is a tremendous pleasure to be here and moderate this panel of such distinguished scientists, as well as sports people, and of course people who are on both sides. I would like to start with maybe the general introduction of what we share between science and sports. We share a passion for excellence. we share a back and forth between teamwork and individual accomplishment. And of course, we share a desire and an urge to look for the path to the top. And so our topic for today is the path to the top, or paths to the top, different ways that one can get there. And I'm really looking forward to learn more from our panelists today. Maybe we could start with a kind of general statement or introduction from our panelists. Dan Schechtman, would you like to start?
Okay, I think this is a very interesting issue and a very interesting topic. And I never looked at sports and science as something that has something in common, but it does. And there are several things that I'm sure we will discuss. There is a strive to be excellent, a strive to be number one. Both subjects include teamwork, like football, you need a teamwork, but sometimes you are individual and you run as fast as you can to be number one. Same thing in science. Sometimes it's teamwork, other times you are alone there by the electron microscope or in the laboratory, and you're on your own and you want to be number one. So the strive for achievement, teamwork, and competition are very common to both.
Okay, thank you. So here we have the perspective of reaching the top in science through a Nobel Prize. Maybe if we switch over to the Olympic medal, Anna Kiesenhofer, welcome. Would you like to do the second introductory?
Yeah, science and sports. So maybe first something about my life. So actually most of my life I was more of a scientist rather than an athlete. I was just completely focused on my studies during most of my life and started sports and in particular cycling as a hobby alongside it. And yeah, it became a more and more important hobby for me. And the driving force actually was the same as in science. It was a desire to be the best. And yeah, so I can only re-emphasize that point that one thing that sports and science have in common is this desire that you want to be the best. Another thing that comes to my mind is the necessity to be very patient in both disciplines. So in science, everybody who knows it, like you need to study for so many years. When you're working on a research project, you have so many days where you don't make any progress at all and you just have to keep going. And it's the same in sports. So many days you don't really make progress. Maybe you're even becoming worse. You're wondering what's happening. And this skill to be resilient even when things don't work out is another thing that sports and science have in common, I think.
Okay, so we had two individual competitors, but there's also the other side of teamwork. Werner Kuhn, Business Development Director for Rapid Wien. How do you see the difference of creating a winning team and how that is different from creating individual excellence?
The soccer sport and football is a big challenge to form a team for many years, for 3 years, for 5 years. And Rapid Wien developed a way for between the coaches, not one coach, we have 5 coaches for special things, for condition, food, technical and goalie. And this is a very, very complete challenge to
move that for the young team, for the professional, and for the coaches. The way as we go is we used the digital transformation with chips in the shoes, chips also in ball, chips in the socks, and we analyzed after the match and also after each training how many contacts we tracked the training, we tracked the match, how many contacts with ball, how many meters we run, how many meters they go. And so we can develop a very transparent result of training and also for the match. Okay. And this is the way why we found between the coaches, some coaches, and also in the team, for the team.
Okay. So Susan Francia, also spanning the top in science as well as in sports, how do you see competition being the same or different in science now where you are in the biotechnology and sports where you've reached the top as well?
Yeah, actually something that Anna said yesterday in her speech really kind of resonated with me. And she said that hard work is necessary for success, right, to reach that top, but hard work does not guarantee success. And so I think that's a really important point. You know, there are so many setbacks that we experience as athletes, and being resilient, and also, you know, in science, and, you know, listening to my mother's story. So my mother's Dr. Kariko, who was here speaking yesterday. And so just that importance of picking yourself back up and figuring out, okay, what can I do better? How can I train smarter? And really, you know, if you have that goal in mind, you're going to keep going. You know, so just that aspect of pushing yourself, and the team is always helpful. Seeing the people around you supporting you, and the team is very important in science as well.
You mentioned something really, really important that ties back to what Dan Schechtman said yesterday, which is how we deal with failure. Dan, what is your secret to dealing with failure?
Dealing with?
Failure.
With failure. Well, you may remember from my talk the slogan, failure okay, start again. In my field, which is science, failure is not something that is great or affects you very much. Failure is something that happens every day. You do an experiment and it fails, okay, but it's not something great or terrible, so you start again and eventually you learn how to do it. And failure in science is the greatest educator. It tells you, hey, you have to do it differently. And I'm sure that in sports, it is the same way. You run the marathon and you didn't do very well, and you ask yourself, what is my problem? So, well, my problem is that I ate a large breakfast before the marathon. Don't do it again, okay? So you learn from failures how to do things better. And in science also, people prevent you from failures in a way, because if you send a paper for publication and it's not accepted, there is a reason for it. That people say, hey, this is not good science, try again. So failure, okay, start again.
So maybe getting back to the bridge between science and sports, Anna, how do you perceive failure and the recovery of failure different between mathematics and bicycling? If you fail in a sports event compared to getting a rejection for a paper from a conference?
Yeah, I don't know. I really loved what Dan just said about failure being the greatest educator, and yeah, I cannot agree more about that. I don't know. I wouldn't really distinguish between the two disciplines there. There are other things that might have a greater impact on how I view the failure, like in a cycling event, for example, if I personally messed up or if there was something outside my control that kind of made me fail. And in the same way, if I have a paper rejected, it can also be like either I say, okay, maybe the referee is right and there's really an error, or maybe I feel like, oh, they're unfair. So it might actually more depend on something like that. I guess otherwise failure would be more or less the same to me in both fields.
So, Susan, clearly failure is something we all need to deal with. How do you improve the speed of dealing with failure? How do you get better at taking it and recovering from failure? Because it's really not the failure itself, it's the recovery from failure.
Yeah.
How do you get faster and better at the recovery from failure?
I like to use it as a motivator, honestly. I remember the first time I went to the World Championships and we lost out on a medal by this much. And it's, you know, it's a 2,000 meter race, and this much in a 2,000 meter race is not very much. And I have to tell you, I thought about that loss every single day for the next year after that, you know, that I don't want to be on the losing side of that close of a race. And so I think it's a big motivator, and again, taking those as those learnings. And also, you know, this is where the difference between some athletes and, you know, also even some scientists, whether you have that loss and you say, you know what, I'm done and I can't recover from this, or, you know, the person who then is like, okay, this is how I'm going to get better, and I will keep learning and using that as my fuel for my fire to come back even stronger.
Yes, so perseverance.
Yep, absolutely.
And not giving up. In a team, you have many people, Werner. How do you motivate people after a loss? And realize I'm talking here about the losses rather than the wins, because the path to the top is not about winning all the time. There's a lot of losses on the way. How do you motivate the team after a big loss, after a big failure in sports, in football, with all the fans being around and watching it, the whole world watching you fail publicly, and you have so many different people in the team that have different responses to this?
Yes.
How does a team like Rapid?
Soccer sports, football, have many supporters in the stadium and also in front of the TVs and the country and in the world. And the normal reaction from the athletes from the soccer is, if they lost the match, some player say, we lost, why? You give me the ball very miss.
Yes.
And if they win the match, not the players say, we win, I will do many passes and do things to win. Not they say the whole team have produced the result. And what we can use from science to can develop the teams that the way go together, not only one in the match that he lost or to win. We analyzed what I say the first. We analyzed the matches with video and also with patches in the socks, and we can do the result, we can develop the result for the team. If you win, the whole team win. if we lost, the whole team lost. But the science gives us the way and transmit it. We can, not only in words, we say, you can see in video and video analyzed.
Dan, you had some of the hardest time with your science early on. What made the difference for you to not give up when the scientific community said your theory is wrong? What made you not give up and keep going?
Okay. In my case, you know, everybody is different this way, but I am the worst critic of myself when it comes to science. And when I find something interesting, I check myself time and again, many times, to prove to myself that I am correct. And I was pretty good in transmission electron microscopy, analyzing materials by transmission electron microscope. And I trusted myself. So in this case, when I made a discovery, before talking to anybody, I repeated my experiments. On the first day of the discovery, I checked all the possibilities I thought to say, hey, this is not really a discovery. This is something that have been seen before. I performed the experiments on the transmission electron microscope and found out that it doesn't match anything that has been seen before. So what does it take? It takes being a professional. It takes being self-critic. I criticize myself first before I let others do that, before I tell them. And then check, and you have to be knowledgeable. You have to be knowledgeable about your expertise, in my case, the analyzing microstructure of materials by transmission electron microscope, and between mine and what's happening in the world. And you have, when you're a scientist, you cannot be limited to being a biologist of brain cells. No, you have to know the biology of the body. And in my case, you have to know materials. You have to know their properties. You have to know thermodynamics. You have to understand it. And then it comes to a point. And at that point of a discovery, in my case at least, everything comes together. And so I check myself. And by the way, I know everything I did on that day of discovery because I have a very good logbook. Years of logbooks. Every day is written there what I did, what is the number of the picture that I took and everything. So I did everything right. And from there on, I said to people, that's fine. You criticize me, and many did. Repeat my experiments. Show me what's wrong. Don't tell me it's not in the books. If you believe only what's in the book, you better be a priest or a rabbi. If you're a scientist, you want to write the new book, so you want to make the discoveries. So this is the case. I trust myself because I'm a professional. I criticize myself. When I come to the conclusion that I'm okay, hey world, this is what I found.
Excellent. So to repeat, we have trust in yourself, being a professional, having the expertise to do it, of course, and the knowledge it brings together. I would like to ask Anna maybe to add to that. Do you believe it helped you to be a mathematician, to win the gold medal at the Olympics? Does your performance in sports help you to be a better mathematician? And how does that happen?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so my scientific career before becoming a cyclist definitely helped me to win this gold medal. I would even go so far as to say that I wouldn't have won it if I hadn't been a mathematician first. Because the way I approached sports was just very different from other people. And being different, can be a problem. First, you're laughed at because you're doing things in a different way. But being different also makes you unpredictable. You have different assets in the end. And that's the way I approached sports. So I trained in a different way. My race strategy was different and surprising for other athletes. And that's why I managed to get this surprise win. Also, I had this analytical mindset coming from science, being critical, not believing everybody. Just because there's a person who calls themselves a coach, it doesn't mean that they know everything. So this critical mindset actually helped me to devise a good training plan that worked for me. Yeah, on the other hand, so going in the other direction, how does sports help me in science or even more general in life? There are some things I learned in sports, like for example, teamwork. So even if I'm riding alone, sports made me more aware that I really need other people to perform at my best because I just cannot know everything and be an expert everywhere. And to be honest, in mathematics, at first I always tried to solve all problems on my own, and I didn't dare to ask other people for advice. And that's really something I learned in sports, to seek advice, learn from the best, and don't be intimidated by others who seem to be better. Just ask them and seek this exchange because you will learn something.
Okay, thank you. That is giving everybody a lot to think about. Susan, you grew up in a home full of science, as we are all imagining. Did that help you? Which impact did that have when you were there at the sport events to try to reach the top in sports?
Yeah, there are a lot of similarities. And a lot of it has to do with like this fight. And I would see my mom fighting for grants and really pursuing her passion. So, I don't want to say it was an easy transition for me, but it was almost more natural that, oh, of course, if I really believe in something and I believe that I can be the best in the world at something, even if it sounds as crazy as rowing, then of course I'm going to go for it. And kind of what Dan was also saying, that self-belief it is really crucial in that. And also, as Anna's saying, teamwork is very critical, and especially in rowing where you have 7 other athletes around you. And I've found that now in my corporate job, working at a biotech, it's really important to know how to work with different personalities, and different people are motivated by different things. And so I've found that has really helped me grow and accelerate rapidly in my new professional career, because of these learnings that I got from rowing.
That's excellent. Yes. So then on the team side, back again, Werner, what is the advice that you would give to young people who want to become a top football player? You see them come into the team with probably good things and bad things, but if you can send a message to much earlier to teenagers, to younger children, to the parents who want their children to become top football players, what would be your advice? What should they focus on?
The first step is we send to the young people a message: go from digital, from the iPhone, from not stay at home in front of the iPad or iPhone, go outside, go to the club, not only soccer club, go to sports for move your body. And the coaches for the youngster developed some challenges, little piece for results, for the win in 10 minutes, the win in 20 minutes. And so we developed the time, and also for the young people, the feeling for wet, for red eye, emotion for sports. And I think so in Austria and also in Vienna, we can lead the way for the youngster, go out from the iPhone to the move your body, not only soccer.
Yes. So the digital world poses an obvious threat to sports.
It's a big challenge.
Yes, absolutely, for everybody. Dan, we learned that self-confidence is really important for both sports and science.
Yes.
I think Israel is probably one of the world leaders in self-confidence.
Yes.
How do you do it?
You want me to comment about the Israeli self-confidence?
Yes.
Okay. Now I speak for the nation. Responsibility. Okay. Yes, Israelis have self-confidence, sometimes too much. But in many cases, it is very helpful. Sometimes, some people call it chutzpah, which may being not very polite, but very straight and move forward. Israel is a country that sits within a hostile environment of other countries that don't like us at all. And over time we survived, and we did that, Israel did that by developing a system in which, number one, we can defend ourselves. This was job number one. Number two, we created excellent health system. Number three, we have good higher education. We don't have good lower education. This is a problem in the country, and I talk a lot about that. And the Israeli character is such that people are very straightforward and they will approach you very directly. Some of them are, I am very polite, you know, but some of them are not very polite, and they will approach easily other people. Israelis learned to become team workers, like in football. But it took time to learn how to do it, because Israelis are very individual runners. By nature, we are long-distance runners or short-distance runners. And to collaborate, to create a team, like in football, it took time. But now we have teams, and we learned it not from ourselves, but from other companies that came into Israel and created all these fantastic development centers, more than 300 of them, of all the largest companies in the world. And they told us, hey guys, you have to do teamwork in order to develop products, and it works. But basically, you're absolutely right. Israelis are very individual, and they have their own opinion, and they are willing to fight for their opinion, right or wrong, my standards.
So maybe, Susan, I was wondering what you think the key is to develop the self-confidence, the belief in being able to do it. As you mentioned, that is the key to success, is you have to start yourself to believe that it is possible, that you could reach something. How do we help our children to believe in themselves, to gain that self-confidence and to show them that anything is possible?
Yeah, it's, I would say it's definitely a challenge, and I think you're right, it does start from an early age. But I think, a lot of it, that can be outside, but I think a lot of it is also intrinsic. It's within us. And I think when kids see success, and maybe there are kids who the parents keep trying to say, oh, you can be better, but for some reason the kid is not, it doesn't transfer. I think the biggest success that I've seen, and I was a coach also, was when the athlete themselves figured it out on their own. That, oh, actually, if I do this better, if I work a little harder, oh, wow, all of a sudden I'm in the top boats and I'm succeeding. So I think a lot of it comes with your own lessons, your own experiences over time. And again, it comes back to, that goal. Do you want that ultimate goal of, okay, to go to the Olympics? And then, all right, what do you need to do to reach that success? But again, I think it starts with that initial inherent, seeing that happiness and that joy of like, okay, wow, I did this and I saw this result. But again, I keep coming back to what Anna had said, that the hard work does not guarantee the success. So it's just how you keep making that path.
So at some point, we need to convince ourselves that we can reach a certain goal. Anna, on your journey to Olympic gold, do you know an event in your life that triggered it, where you said, I believe I can do this, I believe I can get to the Olympics and compete on the international level? Or was it a gradual process? Sometimes there are individual events that make us start to believe something. When did you start to believe?
For me, it was definitely a gradual process. Often when I look back at my athletic journey, I say that actually I was happy that I didn't have this childhood dream to go to the Olympics, because I think having such a big goal early on, it would have paralyzed me. Because when you start out, you just realize how far away that goal is. And in that respect, it was helpful for me that it was a stepwise process. I had small goals that I focused on, and gradually I developed from just trying to beat the guys in my club to winning national competitions, international competitions. And finally, when I was at that level, I knew that I could make the selection to become the only Austrian woman to compete in the road race in Tokyo. And I won the selection race and I qualified. But it was really a stepwise process. And this belief in myself, it also developed gradually. As Susan said, it's success that breeds self-confidence. I had these small goals, I succeeded in some of them, of course not all of them, but every little success, it builds this self-confidence, it makes you who you are, the obstacles you have overcome to reach some of those small goals, they build your character, your self-confidence, and you start believing I can do it.
Okay, so it's a long road to train, but also to get the mental state of believing in oneself. So now that you have the Olympic gold medal, I guess the next part would be the side on mathematics to get the Fields medal. Have you set your sight on that? I believe, if I'm not mistaken, that we don't yet have a Fields medalist with an Olympic gold medal or an Olympian with the Fields medal.
Yeah, I have trouble with those goals that are so idealistic. People, they think like Olympic gold is the greatest thing in sports and Nobel Prize is the greatest thing in science. And I find it's counterproductive to get hung up on those big names like Olympic and Nobel Prize and so on. So I would definitely not formulate this as my goal.
Okay.
It's a great thing. It's not that it's not great to have an Olympic gold medal, but I wouldn't get hung up on it.
All right. So then getting back to team sport. Yes, Dan.
Let me add one comment to your previous question about self-confidence. In Israel, I realized that really the basic confidence of Israelis comes from the Jewish mother. A Jewish mother tells the child, you are number one. You have the greatest brain. You are wonderful. You're great. Anything you say is fantastic. And this brings self-confidence. The early years of one child and the way the mother, sometimes the father doesn't have much time, the way the mother talks to the child, gives him self-confidence or eventually self-efficacy. I can do it, I can make it, I trust myself, I can do it. So it's the Jewish mother. In some other cultures, this is not the case. Take, for example, South Korea. Nobody here for South Korea. In South Korea, the mother will say to the son or daughter, you did not work hard enough today. You have to work harder. You have to prepare yourself for a wonderful future. You have to work hard. You have to work hard. You're not so clever as you think you are. Consequently, no self-efficacy, no self-confidence, and suicide rate is unbelievably high because young people cannot stand the pressure of the presence. These are two different approaches. And this is why Israel is a startup nation, and South Korea has very large, 10 large or some large companies, but no startups. If there is a startup, they swallow it right away. So and the economies are great. Both economies are great, different ways.
So with self-confidence, you can perform well on your own. How about in teams, in football? How do you select players when they come in? How do you decide who you want to have on the team and who do you not want to have on the team? Do you value self-confidence? If somebody brings a lot of self-confidence, is this a good thing or a bad thing?
It's a very important question. I'll tell you some pictures. Pictures from the national teams, from soccer teams in Europe. Look at the faces from the national team of France. Maybe there are, with white face, 2 players in the national team of France. Many players come from Algeria and some other countries. If you look at the picture for Netherlands, many players come from Molukken or some other lands and countries. And this is the phenomenon in the last 20 years, the talents for the teams. We can't develop the young people from their own country. They don't want to go to a club to run and wet, but the other countries from, say, Spain or something, the young talents, they are hungry, not in their own country. They come from Africa, Molukken, in Austria, they come from the old Yugoslavia. And this is the challenge we must find a way we must develop talents from their own country. I can't give you just now an answer about this phenomenon. The other young people from the other countries, they are more hungry for go to sports, for wet and different. But only this is the target group in soccer, in football.
So self-confidence on the one side, being hungry, of course, on the other side.
I would like to add actually a comment. So in response to Dan, I think you're right. Self-confidence is very good. However, it should not limit you that you're not willing to learn. Because yes, I do like to have the athletes around me who are confident that we are going to win, we're going to go out there, but who also are just blind to, well, for me to be a better athlete, each of us can always be better in some way. So I think learning is very important. And I think also what you were saying about the team and how the faces are very different. I think one thing that is really, drives sometimes immigrants. And, we have this example from my mother and father who came from Hungary, is the chance of an opportunity, and so maybe some of those teams where it's, everyone's from that same nationality, they're maybe not as driven, or they don't see the struggle of what it took for them to even get there. And so I think that this is, in the US, there is a really, interesting mentality of, the land of opportunity. And even our rowing team is a very diverse. There were 3 of us just on rowing team who were born in different countries. And I think just that says something about, your past and learning from your struggles, or, what it took to even get there, that sometimes those people strive for a little bit more than just having a very comfortable upbringing.
So very, very important. Thank you, Susan. This is a key part, which is diversity, of course. Mm-hmm. So Anna, in your experience, did you see the value of diversity more on the science side or on the sports side, or how did diversity factor in the 2 sides of your interests?
Yeah, I would say it's extremely important in both science and sports. As I said, I started cycling in a rather unusual way. So, diversity is not only limited to coming from a different country. So diversity just means you're somehow different than other people who usually practice this sport or practice this discipline in science. And in my case, this being different was an advantage. And in general, I view it really as something very enriching to everybody, to bring together people that have different backgrounds, who bring a completely different perspective. In science, if you are a mathematician and you start working with physicists, it just brings a whole new perspective, and it gives new ideas. And yeah, also if you have different people with their stories, with their background, people who struggled to get into sports at all, to get the funding just to have a bike or some basic setup, you start to appreciate what you already have. Yep. That's, I think, very important. You take so much for granted, and you see people who don't have money, who have an illness. It's just, it teaches you to not take anything for granted.
So if we don't take anything for granted, thank you for that. That is very key. And we look at the opportunities of the people that want to be in a place and are in a place. In a football team, I'm imagining that the opportunity of diversity is also a challenge, because you have to build a team. How do you balance the power of diversity with the need for teamwork and unity in the team? If you have people who are all very different, you have a much more powerful team, but they will have a harder time to work together because they don't know each other, maybe they don't understand each other very well. If everybody is the same, then you have a much weaker team, but they work together a lot better. How do you balance that in football?
We developed during the year, during the normal training sessions, not the typical training for soccer with ball. We go with the team skiing, a different sport, and we go to the mountain climbing, and they can change and help some in the other challenges, not in soccer, not in football. And also mental coaches go with them, with the team, not on the normal trainings ground. We go outside to skiing to the mountain. And so the result about this challenges with other sports events. That is the way we can form and develop the team to go to the match and to the next challenge.
So that is activities that bring
Different
people
activities.
together.
Yes.
Dan, have you seen any team building activities and group activities in science?
In science?
In science, as we go to conferences, as we have different meetings.
Okay.
What are the similarities to sports in teams?
So, you know, the largest groups in science work in accelerators. There is a team of hundreds of people that perform one experiment that tell us something about fundamental particles and things like this. So these are very large teams. Other teams work for space explorations, to build, to design and build those spacecraft that go and land on the moon and on Mars and investigate. So these are great teamworks. Then there are smaller teamworks. The smaller teamworks are in universities. You have 5, 10 PhD students, and either you work on one project together, or each individual one has his own working with you. Neither of these is my case. I am an individual, and all my good papers I have done myself, alone, in the darkness of the transmission electron microscope. Yes, I have many more papers with my students, but these are not first-line papers. The first-line papers, I did myself. I'm not a team player. I am not. But other people, of course, are. I'm not good at that. I trust myself, and I do it myself from A to Z. You see, when you do transmission electron microscopy, one of the most important things is to prepare the specimens. And many people have their students prepare the specimen, not me. I do it like I work as a professor, but as a postdoc. I prepare everything from A to Z. I do the whole thing from A to Z by myself. But I'm not an example to everybody. Most people don't work like this. Most people do work with the students and perform joint research and publish joint papers with them. I did so too, but this is not the best work I've ever done. Right.
So two paths to the top then, if
I
can summarize. Two paths to the top. One is to be an individual. The other one is to go through teamwork.
Yeah.
Maybe a question to the biology side of things. Susan, now working in the biotech, do you believe that for children, being individual competitors or team players, is it a natural born-in feature, or can it be learned or adapted?
Yeah, I mean, it's both. You know, it's not either or, but I think learning to be a part of a team as early as possible is absolutely critical, because, you know, maybe not just in sports, but in life, you really need to be able to work together if you want to achieve your common goal. And I think it's also very important to give, you know, appreciation for all of the work that has come before us too, you know, especially in science. You know, we're basing all of our knowledge off of, you know, hundreds of years of other people's work and research. So I think it's important to give thanks, but also realize that even though you're saying there might be two paths, I mean, there really is a lot of getting to that success is helped by people, by a community.
So back to the dichotomy, there's only one path which is working in a team. Of course, on the other side, we have no teamwork, working alone by yourself and doing everything yourself. Anna, what do you think? Bicycling, you're alone on the bicycle. Nobody can push the pedal for you. How important is it? You mentioned differentiation. You were different than all of the others. How important is the team working skill compared to differentiating and doing everything yourself? Do you repair your bicycle yourself? Do you know everything in the technology of the activity, or do you depend on other people to do things for you?
Yeah, it's a hard topic, and it has been a bit of a learning experience for myself. So at the beginning, I built up my whole bike myself. So I was like that, everything from scratch myself, training plan from scratch myself. Just, okay, but actually not, because I picked up a book first to learn about training, and that was written by somebody. And also, like, when I built my bike, I watched YouTube videos about how to do it. So in the end, you depend on other people. So I wouldn't call it a dichotomy. There are nuances to working with others and doing things on my own. I said that teamwork is important in sports for me as a cyclist, which means that I depend on other people. In a sense, I don't like the word dependence, but yeah, I learned from other people. I view other people as something enriching. But on the other hand, I like to have control. So even if I interact with other trainers, or if I have a mechanic build my bike, I like to have control in the sense that ultimately it's me who decides what training I do. I listen to the input, but it's me who decides. Or with my bike, I first make sure that the mechanic is somebody I trust. So I'm still a bit of a control freak. I'm still also, a lonely. No, I'm not a lonely fighter, but I like to do a lot of things my own, but I value the input of others, so it's hard. I don't view myself as a complete team player. I think I wouldn't fit into a real team sport like soccer, where you really play together. But I think also that's okay. So in our society, maybe teamwork is something a bit too romantic, a bit too overemphasized even. In the end, you're an individual, but you can benefit from others and have others benefit from you.
So two different ways of teamwork. One is teamwork with people who came before you and you learn from them. And the other one is teamwork, where you actually have to work together. Done in science, we have to learn a lot from people who came before us.
Yes.
But sometimes things that you can read are not right. How do you tell the difference? How do you know when you read something?
Yes.
What to believe and what not to believe? How do you create trust with the source of knowledge?
That is a very good question. You know, there are scientific articles which I read, and I know for sure that the writer is bluffing. Even in science, and even very prominent scientists lie. It's hard to believe. But they build, I know a couple of them, build their reputation on lies. And I don't say a word because I'm not looking for enemies anywhere. That may be not the right thing to do. But most articles undergo review, which is more or less okay. That means that if they accept it, they say, well, sounds reasonable. It's probably a good paper, we can publish it. Or they say, no, it's not a good paper and we cannot publish it. Please correct ABC, or it's totally rejected. There is, every article that is published undergoes review in good journals, of course, undergoes review. So that's an obstacle or a barrier to stop bad science. So there is some way to stop bad science. It is not totally sealed. Sometimes there are holes in the system and bad science goes through.
So maybe a closing, we have just a few more minutes, maybe a closing remark, 1 minute of advice to young people and their parents on how to reach the top.
How to reach the top?
How to reach the top. Some advice.
There are
1 minute.
There are two very important people in your life, your parents and your teacher. And encourage your child. Tell your child that he or she are wonderful. Encourage them so that they can trust themselves, have self-confidence, self-efficacy. This is the parents. And the parents should follow their children, follow the schooling of their children, do homework with them if they need it, and ask about homework and be interested in school, what happens in school. That's what the parents. The teachers are the second tier, and I speak in the world and tell people and governments, teachers are the most important people in your country. They carry the future of your country in their hands. They should be the best people possible. You should select the teachers. Don't let everybody become a teacher. Like in my country, we have a terrible problem in Israel, that everybody who wants to become a teacher will become a teacher. Bad, bad. That's very bad. No.
All right, time is
Choose the
short.
best people to teach.
Let us just give everybody a chance. Final words, advice for children and parents on how to reach the top. Anna.
Well, my advice would be first to ask yourself whether reaching the top will ultimately make you happy. Okay. And maybe the answer for some people is no. I think some people naturally strive by being better than others, and they have this desire to succeed other people. They have another destiny, and they will be happier
So
not trying to reach the top.
To make sure what it is that you really want. Yes. Susan.
My thoughts are have fun, let the kids have fun, and the parents and teachers should be there as support, as guidance, but let the child drive, what they ultimately want.
From a football perspective, advice to children and parents to reach the top.
I think the main message, not only for the high performance sport, for all the children, is lead the way from smartphone to movement for all the children. That is, I think, a very, very important message for the future.
Wonderful. What an honor to be here with the panelists today. Thank you so much for sharing all of this experience and knowledge and perspective. And thank you, everybody. This is the end of our panel. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to our panelists for a great discussion. Now it's time for another break. May I please ask you to be back at 12:10 so we can start on time. Thank you. Welcome back. Our next focus topic is on democracy, and it is my great pleasure to welcome our first speaker for this topic on stage, Irene Bolinskaya, reader in ancient history, Pro Vice Dean in Research Culture at the Faculty of Arts and Humanities at King's College London.
Good afternoon. I would like to begin by thanking the organizers of this Congress for inviting me. It's a privilege and a pleasure to be here. Now, I'm an ancient historian. I teach Greek and Roman history, and I study these subjects. As a historian of antiquity, I spend most of my time thinking about the world that existed 2,000 years ago and more. So you may ask, what is an ancient historian doing at a Congress which is so much focused on the present? Does a historical perspective have anything helpful to contribute to addressing the challenges of the present, especially the challenges the democracies face in the time of the COVID pandemic. I don't think, contrary to common opinion, that history holds ready-made answers to our modern problems. Perhaps we could say it contains some lessons for us, but if it does, what those lessons are may vary greatly depending on who looks for them. The past is a huge warehouse where anyone can find anything to soothe or to increase one's worries about the present. What is beyond doubt, however, is that history, if understood as records of the past, certainly holds great quantities of data, which can and should be studied and used as food for thought. What lessons might be drawn from this store of data is for you to decide. I see my task today is sharing with you some food for thought derived from ancient Greek records and concerning the workings of democracy. Now, why should we look to the early days of democracy? Well, it's a well-known fact that democracy and as idea and as a practical system of government was invented in ancient Greece. That was back in the late 6th century BC. It was then perfected in the 5th and 4th centuries BC in the city-state of Athens. But then it disappeared from the historical horizon for more than 2,000 years if we discount the republican experiments of the Roman Republic and the medieval experiments of Florence and Venice. It is not until the 17th, 18th, 19th century, really, in the Netherlands, in France, and the United States, that we see formation or transformation of states into quasi-democracies. What is the point of this overview? Well, simply to remind everybody that between the emergence of democracy as an idea and practice and its modern forms, there is no continuous triumphant march, but rather a bumpy road with long periods of disappearance. And this right away should remind us that while democracy may seem to us as the best form of statehood and the most fair form of government, it cannot be necessarily thought so universally. There have always been other contemporary forms of government in existence. More importantly, it cannot be seen as fail-proof, because again, as we look back to previous periods of history, we see that in those places where democracy or its cousins, various republics, sprang up, they did not last indefinitely. In what follows, I'm going to make a few remarks about democracy in ancient Greece and offer a handful of specific examples from ancient Athenian history. I think these examples will be of interest to you because they show what democracy struggled with from its very beginnings and what it continues to struggle with today. The link suggests there is something inherent in democracy that causes this struggle. And so I offer the ancient Greek examples as food for thought about the present. I move to my first point. Democracy is not fail-proof. We who live in modern democratic states often today think that democracy is the best form of government. We often also tend to think that democracy is kind of the end product of a long process of development, the finale of social evolution, its climax and culmination. Our thinking is often linear and teleological, assuming that history or societal development progresses towards some inevitable and meaningful endpoint. Coming from this common modern vantage point, we might be surprised to learn that ancient Greeks did not think in these terms. As many of you would know, ancient Greece produced not only the first practitioners of democracies, not only its first advocates, but also its first theorists and its first critics. I will give you a very brief summary of their views, mentioning some familiar names. Plato and Aristotle, the greatest philosophers of Greek antiquity, distinguished 6 naturally occurring forms of rulership or government. These they arranged in 3 pairs according to the number of people who were in a position of decision-making. So solo rulers and governments where there was a group of people making decisions at the top, and the government of many. But these 6 forms, both Plato and Aristotle, arranged in pairs of positive and negative versions of one another. Excuse me. So of these 6 forms of government and 3 pairs, they distinguished one with a sole ruler and its positive and negative versions, monarchy and tyranny. Where the group rules, they distinguished 2 pairs of aristocracy and its negative twin, oligarchy. And for the rule of many, Plato thought of 2 versions, a positive and a negative, democracy ruled by law and democracy unrestricted by law. Aristotle described this positive version of a multitude rule as politeia, a constitutional government, and the negative twin of this pair is democracy. Now, this political theorization of the forms of rule was taken to a much more interesting step, at least as far as we are concerned, 200 years after Plato, in the 2nd century BC, in the time of the Greek historian Polybius. And I want to complete this overview with the views of Polybius because he's relevant directly to our present-day democracies. This man was a Greek of noble birth who was taken as hostage to the city of Rome and lived in the family, in the household of the greatest politician of the Roman Republic of the time, Scipio Africanus. And while living in Rome as a hostage, Polybius had a chance to observe the workings of the Roman Republic. Taking on board the views of Plato and Aristotle, he added another dialectical dimension to their views. He suggested that not only do we have the negative and positive versions of each form of rule, but that they do not progress in some linear progression from one to another, but rather replace each other in a cyclical fashion. So that, and this is potentially quite troubling for us, not only do aristocracies, for example, may degenerate into their worst version, oligarchy, but also the democracies may degenerate into their worst twin of the pair, mob rule, what Polybius called. For us, the lesson we may take from Polybius is somewhat unsettling. Not only does he envision a potentially vicious circle of ever-changing constitutions, he also suggests that democracy is not fail-proof. It's simply one among many other possible forms of government, and therefore may at some point be replaced with something else. It should be said, however, that neither Plato and Aristotle nor Polybius thought that all forms of government were doomed and that humankind was incapable of coming up with something better. For Plato and Aristotle, the answer was enlightened monarchy. For Polybius, however, it was what he called the mixed constitution, such as was the constitution of ancient Rome of his time, whose workings he was able to observe in person. By mixed constitution, he meant a system where elements of monarchy, oligarchy, and democracy were combined to provide efficiency and fairness via a system of checks and balances. It is this model, the model of Roman Respublica, and Polybius' explanation of its success that informed the views of such men of Enlightenment and theoreticians of liberalism as Montesquieu and John Locke, as well as those of the founding fathers of the American Constitution. Now, while most modern democracies have followed not the vision of Plato and Aristotle, but that of Polybius, his particular remarks about democracy as a system that is not fail-proof are all too often overlooked. I move to my second point, the specific structural problems of democracy. Now, in which ways might a democracy fail? The comments of the ancient Greek philosophers and historians concentrate on the decision-making process. Plato, in his treatise, The Statesman, says, I quote, "The government of the multitude is weak in all respects, because in this, the powers of government are distributed in small shares among many men," end quote. Now, this distribution among many men refers to the decision-making at People's Assembly in ancient Athens, where proposals were debated, sometimes over several days. Often, they were also influenced by powerful rhetoric of partisan speakers. This process of decision-making could be protracted and cumbersome, a potential disadvantage in times of war or any other crisis. Compared to vertically structured forms of governments, for example, monarchies, where decision-making is concentrated in single hands, democracies might lose out in terms of speed of mobilization. But because democracies are also a majority rule, even when the decision is made, disagreement between opinions is not necessarily eliminated. And when the margin for the majority opinion is narrow, the end result, the eventual decision carried by the majority, leaves behind a highly divided society, with the minority often harboring a sense of grievance and marginalization, while the decision that the majority carries remains ever plagued with claims that it lacks authority or even legitimacy. All these issues are all too familiar today. I offer two illustrations of democratic decision-making process from ancient Greek historians who were contemporaries and both wrote in the 5th century BC. One is Herodotus, the other Thucydides. Herodotus gives an example of an ambitious and opportunistic, selfish ruler of the Milesian city of the city of Miletus in Asia Minor. The name of this ruler was Aristagoras. He got into some trouble in his domestic politics in 494 BC because he promised and made promises that he couldn't deliver on. And he made these promises to very powerful people, the Persians. Now, being in this spot of trouble, he looked for help from the outside, and he went to the mainland Greece, to the city of Sparta, where he presented his case before the king of Sparta, Cleomenes. Now, Sparta was an oligarchy at the time, but military decisions, whether to go or not to go to war, were made by kings. Cleomenes heard Aristagoras' request and flatly denied it, rejected it because he could see through the selfish schemes and machinations of this tyrant of Miletus. Aristagoras was not put off. Instead of returning to his home city, he went to Athens, where he was given a chance to present his request before the democratic assembly of the city. The citizens of Athens listened and decided to send military aid to Miletus. They were persuaded by Aristagoras. Herodotus remarks, "Truly, it would seem that it is easier to mislead many than it is to mislead one. For Aristagoras could not mislead Cleomenes, king of the Spartans, one single man, but 30,000 Athenians he could." For Herodotus, this is an example of the role of powerful speakers in the assembly and the quite volatile decision-making process. Thucydides gives us another very powerful example of the workings of the Athenian assembly in the decision-making. This example comes from the later half of the 5th century during another war, the Peloponnesian War, in which Athens fought to protect its large network of tribute-paying allies against Sparta, who ostensibly wanted to liberate those suppressed Athenian allies. Now, this alliance of Athens, the city of Athens, protected from any possibility of dissolution. So in 427 BC, when the city of Mytilene revolted from Athens, Athens decided to punish the city of Mytilene. They deliberated about the form of punishment in the assembly, and again, influenced by rather hawkish politicians, in one day decided that all of the male population of Mytilene should be executed and children and women should be sold into slavery. They sent a warship to Mytilene to deliver this order. Meanwhile, in Athens, people woke up the next day not so sure about the decision they had made the day before. They gathered in the assembly again, and this time, a more dovish politician spoke and convinced the Athenian assembly to change their mind, so that they dispatched another warship to deliver a new order. This order was to spare most of the Mytilenean population and execute only the instigators of the revolt. This second warship was rather enthusiastic about delivery of salvation it had to deliver, and so the crew rowed very fast, and they caught up with the warship delivering the earlier message, and so saved the people of Mytilene just in the nick of time. Again, for Thucydides, who, it should be said, was not a lover of the Athenian radical direct democracy, this example was an illustration of the fickle nature of democracy, of its volatility and susceptibility to bad advice and the influence of demagogues. So all of this ancient skepticism of Herodotus and Thucydides about the structural ability or inability of democracy to be effective in decision-making, and especially in times of crisis, might in fact make us wonder why democracies were then chosen as preferred forms of government in a few ancient Greek states and lasted a long while in them. But the answer is simple. If we remember that any form of state could be viewed from two different angles, the structural and the social. Ancient Greeks did not invent democracy because they were looking for the most efficient system of government, but because they were looking for the most fair one. They were driven by a desire to address acute social issues and to uphold the values of personal freedom, equality before the law, and the right to participate in government. So I move to my third point, the values of democracy. Now, the best expression, perhaps, of the values of democracy can again be found in the same historian of Greek classical period, Thucydides. This is expressed in the funeral oration of Pericles, a famous speech that was delivered by the leader of the Athenians, their chief general, at the time of their flourishing in the middle of the 5th century BC. This man, Pericles, was someone who helped Athens to become a hegemon of a large naval alliance, with tribute-paying members, which greatly enriched Athens. When the war broke out between Athens and Sparta and their respective alliances, the already mentioned Peloponnesian War, Pericles was chosen after the first year of the war to make a laudatory funeral oration in honor of the dead Athenians who fell on the battlefield. Contrary to tradition, he chose not to praise individuals, but to praise the Athenian state as a whole and its values. This oration, relayed by Thucydides, has been used since antiquity as a speech of praise to democracy and the patriotic hymn of civic duty. I will just quote 2-3 salient points from it. Imagine me being Pericles. I speak. We give our obedience to those whom we put in positions of authority. And above all, we obey the laws, especially those which are for the protection of the oppressed. Then, when it is a question of settling private disputes, everyone is equal before the law. And just as our political life is free and open, so is our day-to-day life in relations with each other. And then, this is a peculiarity of ours. We do not say that a man who takes no interest in politics is a man who minds his own business. We say that he has no business here in our state at all. And finally, he says, taking everything together then, I declare that our city is an education to Greece. And I declare that, in my opinion, each single one of our citizens, in all the manifold aspects of life, is able to show himself the rightful lord and owner of his person, and do this, moreover, with exceptional grace and exceptional versatility. And to show that this is not a vain boasting of the for the present occasion, but the real tangible fact, you have only to consider the power which our city possesses and which has been won by those very qualities which I have mentioned. With these examples, I simply restate the point already made. Ancient Greeks chose democracies not because they assessed them on the basis of structural or administrative efficiency, but because they valued the principles of equal access to governance and justice, and because they valued personal freedoms that were granted to citizens under such constitutions. These are the values that are still upheld and honored in modern democracies. Now, what the Congress organizers have asked us to consider, however, is how the present pandemic, the global COVID crisis, has challenged the democratic values such as personal liberties, especially as they seem to have come up against what has been described by those in positions of leadership as the public good. COVID has exposed one of the most glaring paradoxes of democratic constitutions, the need for and resentment of political leadership. I move to the fourth and last point of my remarks. Leadership as the weak link in democracy. Now, democracies, ancient and modern, give legislative power to the multitude. We all know that. But all states everywhere, including democracies, also cannot function without the executive branch. In democracies, the need for leadership theoretically clashes with the democracy's raison d'etre, the power of the people. The executive branch is where democracy contradicts itself. The need for leaders in democracy is a paradox, but it also spells out democratic leaders' precarious position. They have to lead, but they have to listen. As a result, democratic leadership is highly unstable. Few manage to last in positions of leadership for a long time. Angela Merkel is probably an exception. But being a leader in times of peace and prosperity makes the task of staying in that position easier, while the times of war and of crisis, such as the current unprecedented pandemic, pose extreme challenges to democracies because crises place extreme demands on leadership and extreme demands on the people they lead. Leaders in democracies face two sometimes contradictory necessities. One corresponds to structural and the other to the social components of statehood. Leaders have to protect individuals and they have to protect the state. As the COVID pandemic shows, leaders around the world have sometimes had to compromise, curbing individual liberties in order to protect the state. Those leaders who managed to bring the public on board, that has managed to convince the public to give up some of their personal liberties, or at least not to resent having those liberties restricted, could claim that they have saved their states, such institutions that work for the benefit of citizens as a whole, national health services, etc. Yet all across Europe and further afield, these same leaders are being scrutinized for their leadership during the pandemic, for the strategies they adopted and for the methods they used to convince the public. Now, we're not out of the woods yet. It might be just a little too early to draw up the score, who are the winners and the losers, both as states go and as far as their leaders go. And while it is undeniably so that leadership is a weak link in democracies, concentration of public debate on the faults of leadership in times of crisis often obscures or masks the responsibility of the public in democracies. And so, as my concluding remark, I turn to another ancient Greek example of leadership in times of crisis. I've already mentioned and quoted to you the funerary speech of Pericles made at the public burial of the Athenian war dead in 430 BC. Now, this took place at the end of the first winter of the Peloponnesian War. I now take you to the following summer. During the summer, the Spartans invaded Attica, the Athenian territory, and proceeded to plunder the countryside. They were able to do this because the leader of Athenians, Pericles, had convinced his fellow citizens to adopt the strategy of passive resistance, that is, to withdraw from the countryside, leaving it to be plundered by the Spartans, and to relocate into the city of Athens behind the protection of its walls, refusing to give battle to the Spartans in the open field. Instead, he proposed to use the Athenian navy to ravage the coasts of the Spartan territory and of her allies in the hope of distracting them from the occupation of Attica and compelling them to withdraw. Now, while Athenians were successful in harassing the Spartans with their naval expedition, it didn't produce the desired effect of forcing them to abandon the occupation of the Attic countryside. The Spartans invaded the Attic countryside again, and when that happened, Athenians began to grumble against Pericles and his strategy. But to make the matters worse, an epidemic of some infectious disease broke out in the crowded city of Athens, full of refugees from the countryside. Thucydides provides for us the very first in history description of an epidemic, a plague, as it is typically described, but maybe something like a typhoid fever, with also symptoms of upper respiratory afflictions. What is interesting to us, and there is no time to retell this fascinating account, but I do urge you to find it and read it for yourselves. You can just Google Thucydides on the plague. What I will tell you about is the role of Pericles and the reaction of the Athenian public. So the point is that the Athenians voted to accept Pericles' strategy for the conduct of the war. But when the plague broke out and the Spartans invaded Attica for the second summer in a row, there was a change in the spirit of the Athenians, writes Thucydides. Thucydides says their land had been twice devastated, and they had to contend with war and plague at the same time. Now they began to blame Pericles for having persuaded them to go to war and hold him responsible for all the misfortunes which had overtaken them. They became eager to make peace with Sparta and actually sent ambassadors there who failed to achieve anything. They were then in a state of utter hopelessness, and all their angry feelings turned against Pericles. What Pericles does, he calls an assembly of the Athenian people. He speaks to them. He tries to assuage their worries. But he also reminds them of their own responsibility. The words that he says, I have to quote to you because they have remarkable poignancy today. Think of the speeches you have heard from our state leaders in the last 2 years of the pandemic. This is what Pericles told Athenians. My own opinion is that when the whole state is on the right course, it is a better thing for each separate individual than when private interests are satisfied, but the state as a whole is going downhill. However well-off a man may be in his private life, he will still be involved in the general ruin if his country is destroyed. Whereas, as long as the state itself is secure, think national health services, state social services, individuals have a much greater chance of recovering from their private misfortunes. Therefore, since a state can support individuals in their suffering, but no one person by himself can bear the load that rests upon the state, is it not right for us to rally to her defense? Is it not wrong to act as you are doing now? For you have been so dismayed by disaster in your homes that you're losing grip on the common safety. You are attacking me for having spoken in favor of war and yourselves for having voted for it. Now, I remind you, these words were spoken over 2,500 years ago in the democratic state of Athens at the time of war and plague by the political leader of the Athenian people. In the rest of the speech, Pericles focuses on the rationale for continuing the war, but the predicament of the conflict between the interests of individuals and the interests of the state in a democracy is as real now as it was in the 5th century BC. Thucydides says, in this way, Pericles attempted to stop the Athenians from being angry with him and to guide their thoughts in a direction away from their immediate sufferings. This is the problem of leadership in democracy. People need someone to come up with a solution and a strategy. But even as they adopt the proposed solutions, they assume no responsibility for having done so. The leader continues to bear responsibility. Thucydides tells us that although the Athenians accepted Pericles' arguments, they still felt resentment. The ill feeling against Pericles persisted and was not satisfied until they had condemned Pericles to pay a large fine. But not long afterwards, as is the way with crowds, says Thucydides, they re-elected him again to the generalship and put all their affairs back into his hands. By that time, people felt that their own private sufferings rather less acutely, and so far as the general needs of the state were concerned, they regarded Pericles as the best man they had. Now, unfortunately for Athenians, Pericles contracted the plague and died of it 2 years and 6 months after the outbreak of the war. His followers did not adhere to his proposed strategy, and eventually, Athens lost the war in a big way, 27 years after it started. And in the second half of the war, and at its very end, democracy itself was temporarily abandoned in Athens, voted out of existence in 411 BC to be replaced by oligarchy for a period of some months. And at the end of the war, in 404, Athens was forced to capitulate, and democracy was suspended for a time, and Athens ruled by a group of tyrants. In looking back to the leadership of Pericles, Thucydides spares no words of praise for him. But there is something else he says which is of interest to us. Because of his position, his intelligence, and his known integrity, Pericles could respect the liberty of the people. But at the same time, he could hold them in check. It was he who led them rather than they who led him. So, in what was nominally a democracy, power was in the hands of the first citizen. So paradoxically, the Athenian democracy that had the broadest possible power base, the broadest involvement of citizens in the decision-making, was still apparently almost entirely dependent on the quality of its leadership. And this is the paradox of democracy. Naturally, in times of peace, there is less resting on the quality of leadership than in times of a crisis. And I repeat again that among the challenges facing democracies are both structural and social ones. Structurally, democracies do not have the same agility and efficiency as more narrowly based forms of government in producing quick action and a focused, undisputed strategy in times of crisis. But crises also bring to the fore and expose democracy's internal contradictions. The contradiction between state as a representative of individual interest and as a protector of a provider of solutions for public problems. Democracies require leadership, and leaders in times of crisis often find themselves in a position of having to ask fellow citizens to give up or agree to have their individual freedoms restricted. And these are the very same citizens who choose their leaders and so give them the authority to make such requests. Resentment of such measures is inevitable, and depending on its scale, if the public loses trust in its leaders, such resentment can either topple the leaders or it can undermine the democratic institutions. In ancient Athens, the situation of the plague and the war tested their form of government to the limit, and both its leaders and the democracy had the price to pay at one point or another. Democracy, therefore, was not, as Polybius has already warned us, fail-proof. But such were its cherished values that Athenians found the strength to restore their democratic constitution twice after the temporary blips of 411 and 404 BC. They eventually learned how to stop blaming their leaders and how to reconcile their differences within the society. After the defeat in the war and after the rule of the 30 tyrants, Athenians found a resolve to carry out the first political amnesty in history. They freed from prosecution all fellow citizens and they restored democracy. It took another 25 years, but they also eventually managed to restore their finances, their population, and even their naval alliance. And here I stop. It's probably enough food for thought, both as far as the views of Greek political theorists go and as far as the historical accounts of the Athenian democracy go. Everyone is free to draw whatever lessons they will. For my part, I think there are both some serious warnings and some messages of hope for the present in this ancient Greek material. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Irene Bodenskaya. Now we will watch a video message from Norbert Hofer, third President of the National Council, Republic of Austria.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, it's my honor to speak to you today. Thank you for the top-class emphasis on the democratic and socio-political dimension of the coronavirus. Everyone is talking about building bridges, but unfortunately not everyone is doing it. The accomplishments of science for our society are more indispensable than ever. Hostility to science is a problem and not a solution to the challenges of our time. Clear and understandable communication of scientific findings and applications is crucial. Science must not only work in an ivory tower, it must also be comprehensible on the street. The coronavirus measures and compulsory vaccination raise democratic and constitutional questions. Restrictions on civil liberties should always be viewed with great concern and should be imposed as mildly as possible, if they are all necessary. There is no alternative to a dialogue between science, politics and our society. Solutions for the challenges of the future can only be developed together and never against each other. I hereby wish the Congress of Vienna and its international guests exciting and productive deliberations. A good future lies in the responsibility of all of us. Dear ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Norbert Hofer. Our next speaker on stage is Lukas Mandl, member of the European Parliament.
Well, thank you, ladies and gentlemen, Vice Chancellor, Member of European Parliament, colleagues, participants in this Vienna Congress com.sult 2022. Again, a different kind of Vienna Congress com.sult, but I thank David Unger-Klein and his team for organizing it again, even if conditions are not that easy. And I also thank you for having me again and for putting the important question of what the pandemic causes for our democracies and for our societies on the agenda. Some are on site here at the venue of the conference. Even more are connected online. And I hope anyway we will have good deliberations even when circumstances are not that easy as mentioned. Given the question of causes and maybe lessons of the pandemic for our democracies and for our societies, I want to share with you mainly two different expressions. The one expression says, in my view, what does harm us, what is a threat to our societies, to regular people all over the world, especially in Europe. And the other expression is about what we, in my view, should seek to work for. And what harms us is division. It's division in our societies. Division between citizens, division between civil society entities of whatever kind, and division between institutions, division between states, parts of the world. Division is the largest threat. And what we may intend to work for is, in my view, unity. Unity in each and every respect I have mentioned before mentioning division. And I want to go deeper into that since David Unger-Klein and his team has asked exactly these questions. We all understand, I guess, that what's increasing is, among other things, conspiracy theories in our times, especially with regard to the virus, to the sickness, to the pandemic, and to the crisis management. Conspiracy theories which lead to conflict, which lead to division. And the pandemic has not led to an understanding geopolitically, globally, that mankind would be one family, that we are interdependent. Pandemic even more led to more geopolitical tensions, to trade conflicts, to issues with supply chains, and to more division also on a global scale. But what's also increasing is, and I have looked that up in the dictionary today in the morning, because I didn't know an English word for that, but the English word is informism. In German language, Denunziantentum. And this seems really dangerous to me. If we create this kind of division between people, that the one tells about the other to whoever, to the police, to the neighbor, to the employer, something bad about behavior during the pandemic, about applying to the rules or not, then we immediately step into a new era of informism, which is dangerous to our societies, as we should know from the past. And what's also increasing is mental diseases. And all the experts I have confidence into tell that mental diseases will last even longer and will increase even longer than the virus that caused the pandemic. So one of the causes of the pandemic will be these long-term mental diseases, long COVID in a different understanding. I want to draw your attention on the fact that even before the pandemic, we saw, especially in our rule of law-based democratic Western civilization societies, lack of confidence into institutions, into the democratically legitimized institutions. But there are no other legitimate institutions than the democratically legitimized ones. But we saw this lack of confidence already before the pandemic. This led to a lack of confidence into politics, elected politics, democratic legitimized politics. And this led to a lack of confidence into media. And what we have now is lack of confidence into science, academia, which is so crucial for fighting the pandemic. So maybe we should stick together even more and make better and create and establish better understanding of democracy and of public service. My view is that people lose patience all over the planet, especially in the Western world, maybe in particular in Europe. People, more and more people, regular citizens, lose patience. And that's why, I guess, and this is my first point among what I can see as parts of the solution. I can provide the full solution, of course, but parts of it maybe I can provide to you today. And to learn to live with the virus seems to me to be an important part of the solution. Taking care for each other still, and taking care for security still, but learning to live with the virus. Because alarmism and always a period of crisis does only mean that more and more people do not even care anymore for this understanding of crisis, and then they less and less care for each other. And this would be the worst for the pandemic development. Unity is what we should work for. A more cohesive foreign policy on the European level, just to share with you this clear view. We don't have to go deeper into that today. Maybe we will in the panel discussion afterwards. Fighting disinformation. Disinformation happens purposely, ladies and gentlemen. We deal with that in a specific special committee in European Parliament to fight foreign interference and disinformation. Disinformation happens purposely via social media channels, via public attention for hate speech, for conspiracy theories, for fake news. And this divides us. That's why it's so important to fight disinformation. Next point is education. Education in terms of knowledge, of course, but also education in terms of empathy. Obviously, we are dependent on each other. This is what mankind, our species, all the time was about. But due to current developments and maybe also due to society developments that has happened in the last decades, there is more and more lack of understanding that we are dependent on each other, and empathy is essential for our species to survive. Education in terms of knowledge and of empathy. An investment in mental health, especially for young people. What we face is a young generation which has been living in pandemic conditions for 2 years now. And 2 years are a pretty long period of time for all of us, but especially for young people. In Austria, there is a popular initiative running, a Volksbegehren, for mental health for young people. And I made my signature there. I signed this popular initiative. While usually as a lawmaker I do not sign that, I listen to citizens' initiatives, popular initiatives, referenda. But in this case, I intended to sign it because it's so crucial for the future of these individuals in our societies and for the future of our society in its entirety. Mental health. And I guess we should work as a Western civilization, as believers in democracy and rule of law, on revealing the differences between political systems, between political structures all around the planet. Because if people on the streets claim this or that in our democratic Western civilized world would be dictatorships, we have to reveal the differences. We have to clarify what the differences are about. Freedom of speech, press freedom, the right to vote, democracy, power that's only legitimized democratically by the people and is running up after a specific period of time. Revealing the differences. We must avoid the uprooting of people and fight the reasons for this uprooting in different parts of the world, including climate change. And you may not be surprised, but I'm really convinced that part of the solution is always parliamentarism, true parliamentarism, in order to make sure that conflicts, questions are not clarified via violence in the streets or via violence by any superiors in a structure, but by democratically elected members of parliaments who act, if they do it right, on behalf of the people they have to represent. Parliamentarism, true deliberation, is always part of the solution. And, as I have said before, to learn to live with the virus and to provide each other with the empathy, the understanding that we need each other. That's true for each and every member of our society, for each and every citizen. And that's also true for each and every part of the world, for the different powers on a global scale. We are dependent on each other, and to talk to each other, to build bridges, as we have heard before, but truly to invest into that and to listen more. Not only talking, but listening seems to be important. This can lead out of this threat of division to more unity in our societies, and that's what we can achieve if we learn the lessons from this pandemic period of time in our societies. All the best for the rest of the Vienna Congress com.sult. I hope next year, I have already said that last year at this stage, but I hope next year we will really come together again and have personal conversation, personal deliberation, and I look forward to our panel discussion later this afternoon. All the best.
Thank you, Lukas Mandl. Please now welcome on stage Philipp Blond, founder and director of Res Publica.
Hello, everybody, and good afternoon. Where to begin? Let's begin with some empirical facts. There are various databases, various indices that are tracking what is now a protracted democratic recession. Basically, democracy has been in retreat, according to these databases, since around 2006. Currently, around 75% of the world's population live in relatively unfree societies. Only about 20% of the world's population lives in what could be called truly free societies. And when big countries like India slip down, that has consequences for us all. We're clearly living in the middle of a democratic recession. And the question is why? Why is democracy failing? What are its long-term causes? And what indeed might we do about it? Some of the answers are, I think, conventional, but that doesn't mean they're not accurate. We have an economic system, particularly in the West, that seems unable to cope with or deal with issues of inequality. The distributional outcome that democracy promised is something that democracy seems currently unable to deliver. Democracy in the West embraced globalization, mass migration, but as work has shown, the distributional share for the working class and indeed the middle class of that growth in globalization wasn't given to the middle or the working class in the West. It went to workers in Asia. Moreover, as we know from, again, numerous databases, inequality within countries is widening and widening dramatically. This isn't just an inequality of wealth, it's an inequality of status. And what we now have is status competition at the top of those widening inegalitarian societies that further push people down the social ladder. We've had protest movements. Trump, Brexit, the populist parties in Europe are all protest movements in the demos about the capture of democracies by vested interests that won't let go and punish people primarily along the penalty of class. And here we get, I think, to the real nub of the matter. The aim of democracy, and democracy is relatively recent, obviously it has some ancient antecedents, but But democracy is when in its modern form, is what? You might date it in terms of its radicalization post-First World War. It's almost just around, in its mass variant, 100 years old. And it was adopted as the method to deliver equity and justice for all. And in that measure, it's no longer working. And it's no longer working in even the most advanced countries of our world. Elsewhere, in places like China, where hideous things are being done, not least to minorities such as the Uyghur Muslims, there is no popular demand for democracy because authoritarianism claims it can deliver what democracy cannot. All too often in Western societies, the notion of subsidiarity essentially means that different powerful groups veto any real transformative change. And the pace of change in democratic societies has essentially been captured by oligarchs and vested interest. And there's evidence for that very strongly in the United States. If you look at their levels of inequality, infant mortality, poverty, deprivation, the home of the democracy is also the home of the most unfree. Democracy by itself, I don't think, has a bright future, primarily because it cannot, and on its own it will not, deliver the promise that it gave us at the end of that traumatic First World War conflict. Primarily because it's captured by the powers that already exist. And Plato's warnings about this are, I think, still apposite. It becomes something that is easily manipulated and can't deliver. Why is this? This is because democracies now, particularly when Western culture has abandoned the notion of hierarchy, can no longer deliver on justice, can no longer deliver on morality, and can no longer form consensus. Why can't they form consensus? Because democracy has forgotten the vertical pole. It's become simply the extension of the demos and the conflict within the demos. It's an ever-expanding horizontal zone of conflict where no higher order is posited. The capture of our elites by a rootless, groundless, nihilistic liberalism that claims there are no objective values and that everything can be reduced to the wants and demands of the individual self, and there are no overarching criteria that allows us to police and shape those demands, has created a world in which everything seems arbitrary and the most powerful succeed and the state licenses them. But if you go back to the dawn of democracy, or if you go back to where democracy is most effectively practiced, it is always done within a hierarchical remit or pole. That is, democracies, if they are to succeed, have to have a set of substantive values that aren't subject to democratic denial, but are rather transmitted by the democracy or by the demos. These self-evident goods, that might be the good of the people, understood on a city-state basis in ancient Greece, or the good of a vision espoused by the church, or indeed the good of Rome, as captured by Caesar and then Octavian, who became Augustus. And if we fail to see that democracy needs a hierarchical pole, we don't understand why Caesar was on the side of the masses, promising an end to the inequalities that had beset the Roman Republic. And if all republics without an idea of substantive goods become essentially channels for oligarchical capture, which I'll argue is exactly what America, for example, is, and increasingly our own societies are, that is why democracies are failing. So if we want to save democracies, and of course I do, what we need to do is that most seemingly, for the illiterate, that most undemocratic of things, and that is a hierarchy of goods that we want to be distributed to the demos. Because we now live in a world that doesn't think consensus is possible, that doesn't think there are objective goods which all can share, and therefore cannot make the arguments that can convince the all to abide by a system within which discernment and differentiation is possible. So paradoxically, the thing that we most need to do to save democracy now is talk about substantive goods, the moral realities that we need to save our societies. And the recoil that we all feel slightly when we talk about this is an indication of how far we are from discussing such phenomena or such realities. But unless we can reform the structures of consensus, we are not going to save our political systems. And our political systems will move from low-level, low-intensity civil war to increasingly high-level and high-intensity civil war. If you look geopolitically at what is happening, we are now in civilizational conflict. China, and I suspect the Chinese Communist Party, would be wildly popular if subjected to the vote. The same with Putin. If he didn't manipulate, I'm pretty sure he would win overwhelmingly. Because the argument and the cultural argument that these totalitarianisms argue is essentially liberalism is nihilism because it cannot form the objective goods upon which the whole can be protected. Now, the challenging thing about our enemies is some of what they say about us is correct. And liberalism without substantive goods is indeed nihilism that just serves the arbitrary and the already powerful, which, by the way, is just totalitarianism, but of the plutocrat rather than the autocrat. What we have to do in the West, and it's a distinctly Western legacy, I feel, but just because something arises in one place doesn't mean it's not for all places, is rediscover the universalism that alone allowed democracy and allows democracy to prosper, which means giving substantive accounts of human beings and human need and human oughts and what humans ought not to do at the center of our polities. But the more that we allow people to deny such realities, the more that we allow people to deny sex, to deny place, to deny bodies, to deny status, the more we allow people to divide people against each other and essentially produce an endless and unsolvable conflict at the realm of one plane. So the recovery of the democratic possibility isn't by any pious words. It's something hard and difficult, which is what are the universals that align us all? What can we commit to as a people? Now, everywhere you look, we are becoming primitive. We are resorting to primitive forms of self-identification on the basis of ethnicity, of race, or what one might call civilizational culture. This is a recipe for permanent global conflict. If we are to replace this with something better, we simply have to recover the Western ideal that is founded in things like the Christian church, the Italian humanist Renaissance, and the idea of a shared excellence that can be distributed to all. What won't allow us to succeed is a denial of the hierarchical pole in Western culture that has done so much for so many. For without that, without an account of substantive goods and how we ought to behave, it really will be a war of all against all. Thank you.
Thank you, Philipp Blond. Our next speaker is joining us online. It's my pleasure to welcome President Atifete Yayaga, former President of the Republic of Kosovo.
Hello. Good afternoon. Dear Mr. Ungaklein, dear Dear Mr. Wetline, dear ladies and gentlemen, thank you for the kind introduction. I'm saddened that on the last minute I have tested positive and couldn't join you in person today in Vienna. But I'm happy to see everyone that is safe and sound virtually. 2 years ago, it would have been seemed odd to say such a thing while delivering remarks at an international congress. But the new problems apparently create new manners. So here we are, some of us virtually, some of you socially distanced from one another, yet gathered to discuss a global pressing issue, the COVID-19 pandemic and its impact on democracy worldwide. COVID-19 has truly tested us at so many fronts and in so many ways. Our public health system, the economy, and our democracies were shaken in an unprecedented way. And we were felt the terrible consequences of the coronavirus at home, at work, in our everyday lives. COVID-19 highlighted already existing problems from gaps in healthcare systems, lack of the social protection, unequal access to technology and education, environmental degradation, to racial and gender discrimination. It also pinpointed the decay of policies and many governing systems which are far from equal and equitable. Since the outbreak of the pandemic, governments proposed a wide range of measures to control the further spread of the virus. And when doing so, several countries, unfortunately, tried to take advantage of the situation by depleting civil and human rights. The different public health protocols called for emergency measures and restriction in mobility and the right for the public assembly. However, some countries exceeded the limits of such social distancing rules by strengthening their surveillance power with threats to privacy and freedom of speech, freedom of expression, and freedom of the media. According to the International Human Rights Organization, since the coronavirus outbreak began, democracy and human rights worsened in 80 countries, struggling democracies and highly repressive states being the ones that suffered the most. In 2020, when most countries in the world entered month-long lockdowns, having people fear for their lives and their well-being, political leaders within the authoritarian tendencies used the pandemic to implement long-intended actions to seize or exert more power. The social distancing guidelines were misused by authoritarian regimes and leaders in several countries where protests, an instrument tool of democracy, were prohibited to take place for up to a year. We witnessed such as harmful bans from Algeria and all the way down to Russia, and even India, where people experienced several violations of their rights and freedoms. In other countries, elections were postponed while military forces were used to arrest and torture political opponents and protesters. Some already brittle democracies within the European Union experienced another downfall during the early days of the pandemic, which served officials in power to extend their control over the public financial resources, business operations, and the media. The press was censored and used by ruling parties in some countries to attack political opponents, launch anti-feminism campaigns, and deteriorate further the state of the human rights. Elsewhere, right-wing governing political parties try to take the advantage of the chaos and anxiety surrounding the COVID-19 as a dissatisfaction from harmful attempts to enforce a tougher anti-abortion law, thus robbing women of their right to decide over their body and over their future. The COVID-19 pandemic also created an optimal environment for foreign hybrid in the interventions carried out through the spread of the fake news and the propaganda. This certainly led to a decrease of trust of the public towards their governments and public health institutions, causing additional challenge to control the virus and prevent its further outbreak. Especially after the first vaccine against the COVID-19 were approved by international health institutions, fake news and propaganda harmed attempts to mobilize people to vaccinate. More than 4.78 billion people worldwide, or 62.3%, have received a dose of the COVID-19 vaccine. However, there are still a large discrepancies between countries, the least economically developed ones, especially those in Africa, lagging progress in the vaccination process. And even now, almost 2 years after the pandemic has begun, there is still risk for inequalities to depend further between countries within a stronger economies that can recover more quickly and weak economies which will find it more difficult to restore the damages caused by the pandemic. The coronavirus has, without a doubt, had a devastating toll on the public health, the economy, and democratic development. A more united approach is required from the democratic governments across the globe to overcome the situation and to fix the terrible damage it has done to all of us during the course of those past 2 years. And we need to work together, to work closer, to protect and to invest in the safety and integrity of democratic processes. We need to combat disinformation campaigns and protect the freedom of speech and the freedom of media. So, ladies and gentlemen, my country, Kosovo, a relatively young democracy, has also been struck by the COVID-19 pandemic in a quite unprecedented way. In its 14-year history as an independent and sovereign state, the coronavirus has been by far the biggest public health emergency Kosovo has ever experienced. And just like it caught many other countries across the globe unprepared, so it did it in Kosovo as well. Our already fragile and underdeveloped public health system was overwhelmed with the COVID-19 cases and patients seeking hospitalization. However, despite the scarce financial and human resources Kosovo healthcare provides, did not give in. Doctors, nurses, and caretakers worked around the clock to meet the needs of those seeking help in public emergency centers, hospitals, and local healthcare units. They worked united at the same front with the one and the only mission to save as many lives as possible. Kosovo institutions have strictly followed all preconditionary and restrictive measures issued by the World Health Organization, while they have coordinated with other regional and international stakeholders in keeping the number of infections as low as possible and fight death every day. Once the COVID-19 vaccine became available, Kosovo cooperated and coordinated with its international partners in the framework of the COVAX program to ensure sufficient vaccine supply for its people. Our European American partners helped us carry out a smooth and sustainable vaccination process while supporting our healthcare providers also with the necessary equipment and materials. And up to date, over 800,000 in Kosovo have been fully vaccinated. Yet many others fortunately refuse the vaccine, which in turn challenges our public health system. But certainly we need to do more to convince those who haven't received any dose of the COVID-19 vaccine to do so in order to restore our public health and allow our citizens to get back to normalcy as soon as possible. With the high level of disinformation and misinformation related to the vaccination that is spreading in Kosovo and across the Balkans, ensuring increasing levels of vaccination will be a difficult task to complete. So nonetheless, there is a hope and we are determined to move forward and do all what is necessary to protect our public health. And over the course of 2 years, we have sadly lost many lives. And while there is a new spike of cases of the Omicron variant, public health responders are doing all they can to make sure that the needs of the coronavirus patients are met and the numbers of infections remain as low as possible. While countries such as United Kingdom or Denmark are removing all of the COVID-19 restriction, Kosovo and the other countries in the region still do have restrictive measures in place. Our already challenged healthcare systems can simply not endure a new emergency phase with increasing number of the hospitalized patients. So therefore, we need to be more cautious and think about the well-being of the others as well. We need to incentivize more people in order to get vaccinated. It is very vital to restore the Kosovo's public health, and it is vital to restore our economy. And just like in many countries across the globe, Kosovo's business sector has been terribly affected by the COVID-19 pandemic. Many businesses fortunately were shut down while others are still struggling to survive. People have lost their jobs, having many of them slide into, fortunately, poverty. And the problems Kosovo's economy is facing are the problems that many other economies in the world are facing as well. So therefore, there can be no further delay in order of taking actions to revive our economy and help the Kosovans to get back on their feet again. And the current restrictive measures will need to be evaluated in order, but it also is crucial for more people to get fully vaccinated. There are certainly different views and opinions whether the restrictive measures are having any effect without having more than 60% of the Kosovo's population being vaccinated, even though we need to work harder to mobilize people to get vaccinated. Kosovo citizens have mostly complied with the rules and procedures introduced by the government and by the public health institutions. The legality and the legitimacy of the COVID-19 restrictive measures used to be publicly debated at the early stage of the pandemic, since Kosovo was lacking adequate legislation specifying the measures that need to be taken in the case of the pandemic. We confronted these uncertainties by introducing a new legislation on the management of the pandemic and making sure it is communicated widely to the entire public. So, my dear friends out there, honorable ladies and gentlemen, over the course of the COVID-19 pandemic, the challenges brought by the virus to our public health system and the economy have not been the only ones. The stability of the Kosovo's governing institution was tested. While the regular local structures were elected as well, during the pandemic, Kosovo held national snap elections, while local elections took place in the fall of the last year. Organizing and carrying out elections under the pandemic circumstances have been a true test for Kosovo's Central Election Commission, a test that CEC and our people passed it in outstanding manner. While elections were either postponed or cancelled in 79 countries or territories globally, Kosovo did not undermine the people's democratic right to vote for their representatives for the national and the local governments. In contrast, we made sure all measures are in place for a smooth and stable election process to take place. The current government, elected to office in February of last year, has a stable majority in the parliament, which is needed to pass a new legislation in line with the European equities. There have certainly been delays in a dialogue in doing so. However, we are on the right track. And a quite positive change that also came along with the national election of the 2021 was the high number of the women elected to the parliament. Out of the 120 new MPs elected during the national elections in February, 44 of them are women. This marks the highest number of women ever elected to the Assembly of Kosovo. 33 of these elected women did not need the gender quota, but were able to secure necessary votes for their seats in parliament. With each mandate, slight changes have been achieved. More and more women are being elected without the application of quota. Kosovo's women have shown that they can overcome barriers, turn threats into opportunities, and even outturn a quota system designed to increase their political participation. And since Kosovo's independence, women have been head of state, speaker of the parliament, and a mayor. 3 women are heads of the political parties. These are a significant achievement that should be recognized. And on the eve of the Kosovo's 14th anniversary of independence, my dear friends, challenges absolutely still remain. Kosovo's governments need to work more efficiently in closing the gap between different social groups, improve services delivered to the citizens, committed and show concrete results in the fight against the organized crime and the corruption, improve the economic and the business environment in the entire country of Kosovo, and work closely with its neighbors in normalizing relation towards the European integration process. There are a lot of benchmarks that need to be met to accelerate Kosovo's integration into the European Union and improve our democracy with regard to the rule of law and the respect of the human rights to all of its citizens. And in this endeavor, we count on our allies in the European Union, and we expect a more cooperative attitude from our northern neighbor of Serbia. The achievements and the positive strides Kosovo has taken as an independent state are enormous and are irreversible. Our progress is visible, and our willingness for improved political and economic cooperation with the region and Europe is stronger than ever. Kosovo is here to stay. Kosovo is here to move forward. And as a peacemaking and a peace-loving country, we are determined to contribute to peacemaking elsewhere in the world. Our security forces are already an active part in peacemaking missions across the globe, and we are ready to contribute to peace, because peace, stability, and security are the preconditions for democracies to thrive. And Kosovo democracy definitely wants to strive and wants to thrive. So thank you very much, and over back to you.
Thank you, President Atifete Yayaga. Now it's my great pleasure to welcome on screen Tzipi Livni, former Deputy Prime Minister, former Minister of Justice, and former Minister of Foreign Affairs of the State of Israel.
Hello, everybody. This time we are doing this important gathering and conference via Zoom. I hope that next year we can meet again in person, as we used to do every year, and to discuss the global challenges, the nature of democracies, and to try and find the common denominator that will enable us to work together in meeting these challenges. I will say a few words today about the pandemic, but not from the healthcare perspective, but its impact on the nature of our democracies. And it needs to be said that before the international community faced COVID, we could see some changes in the nature of democracies in different parts of the world. And in a way, the feeling was that there is a feeling of alienation of young people to democracy. There is misunderstanding what democracy means. And there are several reasons to it. I would not make it an historical speech, but it looks like what was obvious after the horrors of the Second World War disappeared. The idea of alliances and the multilateralism, the need to work together, different leaders, different countries, to form alliance which is based on values, of liberal values, of democratic values, in an understanding that democracy is not just a system of election, but a set of values. This, in a way, eroded during the years. And what happened is that globalization led to a feeling of frustration in different parts of the world. People felt that while there are international organizations that could succeed, it was on the expense of their own profits and their own well-being. And they left. They felt that they were left behind. And like always, fear and frustration led to voting for leaders, so-called strong leaders, those that promise their citizens that they will take the measures needed in order to take care of them. But usually what these leaders, these populistic leaders, they took care of themselves on the expense of their own people. And yet another phenomena entered to our life, and this is the social networks. And in fact, there's a huge gap between reality and misinformation and disinformation that is being spread through the social network. And young people, from their perspective, they understand the reality as they read in the social network that also spread hatred and mistrust in leadership and in the former establishment. And on top of this, that international organization like the United Nations that was formed after the Second World War, and the IMF and the World Bank have problems in working together in order to achieve common goals. And in fact, facing global threats, the United Nations Security Council is not functioning due to the debate and disputes between Russia and China and the United States. So when all this happening, the international community, all of us met, or COVID met us, when we were unprepared, when there was a need to work together, when there was a need for global leadership to work together, for countries to work together, we discovered several things that have their own impact on the nature of democracy. What does it mean? At first, it was clear that we live in a small village because the virus transcends borders. We tried, each and every country tried to have lockdowns, to check, but in a way it was helpful for a while, but it was clear that the world is open, and the idea of just closing one country within itself would not help to beat the virus, and there's a need for cooperation. These were the good news. The bad news are that in some places, in order to meet the challenges of the virus, some leaders, some administrations and governments took measures that in a way are violating the basic values of democracy. Speaking about privacy, about freedom of not only freedom of speech, but freedom of the people. I mean, we are speaking about lockdowns, we are speaking about surveillance. So on one hand, it appears that those that are using these tools are more effective in fighting the pandemic. But on the other, we see young people taking the streets, demonstrating, believing disinformation and lies that is being spread in the social networks, telling that there is no pandemic, that there is no virus, that vaccination is a threat instead of healing. It's something that creates illness. And just yesterday, I heard that in Canada, Trudeau and his family need to find a place to hide from those that are trying to attack, disbelieving and sending this disinformation against vaccination. So all these things coming together in times when democracy were already weak created new challenges. And it is also clear that, as I said before, it is clear that the virus transcends borders. It is also need to be clear that in order to meet this challenge, there's a need of cooperation and not to leave any country behind or any part of the international community behind without vaccination. But yet, it is clear that there are places that got the 3rd and 4th vaccination shot, when on others, they have none or few. And it was a moment in which the need of multilateralism became a lifesaver. Now, what happened is that when we are speaking about democracy, the major part and base of democracy is trust in the administration, trust in the institutions, and rule of law. Now, since even before the pandemic, we saw this clash and the feeling of alignment and mistrust in the institutions of the democratic nations. Now it's becoming crucial, and we are speaking in terms of life and death. So the real question is, after watching and speaking about the situation on the ground, the real question is what can be done. And it is clear that even before pandemic, no leader can meet these challenges alone, and no country can meet these challenges alone. And the real question is how the international community can cooperate in order to meet these challenges. And when I'm speaking about these challenges now in this conference, we are focusing on COVID and the pandemic, but there is a huge challenge that the entire international community need to meet in the future, and this is global warming. So while focusing on one thing, we all understand now that the most dramatic existential threat to the international community is knocking at our door. So maybe in a way, the pandemic is a wake-up call for the international community to work together in meeting this challenge and the other one. Now, speaking about pandemic, I hope, listen, nobody knows, but I hope that we can see the light in the end of the tunnel, hoping that this is not another trend coming from the other side. As it was made clear also by the experts, it looks like we are toward the end, but yet it is also clear that we will need to live with an illness which hopefully will not be dramatically disastrous as COVID, as Delta, but hoping that we are toward the end. We need, instead of just sitting back and saying, okay, this is over now, let's work together to define how can we work together toward the next challenge. Now, speaking a bit about multilateralism and the need of the international community to work together, it is also clear that unlike times in which it was clear that we are having the Atlantic cooperation and alliance, and we are having the US as leading the free world, and now we are having a completely different situation. And looking at last meeting in Glasgow, it was also clear that lots of compromises were made in order to reach a kind of understanding how to meet the next challenge, the threat of global warming, while the leaders were speaking about the compromises and the understandings, young people took the streets. So again, as I said at the beginning of this short speech, the gap between generations clearly affects the possibility to take the measures. And there are two ideas that we need to address. One is lack of trust of young people in the democratic institutions and in leaders, while they believe that these leaders abandoning the next generation for their own well-being. This is one thing. Secondly, is disinformation that was clearly that affected clearly the possibility to meet the challenge of the virus, and is also effective when it comes to the need to meet global warming. So it's very important for us, now I'm speaking about myself, about other leaders and former leaders, we all are part of a generation that speaks in different terms, that remember how nations work together, that relates to news as not as something that somebody spread in social networks, but what we need to do is to speak with these young people, with the young generation, through their, not only through their social network, but in a manner that they would understand better. I'm not speaking about preaching them, but understanding why this is happening and try to bridge this gap in a different manner, not just another speech, good, even the best speech in the old gathering of leaders, but let's try and spread this message in social networks, try to regain their trust, and in a way to reform democracy and make the democratic values and the understanding that democracy is important for them as well, not just as a system, but as a set of values, so they can embrace it as a new concept, as something that they can feel connected with. Because there is one thing that is clear today more than ever. It is also a matter, almost everything is a matter also of identity. So instead of having the pandemic and maybe other threats and challenges lead to more nationalism in a manner of isolation, and let's act one against the other, or my country is better than yours, something that is not acceptable for me, as you can imagine, let's try and work together and make a better understanding for young people that together we can work, that we can share values. It's not on the expense of their own country, but this is the only way to beat the pandemic, to meet the challenge of global warming, and to give them also sense of success, of identity, of belonging. I think that this is missing today, and I think that this is a huge challenge for all of us in the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tzipi Livni. And now we have the pleasure to welcome President Václav Klaus, former President of the Czech Republic and Chair of the Advisory Board of the Vienna Congress.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Good afternoon. Let me greet all of you, and let me use this session on democracy for expressing my more general views about the main topic of this year's Vienna com.sult Congress. I know that expressing disagreement with the main slogan of the 19th Vienna Congress com.sult, which is, in my understanding, save the future, is not very polite, to David and to the spirit of the Congress. Nevertheless, I also know that in the current crazy and demeaning pandemic atmosphere, in the shadow of the destructive Green Deal attack on the economy in the moment of the return of high inflation after years of fearing deflation, which together creates the most critical moment of the post-World War II era. One shouldn't easily and lightheartedly disagree with someone who stands on the same side on these major issues of the day. In this situation, one should be positive and shouldn't create new disputes or conflicts. Yes, I have to. Let's accept that we are responsible for what we are doing now and eventually for what we will leave behind us. We can't be, however, responsible for the future. We do not have any way to influence the behavior of people in the future. The only way to affect the future positively is to pass on to future generations, our successors, the world in the best possible shape. That would be the best legacy we could leave behind. It asks for our understanding of the world we live in, and especially of its weaknesses and pitfalls. We have to, in all humility, that we have to accept that we find ourselves in a civilizational crisis of the West right now, and that it's our task to save the world and the future from this crisis. I am more worried about our current world than about the future. We shouldn't run away from the current problems by escaping into the future. That would be a betrayal of future generations and of ourselves as well. It is necessary to be aware of the continuity of time, of the interplay of the past, the present, and the future, our world, our quality of life, our wealth and welfare, our level of health care, our high degree of economic development have not been created by our predecessors' decision to save for the future. They didn't explicitly or purposefully save anything for us, because I suppose they subconsciously knew that doing so would have been counterproductive. Should they have saved more raw materials, more gold, more silver, coal, oil, natural gas? How much should they have saved to avoid our current energy crisis? Should there be more coal available, more uranium? How much should they have saved? 1/10, 1/100, or 1/1000 of their consumption? Should they have thought about the future 20, 200, or 2000 years ahead? No, all of that is totally unimaginable, and only all kinds of Gretas can fight for something like that. Economists should give these topics serious thought by means of the concept of time preference, which some other people, our opponents, disregard or regretfully don't understand. This idea is not difficult to grasp. The wisdom of ordinary people is sufficient to grasp it. The intellectuals and social scientists seem to have a problem with it. They argue that by introducing the concept of time preference, we disregard the future and have a myopic, short-sighted way of thinking. To put it technically, in economic jargon, in economic language, they accuse us of having a very high discount rate on our mind, whereas they insist that the appropriate discount rate should be 0. The future is for them equal to the present. When, of course, when the discount rate is low or 0, time doesn't flow. The future is here. We can touch it. Not to save for the future is in their eyes a crime. It is disturbing and frustrating that we live with several such fallacies. The adherents of the global warming doctrine use 0 discount rates in their climatological models, which totally distorts, undermines, and discredits their results. The bankers these days use 0 interest rates, which totally undermines the rationality of our investment and savings behavior. These mistakes should not be extended into other fields of inquiry. Our thinking should be also based on the reasonable assumption that future generations will be richer than we, and due to this and due to the never-ending technical progress, will be much better able to cope with what we today consider to be unsolvable problems. Therefore, the worst thing we could do for the future generations would be to artificially undercut our current economic growth and development and thus reduce their future wealth. Let's base our thinking on common sense. Let's not abuse science and pseudoscience as we see in the arguments of the COVIDists. We shouldn't accept the catastrophic forecasts implying that we are approaching the end of economic growth or the exhaustion of resources. We, especially, shouldn't confuse natural resources with economic resources, with economic ones. Individual natural resources are exhaustible, but the economic resources, with the help of endless human ingenuity, are not. Let's not fall into the green trap, into the trap of the so-called sustainability in their interpretation. Human action and human ingenuity is the ultimate resource, and this resource is inexhaustible. This stands as the basis of our optimism. Let's put our house in order first. Let's stop growing indebtedness. Let's stop the acceptance of permanent deficit financing of our budgets as a leading principle of the era of entitlement society. I prefer the German term Anspruchgesellschaft. We have to stop promoting and extending our leaky government pension and healthcare systems, which are evidently unsustainable. To continue in the same spirit would be the worst gift to our children and grandchildren. Let's return to the main topic of this session. Freedom remains, at least for some of us, a fundamental principle. Let's not try to mastermind the future. All undemocratic systems aspired to do that. All of them failed, and their efforts led to disasters, as history shows us. We should try to hand over to our successors a free world, a democracy. We should allow them to make their own decisions. Let them be free to choose. Let's behave rationally in an economizing way. To economize means to live efficiently. The slogan of sustainable development has been many times rejected and presented as a model of wishful thinking, as a way of manipulating people living today. The biggest attack on rationality and eventual meaningful sustainability is the Green Deal and similar plans and initiatives. Let me conclude by stressing that people should remain free to make decisions. There is no one who knows better than them. There is no philosopher king, the famous imaginary person, neither Greta Thunberg, nor Klaus Schwab, nor Franz Timmermans, nor Madame Lagarde. In the spirit of Hayek, we should fight against their arrogant but unjustified pretense of knowledge. We shouldn't capitulate to them or to the aggressive pressure groups they create and support. This year's Vienna Congress should express this message very strongly. We shouldn't disregard our convictions and the truth. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, President Václav Klaus. And our final speaker will join us online. Please welcome Ron Broser, head of the Aber-Eban Institute of International Diplomacy at the Interdisciplinary Center Herzliya, former permanent representative of Israel to the United Nations.
First of all, thank you. It's always a pleasure and an honor to hear President Václav Klaus. And again, from Jerusalem, I'd like to open up and say, in connection to what President Klaus said, was that, look, what we basically, through the whole issue of COVID, what we found out, and every country is a bit different. I'll talk about Israel, but it basically, every country has to deal with parts of its population. But what we see overriding is uncertainty, decision-making under uncertain, terra incognita, basically creating a situation where governments don't really know what the answer is. And in connection to President Klaus, it basically says that every individual, in the sense, feels that he might know more or better than the government on what to do concerning himself. And when I look at Israel, for example, we have different, parts of the population, the ultra-religious, Israeli Arabs, more secular parts of the population, and each one has a different angle here, okay? So you have the ultra-Orthodox believing that either divine intervention or a rabbi basically will tell them what the right answer is, okay? And of course, there is direct operational results to this line of thought. Israeli Arabs, basically Israeli citizens, feel that, for example, in weddings, in huge events, this is part of the culture. The fact that it connects to COVID and the problem of, what it means is another story. Others have conspiracy theory that the big brother is trying through the vaccine to try and understand what they're doing or where they're going. And the bottom line is that we see in every country, you saw that in Belgium, protesters turning to looting and vandalizing. You see Australia with people, connecting to what it means on personal freedoms. And what I want to say about that is to really remind you a bit, okay? That what happens in situations like that is incremental, but it's a real danger to, at the end of the day, to personal freedoms. And I think, like President Klaus, am very sensitive to this. So in the sense, we have to fight against something that I will deal in a second, and that is fake news, which has become much more than what we see on the political side. But what does it mean? Let's look at smokers in the past, okay? So 35 years ago, people could smoke in airplanes and most public places. With a growing awareness, today the issue was the realization of personal freedoms and also endangerment of public health. At the end of the day, this freedom was taken away from smokers on the balancing issue of they can do it individually, but they cannot hurt the public health. One example. The second example is we in Israel began checking people at airports 30 years ago. And what did many in the community say? Oi, 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 this is a problem of privacy. This is a problem of human rights. How can you do this? Where the issue was to basically try and, on the one hand, protect your citizens, but on the other hand, not to go overboard in your reaction. And I remember the big debates about that, 9/11, and what happened afterwards. Now you see that this is part and parcel of every airport, in essence, trying to balance between personal freedoms and the issue of hazards to both security and public health, in the sense, it's very nice to be nice to someone, but if he takes down an airplane with children and women and I don't know what, there's some balance that we have to find. How do we basically try and work through it? What we see, which I think is through COVID, has really become very, very serious, and is the issue of fake news. And fake news in this, I would really, we have to talk about those who spread the fake news and lies, which is conspirative, ill-wishing groups and individuals, online and social media, and those who fall victims to those false news, okay? And basically, those victims are unable to access reliable information. But what is reliable information again? So we have to deal with that in a way which I think is unique, because it has become really destructive, and it's something that our direct response to it is usually, let's go stronger. Let's try and basically, put pressure on people, take away some of their freedoms. But the question of some of the freedoms is what is the line? What is the red line? And this element of fake news has become, to my mind, very, 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 very destructive, and is something that we won't have a choice. We see it in different parts. In politics, we see it in now with COVID-19. So just this week you saw Neil Young and Joni Mitchell dramatic move on pulling out the music from Spotify, accusing the streaming service of basically potentially causing death to those that believe through disinformation that they should not vaccinate. So you see, in essence, it lowers the public's confidence in democracy as such and the decision-making of their own governments, which is becoming stronger and stronger. And I think when we look at it on the long run, we have to be able to address it, especially where it becomes clearer to the population that the governments, ministers, prime ministers don't really know what they do with COVID or with uncertainty and where it is going. And make no mistakes, those who promote against vaccination, not just about themselves, but to promote that, are causing a real threat to the structures that we're used to. And it's also something which is very odd, new to me, is where governments offer something to the public, and the public basically say, we don't want your vaccination. We think differently. And the only way to get that under control is, to my mind, not through law, not through bills, it's basically incentives, carrots and sticks. And basically to say, okay, you want your freedom, your decision, as long as you don't basically hurt someone else. What does it mean? Okay, if you're vaccinated, for example, you're allowed to travel. If you're not vaccinated, you're restricted. You want to go to a pub, to a concert. If you're not vaccinated, sorry, you won't be able to do that. And we have to encourage with carrots people to go in a certain way. That's the only way, not through law, not through decisions. It has to be, through what I would say, carrot and sticks. And especially, when we deal with parents and young children, it's basically encouraging people to vaccinate their children, maybe covering transport costs in big cities, finding ways to really help people make that decision out of their own understanding. And I would suggest that, like the equivalent of the Paris Agreement on climate, we, in these deliberations that we're having, would think about the Vienna Agreement, laying incentives for populations to vaccinate, maybe complying, OECD countries to chip in maybe 2%, 3% of their vaccinations to weaker countries. And I would say set a set of carrots and sticks and even penalties on action against fake news spreaders. And that would be the Vienna Agreement coming out of the Vienna Conference. So from my point of view, this is something that we democracies have to deal with because we see our vulnerability, we see the uncertainty, and we have to give answers to people who at the end of the day are paying with their own lives because of the inadequate way in which governments operate. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you very much, Ron Brosa. Now we are coming to our third panel discussion of the day, which will be moderated by Philipp Blond, founder and director of Res Publica. He will discuss about vaccination mandates and the right of personal freedom, together with Erhard Busek, chairman of the Institute for the Danube Region and Central Europe and former vice-chancellor of the Republic of Austria, vice chair as well of the advisory board of the Vienna Congress. Tibor Sani, former member of the EU Parliament, and they will be joined by our prior speakers, President Václav Klaus, Lukas Mandl, Irene Bolinskaya, and Ron Brosa. May I ask the ladies and gentlemen to the stage, please?
Okay. Welcome, everybody, and good afternoon to the next session that discusses democracy. And really what we're discussing here is the notion of consent and the role the state has taken in COVID and the rise of this quite strong notion of coercion and compelling around the debate around vaccination. And it raises all sorts of questions in societies that are built on wider consensus as to what are the limits of such consensus, what does it require in a health emergency, and what are the democratic rights and duties of citizens and indeed of the state. One of the interesting things about those who protest against vaccination is there's almost no taking account of any legitimate concerns they may have. People acknowledge that the state needs to do a better job about how people should be informed about the immune system or the nature of vaccines. But it seems to me that it's not unreasonable for people to have some fears about the extent of testing, the extent of safety. We know the AstraZeneca vaccine, for instance, did produce blood clots, although at a tiny level. We know that young people have responded in certain cases with quite extreme reactions. So it doesn't seem unreasonable in a democratic society for people to have concerns. Then there are wider, more specific concerns about what happens once we let the state start defining health at the cellular level. And if the state can start to mandate that you must, for instance, take a DNA changing or changed vaccine, what's the limits to that? Does this open the door to the medicalized state that thinkers such as Ivan Illich feared, where we will increasingly intervene in the transmission of genes that are viewed as negative? Will we intervene, for instance, in the genes that influence depression or mental illness? We're already involved in eugenic projects around Down syndrome children. And will this indeed be extended? So it seems to me that the concerns of people do have some very real legitimacy. And part of the tensions within the democratic state is how unseriously such concerns are taken. So it's with these ideas in mind that I'm going to turn to the panel in the light of their discussions and in the light of what lessons COVID might have for us, if I can put it like that, in respect of the wider interests of democracy, and find out what our panelists' reflections might be. Let me turn first to President Klaus. President Klaus, what are your thoughts about the implications of COVID for democracy and for the state and the role of the citizen in respect of that?
Well, thank you very much for giving me the floor again. Good afternoon. Let me answer your questions. First, I would like to say that the title of this panel, Vaccination Between Right and Duty, is a fascinating topic, and it's something what we are preoccupied with in the last 2 years fully. Some of us, I published 2 books about it, many articles, gave many speeches. So let me summarize my position. First, I'd like to make 3 points, if possible. First, I would like to summarize the position I take in the long run. So as regards COVID, I must say I am more afraid of the man-made measures than of the COVID-19 epidemic itself. This is a slightly provocative statement, but I am absolutely sure about it. The consequences of the politically driven, politically formulated, politically motivated methods to fight the coronavirus by means of flat restrictive measures of all kinds of lockdowns are bigger, deeper, and more dangerous than the threat connected with the medical aspects of the epidemic itself. And this will have a longer lasting experiences. So this is my first position, which I would like to make very, very explicit. I repeatedly keep stressing that I'm more afraid of the people who try to abuse the epidemic to suppress freedom and democracy than of the virus itself. And I am afraid, as someone who spent still until now most of my life in communism, I have to stress that I was always afraid that the epidemic would open the door to a huge expansion of government intervention into our lives. So this prognosis proved to be, to my great regret, right. Second point, vaccination, I always take the titles of the sessions and conferences quite seriously. So vaccination between right and duty, I'm not sure about it. Vaccination does not exist between right and duty. Vaccination is not a right. definitely, or an entitlement or Anspruch in German. And it shouldn't be a duty imposed upon us either. I'm absolutely convinced that all the Democrats must be convinced that vaccination should remain just a possibility. A possibility on the assumption that vaccination is one of the ways to prevent the illness. However, vaccination has still many known and unknown pluses and minuses, and I would like just to say that I wish the pluses are stronger than the minuses, but all of that is rather debatable. So we should carefully analyze the vaccination results and consequences, the economic and financial costs of current lockdowns, the consequences of the closures of educational institutions. In my country, the schools were closed longer than in any other European country. As well as we have to carefully analyze the growing fragmentation of our societies, which is a consequence of social distancing and all of such instruments. I think that medicine, and this can be considered a provocative statement to the ears of some of the people here, we should return from ideologically driven medicine to evidence-based medicine. It's not a statement about science, of course, but about the behavior of many so-called celebrity experts who advise our governments. So my final comment is that the pendulum should be turned back. Our efforts should concentrate on treating COVID patients and on protecting the vulnerable groups, and not on testing everyone, not on marking all positively tested as sick. That's the only way out. I am absolutely convinced that the people deserve to be treated well.
Thank you very much. Tibor, do you share President Klaus's concern about the impact on freedom of compulsory vaccination, the way the state has taken very extreme powers to itself to essentially, is coerce too strong a word? Possibly. Coerce, police, enforce such requirements on society? What's your take on this issue?
Well, during the past 2 days, I think that we have heard quite interesting arguments, pros, cons. But if you allow me, I would like to elaborate on this issue a little bit from a different angle. Because, okay, we are talking about, in the light of democracy, how it fits to the democratic mechanisms, this current challenge. Okay, but this is about ourselves. Now my question is, what about our children, who are going to be the players of the next year's democracies? Their experience on this is quite different. For instance, during their first 2 years of life, they got several jabs without obligatory jabs, without consulting them, even physically. You keep them and the doctor just injects the thing. They are crying, and etc. So this is a natural reaction. Obviously, in the later stages, whilst you are having a little bit more control in your mind, obviously you can make much wiser decisions. But still, the fact that there are obligatory vaccinations, it prevails. It is a pure fact. Why this should be an exception? What I understood, and I thank you very much, during the past 2 days, that what we are talking about, certain balances, fine balances between risks and trust. Do I trust the scientists? I do. Obviously, they don't have any kind of political responsibility. The political responsibilities are with the politicians, with those who are having the regulatory power. And this is a nice division between various responsibilities. What about me? About this simple, single citizen? My question is, whom I trust? Scientists may go wrong. Politicians may go wrong. But in this case, the key responsibility is on me. But what is my responsibility? Touches upon only me? Why are we divided by this war? Because I'm certainly representing a certain risk on you. And vice versa. Otherwise, this war shouldn't exist. So I think that the current biggest task is to convince at least the majority of the citizens and the populations to do their utmost in order to decrease all kind of risks. But this dialogue cannot be conducted on a different way than on mutual trust. So I think trust building is the key element of this issue. And let me give you just one personal remark. If you look at the future, I think that mandatory or obligatory vaccination is a right intention. Because if you compare all the risks with those what we are building up, like mental illnesses, especially in the younger age groups. Just look at what happens in the schools and the consequences on the internet. Or even you can compare the current risks, even by just looking into the facts. What are you taking in during nutrition by food? So I think that an overall and a very wise and a very well balanced discussion is the only way to proceed, irrespective of who is having right or who is wrong.
So what I gather from that is it's discussion and nothing mandatory. And what's interesting is that there are no trust-building endeavours that really seem to be particularly effective, mainly because I think the assumption is that those who refuse vaccination are ignorant or stupid and have no legitimate concerns. And what that has tended to do is essentially increase their fear and increase their sense that all is not well. And I repeat, it doesn't seem unreasonable to me to have fears about safety, especially with new techniques around changes in DNA. It's obvious people would be concerned. Irene, what's your perspective on on the shape of the emerging health state, a state that has introduced more coercive measures in the history of Western liberal democracies outside of wartime than anything else we can imagine. What's your take on this debate?
Well, I can only reflect on this as a historian, someone who is not involved in politics or in policy making directly. So I have the luxury of taking a bit of a sideliner view, and so reflect back and also compare. I find it a little bit ironic, perhaps, that on the one hand, we're speaking of democracy and the decision-making should be somewhere out there with the people. On the other hand, we here sit, making clever statements, disagreeing, having profound differences of opinion and advice to give. But in the end, really, whatever we think and present to the electorate, the feedback loop happens at the election time. If our proposals are accepted or not, we will never know, and it's often quite unpredictable what the reaction would be. Among ourselves, we may strongly feel about what is right or wrong, whether vaccination is a right or a duty, but in the end, we will be told how the public feels about it, and that is the expression of democracy and something that cannot always be predicted, and what the public decides through the elections, whether it upholds or removes the next cohort of leaders, is often something that the leaders cannot regulate, predict. And that is kind of the paradox of democracy, something that the ancients have pointed out, who really has the right and the chance to make informed decisions. We may feel that we're very informed, we know what is better. In the end, this is not what may be accepted. And I think the point you made about the statistics, about the kind of the retreat or failure of democracies across the globe in the last 14 years or so, 15 years, is a sobering kind of comment on statistics. In the end, we still, however strongly we feel our messages, have to sell them to the public. They have to be accepted. And if they don't, then we haven't done very much to change the world.
No, I think I was reading today that if America had achieved the same level of vaccination as in the UK, they'd have had half the hospital admissions. So the failure to have a society built on trust has quite lethal consequences. And then what happens, especially in a polarized nation like America, is that when you move to mandatory vaccination, you bolster the resistance to it. And it just adds further to the societal breakdown that's going on. Professor Prosser over there on the video screen, what are your thoughts about the best way forward and how to balance personal, individual and collective freedom in this regard? Oh, we need to turn, you're muted.
You're absolutely right. Thank you. And of course, President Klaus, provoked with a couple of statements, but let's see about the pendulum, okay? So in essence, without being asked questions, we get vaccinated for polio, for measles, for tetanus, before we even can say Jack Robinson, because we basically feel that by doing that, we are protecting ourselves, protecting our children, okay? I'm sure that if this would be done today, you would also have questions about that. But the real question that is relevant to what we are talking is my personal freedom versus the endangerment of someone else's health or someone else's freedom, okay? And on the balance here, this is something that we have to deal with, and we cannot look away from it. Now, on this issue, the question is, how do you convey so-called objective information by scientists, by medical doctor, and is there even a sense of what is objective information, okay? By the mere trying to define it. To my mind, the governments or decision makers don't really have a choice here. They have to make decisions under uncertainty. There are many who, like the two elderly gentlemen in the Muppet Show, Waldorf and Stadler, sit on the balcony and shout, "It's a lousy show." Much easier to shout, "It's a lousy show," than get down on stage and do something about it. Now, we cannot just leave it like this, okay? Because at the end of the day, people are paying with their lives about this. I believe, like I said, that the way forward here is to, in essence, to give incentives and sticks to what I would call people who convey fake news and create a situation where people, at the end of the day, are victims to something that hurts them. Who is going to be the judge to it? I don't know. Irena, you said you're an historian, you're not a politician. I think everyone from everyone's angle, I'm not talking about you personally, but, history, his story, her story, what does it really mean? And who writes history? It's also something which is, I would say, a bit political. But from my point of view, the bottom line is someone has to give answers. Someone has to make sure that the population, in essence, doesn't die in masses. What we learned is something else which I want to add, and that's my last sentence. When COVID started, and if you are an Italian, okay, and everyone told you in the past that the European Union is your big brother, it will help you when you're in trouble. Bottom line, if you're an Italian, the European Union closed down your borders, didn't help you, drew you to the basically to do anything on yourself by your own, and you begin to ask questions on what are those structures? Are they really protecting me when I really need help? And that's a question that sets, to the structures that we were told that are going to help us. Those same questions now are on the national level, not just on the regional or international level. But what I know for a fact is that we need to work together in order to find the solution to something which is COVID, but not just on COVID. We need an international response in order to be able to overcome this pandemic. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Look, I think one of the things that is concerning is, I speak of my own country, I think there's very few countries that if they had the chance again would do the same thing that they did in mitigating or containing the virus. It's pretty clear that lockdown, how it was done in many countries, it was done badly and with significant deaths of non-COVID patients where cancers weren't detected, operations weren't taken on board, people with heart attacks didn't go to hospitals, and so on and so forth. And what I thought was very worrying about lockdown is that democratic debate on it was completely suppressed by the media. It was completely suppressed by all of the cognoscenti. And as a result, what we had a kind of wild hysteria, but no genuine debate. So all the usual stuff about debate and discernment, none of that happened in those COVID parameters. Now, speaking to Heidi, if we design the optimal, we'd probably design a very short hard lockdown, but much shorter in terms of how we might behave optimally. Face masks, the debate on those is still raging, but the return, as one assesses the evidential material, seems to be dropping quite markedly. What's peculiar also in Austria is clearly the virus it only inhabits a level just above when you sit, and it only really kicks in at 10 o'clock. You know, there's all manner of rules that don't really seem to be particularly rational, and we're not allowed to debate or discuss them. And so we don't really have a cogent account of how we ought to respond when something similar happens again. And I think that is what's worrying. What we have created is a state that can become coercive very quickly. All you have to say is public health, and you have the most coercive state form. We didn't even have lockdown in wartime, so you might even argue that it's more extreme than wartime. So that, I think, is something we're not addressing. So let me turn to more of our guests. Erhard, Chancellor Buzek, what are your thoughts upon these issues?
I think first of all, I have to do the remark that we are here on an interesting day, because tomorrow in Austria there is vaccination a duty. And I think maybe, as far as I know, we are the first country doing it in Europe as a duty. We have it as a duty at some professions like nurses and medical doctors and partly teachers, and so it's a new way. And it will be an interesting discussion in the future. What are the possibilities, I think, to order by legislation such duties, which are touching the personal rights, the personal conditions, and so on and so on. It's a difficult job. That's the first one. I think, second, we are within a learning process. And obviously, it is in a certain way of shocking for us all. I'm out of a generation where we were vaccinated after the World War II. I think we had as a symbol of our fight with health here, one vaccination after the other, showing as youngsters to each other and so on and so on. Nowadays, I think it is in a certain way different. And we have to do a lot, which is not yet happening, I think, to define more exactly what we are learning out of this process. I think we have not yet learned. We are in the first move to handle the things, and I think we did know the consequences out of it. First of all, for me, it's very impressive that the virus is learning us that we are not really able to handle everything what is happening. I grew up during my lifetime in the feeling we can do everything. I think we are now able to organize by research, by techniques, and so on and so on. We are learning now our limits, which might be a very helpful experience. I think quite necessary. The second is I'm following Václav Klaus, that the word right in this context is wrong. I think I cannot imagine that we have to go elsewhere. I have the right to be vaccinated. I have the possibility to be vaccinated if I am deciding. I think you cannot build up a challenge here for sure on this, which I think we shall keep for sure. We have some other discussions which are necessary in this context. These are the limits, for example, of science and research. I think the positive side for me in this development is that we learned that we have been able to develop a vaccination within 1 year. as far as I know the history of vaccination, I think it was lasting 5 years, 10 years, and so on, until we had enough experiences. And I think this is also a very important thing. But at the same time, we are learning that we have no real trust, because now it is said vaccination, if you are doing 2 times, it's not for guarantee. You have to do a 3rd one, and that's also not for guarantee, and so on and so on. Here we are also learning the limits of science and research here, and there's a lot to do. We are far off from being perfect. I think that's a very important lesson, what we are here really learning. The next what we are learning, and I'm looking to all these comments in the public, for the medias, in TV, and so on, what I was wondering as it started, I have to start on the other way. I was in charge of the University Council for the medical universities. As I started, I went there to study it more precisely, what is possible here existing, and so on and so on. We had 3 departments on virology. Now I have the very interesting experience. Nearly everybody is a virologist. I think if I'm switching on the TV, there are a lot of virologists appearing. I know what they have learned, but they are not really virologists. But they are sold as virologists. I think, is it a consolation for the public, or what does it mean? That's not very serious. I think what we have also to learn to be more serious, what is possible and what is not possible. I think being in charge, still in the medical university, we did one decision, and we kept it through. Everybody coming from the medical university in Vienna was only allowed to speak about things he knows really. And if he or she would have been asked for questions, that they have to say, this I do not know. Here I cannot be precise. I think here a change of behavior of scientists is for sure necessary. Also concerning the explanations and so on and so on. I think we are getting a certain new discussion on freedom rights also. My country has a little bit changed in the last weeks. I think it is a comparatively stable country. Strikes or demonstrations have been very rare. Now we have huge demonstration at Ringstrasse with 42,000, which we never had. It's really interesting. And I think until now we do not really know what are the reasons. It is the insecurity concerning the possible sickness or the vaccination. I think it is even more. It is the insecurity about the situation in which we are. It is more in common a political problem which we are really facing. And it's going for sure more deep. We have to start to do some look at this and what consequences are really existing for life here. This question of insecurity is for sure existing. And also I think we should do some research about the nonsense which is happening. For example, I was deeply impressed as the Russians are coming up with the name of vaccination following what they did in the world area, giving a nice name. The Chinese started that they have Sinovac, and the Turks started to have Turkovac. I don't know if any virus or whatever is really connected with the nation. I think it is a question for the humans. We have still a kind of nationalistic campaigning even in this question. I think it should be more campaigning about how good is this stuff which we are using and we have really developed. And here is to learn a lot here. And last but not least, I may say, as a former politician, I think we are also confronted with a lack of leadership. I think we are not really able to handle the current situation. This is also a part of the insecurity. And I'm really fed up if I'm looking to the TV or reading newspapers or announcements, radio, and so on and so on. The ongoing question of journalists and Professor so-and-so, when will be the end of the pandemic? Nobody knows. I think we have to learn to live with insecurity. That's a very important part of our life. We have the impression everything is secure if we are knowing it. We don't know everything. We know only a part. It is really smaller than we ever were convinced. And I think this is a lesson which we have to learn really. Last comment, but I'm admiring how much money is possible to invest in all the conditions around. I think billions are running around. We don't know where the billions will come in the future to pay the debts. That's a real problem for sure. But we have no discussion about this. We have only the comments, billions here, billions here, and so on and so on. And how will it go on? I think this situation is a contribution to insecurity. I think maybe the things are moving in really different directions. It will be a huge political problem. It will be a problem for science and research, but it will be also a political problem, and we are not yet prepared for this. I think it will be interesting which summaries are from our meeting here. I think we know only a part what we have to handle. So far, I'm voting for insecurity, not for right or duty. I think it's a question how to handle insecurity.
Thank you very much. I'm conscious of kind of what you said penultimately about what we don't know. And I think we've been quite bad on what we don't know. And we've gone into measures, the effect of which we haven't computed and don't know because we've believed in them too much, arguably. So it's a fascinating question. And I remember reading a book on the previous flu in the 20th century. And disinformation and misinformation is part of a pandemic, and yet also legitimate concern. And we don't seem to have within our architecture a way of separating between legitimate or illegitimate concern. Instead, what we have is very repressive kind of shutting down of any discussion in a way. But I'll turn to Lucas, if I may. What are your thoughts on this debate, Lucas? And how might you have run the campaign against the pandemic differently, knowing what you know now?
I guess this debate shows us a lot about our resilience, also for future crises. Because it's a matter of fact that we happen to be the first generation in mankind's history that can deal with the pandemic with tests in order to reduce the risk of transferring the virus, that can deal with the pandemic with vaccination in order to protect each other's freedom. And this is extremely important, that it's not always about myself, it's about the others. If I receive vaccination, I, in the first place, protect the person next to me.
Well, you don't, do you? Because you can.
Sorry, you interrupted nobody but me?
You protect yourself against falling ill, but
both.
You don't.
We're both.
You can still transmit even when vaccinated.
Yeah, far less, far less. That's what it's about. Look, we have confidence in the bus driver. We have confidence in the medical doctor who gives us a surgery. I have confidence in academia, and I'm grateful for my children, for my parents, that we have such great researchers, that we have such great medicine during the pandemic. But we wanted to talk about resilience, but I don't want to interrupt you.
But one of the things that's happened is that confidence in researchers has killed people. So if you think of my country and the modelling that went on, and we know, and it's clearly wrong on any of the parameters, which always stressed huge numbers dying. And as a result, through lockdown, we've essentially frozen the ongoing work of the health service in preventing deaths. So you have excess deaths, but not from COVID, but from essentially the overreaction that stems from academic research.
I have also heard that you can increase your funding for the health system due to Brexit.
You know.
Isn't it true? Oh, it's not true. It's again fake news. It was fake news.
Yeah, but what I'm telling you is
it's always the same. So what would be your recommendation? Would be your recommendation to people not to trust in medicine, not to trust in science?
But
I guess this is dangerous.
You're contradicting yourself there. Because
we live in the era of enlightenment, and we can be grateful for that.
You're just repeating truisms, because what you're not recognising is very good academic researchers produced wrong results that resulted in deaths that need not have happened. So it seems to me that any cogent management of our knowledge has to include the idea that we might be getting some of it wrong. And so just saying out loud, oh, we're going to trust everybody, is a bit empty, isn't it? Because it produces the deaths that you seek to prevent. What we've been lacking, surely, in this pandemic is a way to differentiate or mitigate research that essentially has modelled incorrectly.
That's what I do on a daily basis. It's part of my daily job to address the individual concerns of my constituents, of the citizens of this country, of Europe, and I understand, try to understand these concerns, and I address them. I'm a strong defender of freedom of speech, and everybody has the right for their own opinion, but nobody has the right for own facts, because facts is something that gets researched by scientists, by academia, and that's why we have the era of enlightenment. And your question also was what I make of this whole debate, and it tells a lot about resilience. Just imagine if we will be attacked one day, God forbid, will we discuss then if we should defend ourselves? If there will be a large blackout, will we discuss whether we provide people with electricity? If water will be poisoned, will we discuss whether we provide clean water, or will we just provide clean water? So let's strengthen our resilience in this society. This seems to be of utmost importance as a lesson from this crisis for the next.
Well, I suppose what I think is strengthening our resilience is creating a space for trust. But that requires, I think, taking critique more seriously than we did. But let's leave that as it is. Let's think about the consequences of COVID. Let's think of the tensions and the long-term decline of Western liberal democracies that is ongoing. We've seen this democratic recession. The place of the West in the world is shrinking. The Western reach is shrinking. Particularly Europe's reach within that is diminishing. What impact in that general sense of Western decline and the rise of revanchist powers, Russia, China, etc., what impact did COVID have? Because what's interesting is the impact of COVID seems to be quite clearly, in my country at least, it's been pretty good for the middle classes. You were able to stay at home, you got monetary support, your income, some of it rose, but for the working classes, it was the reverse. Their means of living were taken away from them. The impact on them was almost overwhelmingly negative, and it, in a way, further attenuated the tensions that are already there. And we certainly haven't built up any new collective sense of shared responsibility as a result. Let's have your thoughts on that, COVID and the place of COVID within the international order and the general crisis afflicting Western democracies. President Klaus.
Well, there are so many questions and so many points. It's very difficult where to start. I have to repeat that I would like to really to return to a serious analysis of the effects of vaccination in our societies. I am afraid that there is more propaganda of vaccination than serious analysis, empirical analysis of the successes of vaccination. And it's connected with all the other issues. I'm afraid that both sides of the dispute are more ideologically driven, a prioristically driven than empirically driven. As someone who spent 20 years doing statistical and econometric research, I can't stand the daily reports in the media about how many were tested, how many were I don't know what, and it's very unfair analysis. So we listen more to propaganda than to the serious debate. And who starts a serious debate is usually accused of being not politically correct and undermining the cohesion of society. And whereas there has not been a serious discussion about the effects and consequences of vaccination. There is a prioristic belief that it helps, probably it somehow helps, but there is definitely the other side of the coin. There are the negative consequences, and to put together those two things is rather difficult, complicated, and not seriously discussed. It's not a debate about science. It's the debate about the application of some methods into our Western society, which seems to be more post-democratic and post-political and post-rational than in the past.
Chancellor Busek?
I fully share the opinion of Václav Klaus because I have another suspicion. The suspicion might be that we are using this vaccination discussion and also the problem of the pandemic, I think, as a cover for the lack of capacity to solve other problems. I think now everybody is speaking about vaccination. If we would be able to solve the problem of vaccination, the other problems are finished? No. I think we have, for sure, a difficulty concerning peace, weapons production, and so on and so on. I think there are, in the moment, two issues which are covering all the other problems. The one is vaccination and the pandemic, and the other is what to do with the so-called green problem. I think that's not enough for the current situation. I think it is obviously maybe a lack of capacity that we have proposals for these problems. It is not a serious discussion which we have. I think we need, as it was said even years before, we need a new kind of enlightenment to concentrate on the real problems we have. The vaccination is one small part of the problem. I think the others are quite bigger, and we have to turn around the discussion in other directions to look at this. We are avoiding this. If we are looking to all what is shown by facts and fakes, I have to say, that's extremely limited only on some question and not focusing on the real problems we have.
Well, these are interesting. These are interesting points. I particularly like the idea that we need a cultural change in respect of our societies. So as we're entering the last few minutes, let me turn to our panelists who haven't spoken twice and just ask for your final thoughts and remarks. And I'd be interested as if you could focus on the type of society we're becoming and what the COVID tells us about that, whether it aids us or hinders us. Irene, first of all.
Right.
No, Irene, your timer.
Thank you, Philip. I just keep sort of turning in my mind two thoughts. One is that, again, our perspective is very short. This has been pointed out. We don't know quite the impact of what we are going through, either on individual liberties or societies. As I mentioned in my notes, I think it's too early to kind of draw up the score sheet, who won and who lost here. It may appear on the surface that some of the more authoritarian regimes that don't have a debate about what we have to do, they may look like they're winning out. Whether that is the case is not at all clear. And I think that for the ancient Greeks, the idea that somebody should be told to vaccinate might be quite an anathema, because for them the personal liberties were so important. At the same time, I think we live in a much more enhanced democratic world where informed decision of the public is enabled much more than it was in previous decades, because we have social media, because we have so many different new means of receiving information, and we can judge for ourselves. So I think governments no longer have a monopoly on good information, and that has changed. We are in a new kind of historical phase where the public has access to information, enabling them to make their own decisions much more. So there is an empowering of the public in those societies, in liberal democracies, where access to that information is available.
But the reverse is what's happened under COVID. Under COVID, what you've had is a monopolization of such information by the state, together with various coercive powers. But let's move on. Ron, your thoughts? You need to unmute again, Ron.
First and foremost, I don't think we can finish this panel by leaving it like this. I remember when the COVID started, we had many also around the world basically saying, hey, this is a flu, not more than a flu with a good PR, right? And then suddenly we saw, and we all saw this amazing photographs of a cruise liner in Japan, where those guys suddenly had COVID and had to be taken out, and we all looked at this as if it was science fiction. Bottom line, this kills people, okay? It kills people. So we have to find a way to protect people. And how do you protect people? With the best you have, and that is vaccination. Those who don't want to vaccinate, I don't mind. Don't vaccinate, but don't endanger me, okay? Personally. So, from my point of view, this cannot be a wishy-washy thing here. You know, yes, you do. And yes, every country took its own route. Basically, the UK said, okay, you know that, okay, let's open up and see what happens. We can go to the pub around the corner. Israel had a lockdown, now we open. Now everyone has his own thing. At the end of the day, this is not just perceptions of death. This kills. And from my point of view, we have to find a way to go after those who, by spreading fake news, basically create a situation where people are dying. And I know at the end of the day, it's all about perception. Then I tell you the story of the Brit who always comes to the pub and drinks always a glass of whiskey. One day he comes in and today I'd like 2 glasses of whiskey. The barman says, why? He says, look, my friend just entered jail and I'm drinking a glass in his memory. For the next 3 years, he asked for 2 glasses of whiskey and drank them. After 3 years, he comes in and says, today I would like 1 glass of whiskey only. So the barman says, congratulations, I understand that your friend is out of jail. And he answers, no, I stopped drinking. So it's only a matter of perception. Bottom line, we need to really go after those who produce fake news. We need to protect the population and make sure that people who decide, because of their own freedom and their own minds, not to vaccinate, wonderful, dear friends, it's your decision. Do with that, don't hurt me or don't endanger me. Thank you.
Thank you. Lucas, your thoughts?
I agree with Erhard Busek that vaccination is not the main topic, but vaccination is the topic of this panel. That's why we are talking about it. And I anyway wanted to enlarge the issue towards our entire resilience. And we have a lot of lessons due to this pandemic for our future resilience. I always appreciated this British or Anglo-American view of, I would call it just do it. Just do it, compared to this continental, philosophical, complex discussions all the time. So I'm even more surprised that, that we discuss this way today, but I'm not surprised that especially our part of Europe is the one where we discuss complexity, where it's pretty clear that it would be better to be safe than to be unsafe. But conspiracy theories, fake news, hate speech, and so on lead to these tensions. And that's why, as long as a vaccination rate is not high enough, we will have to discuss the issue. And of course, vaccination is not the only way to deal with the pandemic, but one of the essential parts of the different dimensions of the different ways to deal with the pandemic. Of course, wearing masks and taking care for each other. And as I have said before in my little speech, also to learn to live with the virus and not to be alarmed all the time, not to be in a crisis mode all the time, because people, regular citizens, lose patience. And this is not a minority. It's a larger and larger number of citizens who lose patience with lockdowns and with crisis mode. And that's why as soon as we come out of this also fatigue mode of society, the better. But for that, we need vaccination. Just remember, Ron Prosser mentioned the beginning of the pandemic. Just imagine in March 2020, we would have had the idea that there could be tests pretty soon for each and everybody, which is especially the case in Austria, not in every part of the world, that there could be vaccines for nearly everybody. There's a COVAX vaccination movement all around the planet in order to provide with this right. Of course, it's a right of a human to receive a vaccine, in my view, in order to also give the opportunity to take advantage of this right for people all over the planet. We have achieved everything of this. We have come so far. It's a pandemic we can deal better with than any other generation before, due to medicine, due to academia, and due to hopefully, usually politically well-behaving governments and lawmakers. And that's why I remain optimistic, even while we have to discuss these complexities.
Thank you. Thibault.
Well, I do agree with Lucas whilst he's saying that one of the greatest issues for the future is resilience. In many terms, also in social terms. Because currently, and please let me go back again to the younger generations, to the children. When we are teaching them what democracy is about, and they do see that whatever we have said before, it's now suspended. Suspended in a way that it's not about a debate, it's propaganda, as President Klaus said, it's pure propaganda. It's not a vivid and a well-moderated social debate on the whole issue. And this is why I think when Philip, you asked, what about the consequences of of the future. I think that this is going to modify this whole story, what has happened during the past 2 or so years, is going to modify our views on democracy, first of all, and on freedom as well. So I think that here's the point, whilst I'm saying that by this word democracy and freedom, my children will understand quite different things than I used to think before. And let me just say something else in this regard. Okay, I'm quite certain, or at least I try to be certain, that we are going out of the woods, out of the forest. So many encouraging signs are that this current COVID crisis is tending to be a bit more moderate. But here is the very task of us, to start that kind of conversation, what we passed, what we did not. I don't know, well, I'm absolutely uncertain if the next, as you said, Philip, next, what's going to happen next? The next virus, the next crisis should be or could be quite different. But at least, why don't we sum up? Why don't we analyze what has happened? What was wrong? What was bad? What was good? This is the time when people are a little bit more or less anxious. So I think that this is the real time to start a real conversation and social dialogue on this issue. Happened what happened.
On that note, I think we can agree. So thank you very much, everybody. It's been a pleasure having your conversations. And now we'll take a break until the next session of the conference. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much to our panelists for this interesting discussion. May I ask everyone to be back in the room by 3:45 so we can start on time? Thank you. Welcome back again. Our next focus topic is on regional development. We will first hear 4 introductory notes followed by a panel discussion. Please welcome on stage Andreas Reichert, Head of Directorate General for Telecommunications, Postal Service and Mining at the Federal Ministry of Agriculture, Regions and Tourism of the Republic of Austria.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear David, thank you very much for the opportunity to start with an introductory note this afternoon about the importance of regions and digitizations for Europe. Today, Europe is more than ever economically challenged when it comes to global competition with the USA and China. The prosperity of tomorrow can no longer be taken for granted. One answer to the new challenges are economically strong and successful regions. Europe's regions are the most important backbone and asset in global competition as we know it today. With the focus on regions, new location factors have come into focus, above all the digital infrastructures like broadband and 5G. While the location factor infrastructure with regard to road, rail, or energy has already played a relevant role in the success of a location, the impact of digital infrastructure in particular is essential for a sustainable rebound. The current Austrian infrastructure report clearly shows that the expansion of digital infrastructures in Austrian rural areas, in which more than 30% of the local population live, has a special leverage effect. The increase in productivity due to an infrastructure expansion in rural federal states ranges from 1.4 billion euros up to 10.5 billion euros, for example, in Upper Austria. These calculations underline the importance of digital infrastructure as a true productivity booster for our regions. It is important to us at the Federal Ministry of Agriculture, Region and Tourism that we do not leave such potential behind. Investments in digital infrastructure are paying off for all our regions. Broadband expansion is therefore being ambitiously continued in Austria. A few weeks ago, we granted the funding, for example, of over 25 million euros for the further expansion of broadband network in Austria. With these funding commitments from the so-called Lehrrohr program, we actively drive the expansion of the broadband infrastructure in more than 130 municipalities. Every euro we invest in nationwide fast broadband internet is an investment in the future of Austria as a center of commerce and industry. The corona crisis in particular has shown the importance of fast internet for all of us, from remote working to homeschooling, to digital official channels or online sick certificates. On the one hand, the citizens benefit from the broadband expansion. On the other hand, also the companies in Austria regions. By 2030, we want to provide our country with nationwide gigabit-capable connections. This is a major goal that we can definitely only achieve together with the communities, countries, and companies. In addition to providing infrastructure, it is equally important to raise the awareness and empower rural populations for the digital era and possible applications. For example, knowledge on innovative software solutions and digital skills are crucial. Hence, our ministry, together with our partner agency FFG, also supports pilot initiatives to gather more knowledge on the needs of digital rural communities, innovative local governments, and young generations. Another emphasis lies on sharing knowledge on gigabit applications, as well as the success factors for rural co-working initiatives. When it comes to raise awareness, we run the so-called Gigabit Academy. That's a new format where top companies share their knowledge in the field of gigabit applications with others. Goal is to enhance the use of gigabit and 5G. The academy will start likely in late April. Another example, in Carinthia we develop a tailor-made program for teachers and pupils of an agricultural school, making them familiar with new technologies like 3D printing and innovation culture. In Lower Austria, we aim to strengthen rural communities by demonstrating the power of novel software solutions. And in 4 rural areas in Austria, we test pop-up offices spaces in villages. These programs are the foundation for novel funding schemes like the co-working check starting later this year, which will ensure that rural populations can harvest all benefit of digital infrastructures. And finally, let me say something that one thing is really certain. Digital lifelines are the best connections to the future, especially for structurally weak regions. This applies not only to Austria, but to all of us in Europe. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Andreas Reichert. Now it's my pleasure to welcome Jan Sechter, Deputy Minister for EU and International Relations at the Ministry of Transport of the Czech Republic.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Many thanks for the invitation. It's great to visit Vienna and for the first time to have an opportunity to address this year Vienna Congress, which I followed in last 5 years, a diplomat in Austria. My contribution will be somewhat more empirical because I have spent the better part of my diplomatic career working on the fault regional Central European lines, the integration lines or historical disintegration lines between so-called Western and Eastern Europe, as well as in countries which highly developed regional cooperation, with mine own twice in Germany, in Czech embassy in Berlin, short after reunification of Germany, and later in Berlin before our entry to the European Union, later in Poland, and 2013, 2017 in Austria. In a civilization, regions, wealth always trickles down, gradually benefit the relative poor regions as a result of increasing wealth of the relative rich regions. And relative poor regions have always benefited from the presence and more developed neighbors. And it was done so since antiquity. But there are some necessary conditions for this process to be able to take place, namely the presence of freedom of ideas, freedom of sharing of technical progress, and no barriers for regional and human creativity. The fall of communism and with it centrally planned economic systems in Central and Eastern Europe in 1989 opened up to possibilities of coexistence and unique opportunity for our inner periphery of Europe behind the Iron Curtain spanning from Finland all the way to Greece. And following the fall of communism, regional cooperation has become, and it has become quite a matter of course. It will always be significant, even in spite of the changing political and economic environment. A quick change was made from no communication at all towards an intricate web of communication connections between peoples, municipalities, cities, cross-border meetings of fire departments, churches, sports, and other groups were relatively quickly taken for granted. From my point of view, the early 90s, as well as later developments, seems like something of a miracle, given the decades-long attempts of the communist regime to suppress any attempts at the bottom-up regional cooperation. Also, people in communism missed the opportunity and experience to participate in this regional collaboration, but they found their way to it. From the neighborhood perspective, the prosperity gap reached a new degree of visibility after 1989, given the fact that Czech Republic was and is in neighborhood of the highly developed economies of Austria and Germany, augmented by the fact that it shares a border, immediately border with the economic and social powerhouses that are Lower Austria, Upper Austria, Bavaria, and Saxony, for example, forerunner of developments amongst the new German Bundesländer. Differences between the regional inner periphery have had twofold effects. On one hand, the convergence of living standards, and on the other, a very active transfer of capital, investments, and industrial cooperation, and from the year 2004 and following periods, also the free movement of persons on labor market, probably too late. These desired developments have only occurred in select areas of policy which have reached a sufficient degree of wishful mutualization within the European Union in the context of common EU policies, for example, agriculture policy. In other areas, especially those where the EU and its member states share powers, internal affairs, environmental issues, labor markets, social affairs, education, or transport infrastructure, I had the opportunity as diplomat to perceive how regional and cross-border cooperation suffers when waiting for decision to be made in capital cities or in Brussels in the context of EU programs. To sum up on a more general level, above all, to develop regions require freedom, eliminating the bureaucracy, which we know from domestic politics, communication, and infrastructure. This development has always occurred around roads, railways, and rivers. They require skilled and educated people, and the support of education, especially real education, which was discussed yesterday on the Congress, has always been one of the activities that it increased the wealth of society as a whole. In regional politics, we should not be afraid to take the side of competition against monopolies, diversity, against uniformity and spontaneous human activity. This can be achieved through education from a young age, as well as exchange trips. I remember and function best program in Lower Austria in kindergarten and schools, Sprachoffensive, where children's second and third languages is always one of a neighborhood nation's language. There is never enough of these activities. With this intense human menschlichen relationship of the last 30 years, we are returning to what our grandparents knew after 100 years of the tour. These were the effects of the absence of any barriers to movement of people, goods and services, capital, but also ideas and culture patterns at the borders, which enriched the past generation of both of our countries immensely. We must not be afraid to continue being different in ways to make us attractive for cooperation, both between the regions and across regions. EU policy seeks sometimes to regulate everything, thus creating homogeneity and sameness. But diversity provoke and motivate us to cooperate. If two regions are absolutely identical, no one will cooperate and there will be no comparative advantage, which is, after all, an economic and social ability. I would even emphasize that it is necessary to resist administrative homogeneity, even it is often paved with good intentions, such as the proposal to institute a common minimum wage, common wage standard without any regards for differences between regions. The motto, the same money for the same kind of work, was here a living political issue. I think there is also certain patriotism behind the success of the regions. It can also have its cross-border patriotic dimension, developing across borders in the form of respect for neighborhoods, to a certain degree of loyalty to place and region without weakening the statehood of the countries on either side of the border. States are not only guarantor and building block of Europe, but also the institution that guarantees the stability of regional cooperation. Diversity, originality, imagination, and human action was discussed here before. On the contrary, let us strive equality in the sense of interoperability. Let us strive for interoperability in transportation and digital infrastructure. Let us plan our projects together, harmonize our 5G broadband digital connection, and care for natural cross-border cooperation. And where it is possible, let us support it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Jan Sechter. Our next speaker on stage is Karim Tager, Managing Partner Austria, Global Practice Leader for Telecommunications, Information Technology, Media and Electronics at AFD Little Austria.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's my pleasure to be back. I'd like to thank in particular David for keeping the course of this symposium. It's the 19th one. I've been participating to most of them, and I'm very pleased today to come back with a very interesting topic. I think my two predecessors were talking about the importance of the rural or regional economic development. And I'd like to pose today a thesis whether we are experiencing an inflection point here. I think all have been hearing for years that there is an exodus from the rural area to the cities. And eventually now we reach a point where it's reverse. People are actually emptying the cities to go to real rural areas. And the question is this sustainable? So in my presentation, I will give some perspective on what it makes it successful to develop an economical region in rural areas, what are the requirements, and what are the platforms that make it sustainable. So all that driven by digital transformation. So let me start with the first slide, reminding you that there is an era of pre-COVID and post-COVID. The pre-COVID clearly was, if you look at the chart on the left side, from 1950s to 2020, an explosion, so to say, of humans moving to cities. And you see the dots, how bigger they have become in 50 years. Now, or 70 years on this chart. If you look at the trends, it looks like in a few years, we will have 66% of the people, 2/3 of the people, living actually in urban areas. Whereas my prediction today, post-COVID, is probably there is an inflection point and things will reverse. On the right, you see the chart showing a very interesting point, which is the net out migration from urban neighborhood. So you see how it was pretty much stable and bursting in 2020 when COVID came. So I think you all have been reading the news, some of them quite alarming, the city being empty. And we see that in many areas of the world, whether it's Australia or the US or Europe, there is the same kind of message coming up. So is this a sustainable trend? Is that just a burst and we will come back to normal? Or eventually, this could become sustainable? And I think this is the topic of the debate today. Can we sustain the economic development in rural area where we have still 30 to 45% of the people living? If you look at Poland, it's more around 45%, in other countries around 30%. So to make it sustainable, let us look first at the different dimensions that are required to make the economic development sustainable. So on the bottom, you see the most important dimension, in my view, which is about the infrastructure. And you have two parts of that. The first one is related to the economic development with regards to telecommunications, transportation, utilities. These are the basic. If you don't have those, it's very difficult, so to say, to interact and network with other people. On the right side, you see the social-driven infrastructure, which is about healthcare and education. So if you move up, the next dimension, the horizontal dimension, we talk about platform services and ecosystem to enable and support the very top of this slide, which is residents, businesses, as well as municipalities. And of course, they can only live if there are enough services that are sitting on this platform. Now, I will focus during this presentation on two areas. One around the telecom infrastructure, and the other one, and we heard the importance of it before from my two predecessors. And the second one will be on the demand, which is mainly covering the transportation, how people interact, and they need, so to say, the mobility as a very basic need and service to move from area to other. On the infrastructure, I will start with a very interesting case study around Italy. So for me, Italy is one of the most admirable countries that leapfrog and catch up massively with the supply of high-performance broadband infrastructures. If you look on the right side of the slide, you will see that Italy today represents 56% of households that have FTTH fiber coverage, and it's higher than the European average. A few years back, they were at 10%, and even in 2012, they were at 3% only. And we all know that fiber deployment takes a lot of time, so they made a fantastic progress in these last years. Why that? Because on the left side, you see that the Italian government was very courageous in actually creating an environment and also investing into a startup together with a utility company called Enel, with their state holding company, CDP, to create a fiber wholesale company and providing access to the retail company existing in Italy. They also put 1.6 billion roughly, with 14 lots tendering them to cover the rural area, what they call the white areas. Moving on, very important is also to increase the adoption rate, the take-up rate of these services. They came up with a program around voucher for institutions, state institutions, but also for companies and citizens. And last but not least, this is future-oriented. They are attracting and pushing further their program with a national recovery and resilience plan, and they're getting 190 billion actually to further extend the program, and I will come to that in a minute. So not only they have catch up with the fixed environment, but they also create an environment to support wireless technology. So they have 2 leading wireless companies that are providing in the white area as well broadband access, which is bringing up the average of broadband services to rural community. So in terms of supply, I would say they have done a good job, and many countries could actually catch up by just simply getting inspired from the Italian model. What's interesting, in the next phase of the recovery and resilience plan, they have dedicated 191 billion for further initiatives. And all these initiatives are described on the left side, and you see that many of those are actually beyond the infrastructure and very much focusing on the demand. So after doing a good job on the supply side, they did a very good job on the demand side. And you see on the right side, the light blue shows you the percentage of where they're going, up to 74%, 88% is for digital competences, culture, healthcare system, all that related to the uptake for demand and providing digital services in the rural area and regional area that it needs the most. What is interesting as well to see is that they have reserved 2 billion for 5G to further cover the white areas until 2026 if the natural deployment from the mobile operator is not as fast as they want. So as Italy, many European countries can consider this supply and accelerate the deployment of high competitive and capacity network. Now, if you look at the average European, we see that almost 100%, we're talking here about 81% plus 18%, so we talk about 99% are covered in Western Europe. However, 18% are not using the service yet. On the right side, you see the causes. Access to computers, and very often literacy. So there is a lot of work to do on the demand side. So while there is still a gap between rural and urban, this gap is declining. So the focus going forward is to continue the plans with regards to the supply, but actually put more attention on the demand side. And the demand is very much hampered by what we call the vicious circle. You are lacking the use of application. There is a big gap of digital applications. There is also lack of the awareness, what to do with them. There are skills that are lacking, and that doesn't help you to get the jobs that are related to digital services. So on the right side, you see some root cause analysis, and what is important to do is to encourage, develop, and support eventually the poorer economics for creating digital services that need to be catered for rural population. We can give you a lot of examples here, but this is what every country has to tackle in the rural area. Now, if you move forward, I would like to focus in particularly my attention on the small and medium enterprises. Why that? Is because in the majority of the countries, you take Italy, Austria, you take Switzerland, Germany, more than 90% of the economy is sustained by small and medium enterprises. And many of them are actually in rural areas or outside the dense urban areas where the infrastructure is provided. So I think the priorities in terms of initiatives need to be focused on what small and medium enterprise needs, which is the fundamental understanding of the technology, the guidance and assistance and access to the information, the technology capabilities, and last but not least, funding them. So we have established a program that is being in many countries already adopted that relays on, so to say, these 4 dimensions I was talking about on the vertical. And in particular, you see here dedicated initiatives that will actually boost and focus on the issue that are today faced by the small and medium enterprise. So if you consider these recommendations and you have a holistic and comprehensive plan, the chances that you catch up fast and turn the vicious circle into a virtuous circle will become very realistic. Now, there are countries, and I will only pick up 2 examples today, that have explored very interesting activities, part of the program I was talking about before. If you look on the left side, the needs of rural small and medium enterprise are very different than from the urban ones. So if you see on the left side, Bergerac, it's a region in France, they have created through the municipality and the federal support dedicated target initiatives to educate, develop plans, but actually doing first a diagnosis of what the small and medium enterprise really needs. And all that is driven by tailor-made trainings. There is no country that does not do digital training today. All of them have plans. If you look at the reality, very few small and medium enterprises are considering them. Why that? Because they're not tailor-made. So the whole point here is not to make a program to have it in your agenda and on a menu, but you need to make sure that it's adapted to the needs of the rural areas. On the right side, you see that Austria is a very good also case study because a lot of large corporations have managed to develop regional ecosystems and embrace and embarking small and medium enterprises. If I take the railways, for instance, in their program, in their procurement, they're giving trainings to small and medium enterprises to join the digital platform and to be able to participate to the tenders. I can give you another example, CAPSH, that is pushing the ICT program and providing a lot of training in the rural areas. And last but not least, I can continue on and on, the ALP, so to say, initiative, where what we call the Silicon Valley ALP, many corporates are putting platforms together to educate, develop, train small and medium enterprises. Why that? Because they want to make sure that they become sustainable, they better manage the risk of supply chain management, and they want actually to make sure that they take advantage of the talent they have in the region and eventually continue the collaboration with these companies and embrace them in their program. My last example here is on the mobility services. You may not know, but there are cities in Europe, and I'm taking Porvoo in Finland, with 50,000 inhabitants. And this city does not have a railway. It's not connected to Helsinki, although it's only 50 kilometers from there. So many smaller towns face the same issue. Now you can, of course, try to put your city on the roadmap of railway and national grid, but this will take 10 to 20 years. Today, municipalities, together with the community, have become very active to create a platform, and we're back to the ICT platforms, where actually you manage to embark a larger community on this platform and provide a service. And seeing this service that has been created, digital services called Demand Response Transit, the traffic has increased in the last month by 5 times. 27% of the trips were never made at all. And last but not least, in terms of environmental impact as well, we're talking about 2.6 tons saving of CO2 in the main route toward Helsinki. This example can be replicated in many smaller areas, rural and regional areas. And I know that in Germany, in Austria, in France, and many other countries, you have more and more awareness of developing these mobility as a service platform. In summary, as a conclusion, I would say that I'm quite confident that in terms of supply, thanks to the deployment of fiber and 5G, we will have very high capacity network supply. This is a matter of years, but we're closing the gap, and this is less a problem because the problem is on the demand side, where the supply is already here, but the take-up rate is lower. And we could see that in the few examples I showed before. However, the demand side can be supported through regional activities by stimulating the collaboration between municipalities, small and medium enterprises, but also large companies and enterprises. And last point, when it comes to the services, I showed that it's a matter of providing trainings, enabling, creating, and improving the awareness of the digital services, and eventually connect the communities among themselves. Just to give an example, to cater for the mobile health services or education, there is a startup in Austria that became a unicorn called Go Students, and it creates a private virtual market for education where everyone who has something to say, to teach, can become a tutorial and participate to this program. So if you sit in a rural area, you can also share your knowledge, provide services remotely. This is one of hundreds of startups that are emerging right now. We just need to connect and create the awareness in the regions with these champions, the new digital champions, and be able to participate and create economic development that is sustainable. And this ends my presentation. It's all about sustainability and making sure that eventually this trend that we see right now is not a burst, but eventually sustainable for the future. So will we experience exodus from cities to rural on the long run? Perhaps yes, and that would be a good development for the whole society. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Karim Taga. Now it's my pleasure to welcome online Ophir Frieda, Professor at Georgetown University, Chief Scientific Officer at Invariant, and Lead Science and Technology Advisor to Aurora Forge.
Good morning, and a fine good morning from Washington, D.C. As much as I would have preferred to be saying something else, more like Guten Nachmittag, or actually Guten Tag or Guten Nachmittag, which is more accurate for the time zone, aus Wien. Unfortunately, doesn't matter how much I wanted to be there, that wasn't an option to be. And that's actually my form of the initial part of the regional disparity that I'm going to address today. In fact, that disparity is a good segue to what I'm really going to talk about, which is trying to bridge the urban and rural divide. And when you talk about urban and rural divide, particularly in the sense that I focus on, I talk about the healthcare divide. We just had a great talk and that discussed about how technology is being deployed. But the reality is, and things are getting better in the rural areas, but that is not quite the case when you refer to healthcare. So what I'm going to talk about is a tale of two geographies. The first geography I'm going to talk about because I know, and that's in Georgia. And that's in Georgia in the United States. It's a state that has a population of approximately 10.6 million people. The density of rural area is about 40% of the population. And the reason I know about it is I'm involved in a startup, a healthcare data integration, AI-oriented startup called Invariant. Now, because of that, I have more information, and hence I will use that as a representative to Austria. And it's a fair representative because Austria has roughly the same population and roughly the same rural segment of the population. When we talk about disparity, what do we really talk about? Well, we're not talking about the general practitioners or the physician's assistants. The bottom line is that you're talking about simply because the general practitioners and physicians, they are there. What you don't have is the specialists. In Georgia, you have, when you compare the Atlanta metropolitan area and you compare the rest of the rural community, the cardiologists are about 114 of them in Atlanta, whereas in the rural community, it's only 11. And when you compare the OBGYNs in the Atlanta area, there's 755, but there's only 98 in the rural community. The fact is that this situation is underestimated the disparity that exists in Georgia. And the reason being is this does not take into account the fact that when you have to go any distance to get to anywhere, as you do in the rural community, even if you could get the cardiologist appointment or the OBGYN appointment, you would have to travel a great distance, you would have to take a large amount of time, and this metric doesn't show it. Another reason this metric doesn't show it is because in Atlanta is only just one of the municipalities. The disparity is much worse when you consider that the urban population includes cities such as Augusta, Columbus, Macon, Savannah, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So the disparity, while it looks bad now, is actually much worse. So what are we actually trying to address? Well, like President Klaus, I actually take the instructions quite literally. And this is a question coming straight out of the discussion topic today. Where do we need more fair play between urban and rural region? And the answer is healthcare. More so, how can regional development be best supported? And the answer is digital medicine. We've already heard and several speakers talk about the need for digital medicine. This morning, we heard people, at least one of the speakers mentioned telemedicine. Yesterday, we were hearing about the need to help resolve the disparity in healthcare and the reduction in the healthcare force by using artificial intelligence. These are all data-driven applications that involves digital sharing. Now, telemedicine is a controversial topic. And in fact, every innovation has some controversy and has some supporters. But we have to remember that telemedicine isn't something from today. It's been something that's been around for many years. And now comes the issue of how is it perceived? Well, prior to the pandemic, which is about 1.5 years ago, 2 years ago, in a survey taken by in the United States of 2,000 patients, personally, only 20% had actually experienced telemedicine. A year later, about 61% of the population that surveyed had experienced it. Prior to the pandemic, 44% only believed that you could actually have a quality measure when you actually had telemedicine compared to in person. Whereas now 80% that you can have equivalent care as via telemedicine as you can with in person. And in fact, 65% doubted in the past that you can actually have any reasonable quality. And today, about 88% wish to pursue and keep their telemedicine option post the pandemic. Now, doesn't matter if you are dealing with information that is in a in-person visit or you're dealing with a remote visit, you care that all your data is available to the care team that you've got. And that's not just what's stored digitally in the electronic medical records. If that's all you have, you're losing out on significant possibilities. For example, we are all wearing wearables. We all have medical devices around us. We all go to pop up in various different clinics, and we should all be able to take account for the genomes that we have information about. This should all be integrated into one global digital record that should be available to your care team, whether you're in person or in a telemedicine visit. So the question is, with that, what can you do? And our recent effort has been to create what's called cooperative care. Rather than just going to having your one doctor, you can have your entire team see your entire record and you interact with them. So they can interact with you, you can interact with them, and they can interact with each other. Doesn't matter where they're physically located. It doesn't matter even if they're the same time zone or not. This way you can get the best possible care with the doctors getting the best, most common information. And this should resolve the issue of not having a person nearby to interact with you. So we're not just trying to take and provide a personal care and just trying to resolve the rural and urban disparity. What we're trying to do is not only equate them, but we're trying to improve them both by having such a group sharing of information and a group interaction. But that's not sufficient. We can and we should do more. In fact, we were told, and discussions have been made on how artificial intelligence can supplement that of the personal care. Doesn't matter if you've got somebody next to you or if you don't have anybody near you. You should be able to have the best quality information, and your care team should be able to provide it the best possible guidance. So from an idea that stemmed at Georgetown University Medical Center, an idea to predict which kind of drug should be given to which patient once a doctor has already diagnosed the ailment of the patient. This idea of finding the most similar patient in the patient database and comparing you to that patient who has suffered from the same illness and was prescribed one of the possible drugs was tried out in a hospital in Taiwan using their medical records. This technology was licensed by McSellar Technologies, and as we speak, is being deployed or being investigated in Medical University in Graz. So what are we talking about? Well, we took the entire medical information that we have, and that's, as I said, the medical records, the wearables, the pop-up clinic information, and so on and so forth, and you map it into a graph. Why a graph? Well, a graph is easy to understand, a graph is easy to generate, and graphs are easy to compare against other graphs. What are the other graphs? Those are the graphs of all the patients in the databases to find the graph that is most similar to you. So when you take such a graph, you can have a mapping. And if you happen to be if you happen to be most similar to a female patient who's 67 years of age, who's being diagnosed with bronchial pneumonia, you could potentially have prescribed her this set of medications. But had you done so, you would have not been a very happy caregiver, because this patient suffered within 3 days of the same disease. So this cure for this patient wasn't good. So maybe, however, you map to a different patient. Maybe you are most similar to a male patient who's 71 years of age who has bacterial pneumonia. Well, in this case, this patient was offered ciprofloxacin, and fortunately, for 90 days afterwards, there was no such ailment. So this was a success. So if you find the patient which is successful, that's most similar to you, hopefully you'll be able to prescribe them that medication and hopefully be successful for you. The bottom line is you wish to personalize the treatment and personalize the medication for the given patient, for the given ailment. So what are we advocating? In a remote environment or in even urban environment, we wish to create regional medical equality. We wish to use technology that will support such. We wish to provide the best medical cooperative care via potentially telemedicine. We want to add into it intelligence provided to us by AI so we can personalize the treatment just particularly for you, the given patient. We don't care if you're local, we don't care if you're remote, but if you combine these two, we hope to provide you the best medical care that you can provide, solving and bridging the regional divide. And with that, I thank you for the opportunity. I thank you for inviting me, and I thank you for your time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ofe Frieda. Is digitalization a game changer? Our next panel discussion tries to answer this and other questions. The panel will be moderated by Hedwig Morvay, Director, Strategy and Europe at Erste Foundation and former Executive Director at the European Fund for the Balkans. She will be joined by Ofe Frieda, Oskar Menzer, Jan Sechter and Karin Dager.
So welcome to this panel discussion. And dear gentlemen, thank you for joining me here today. You talked about regional development. You mentioned digital growth. I think both of these topics are so broad and so interesting. And combined, I really think that we can kind of provoke an exciting discussion around it. I feel that there is so much to be told, even though you already reflected on diverse issues related to that. I would not make another round of introduction because you were already introduced. And having in mind that two of you had already your interventions, unfortunately, Mr. Andreas Reichert had to leave urgently for private reasons. I would like to ask Mr. Oskar Menze to reflect on what has been said and also to share with us his views on this combined and very broad topic.
Thank you, Hedwig. A pleasure to be here once again in this panel, especially because the topic is very dear to my heart. We're talking about digitalization, and reflecting on that, my own journey with digitalization started, or everybody's journey started about 40 years ago, when we started getting our first pocket calculators. So the first impact that we felt from digitalization a long time ago was a change in mathematics, in adding, multiplying numbers. And we've seen a journey over the last 40 years where digitalization has been impacting more and more and more of our world around us. What we also see is that the change is accelerating. So digitalization is creating change around us at a faster and faster pace. We are seeing change in everything. We are seeing change in finance. We are seeing change in education. We are seeing change in government. We are seeing change in entertainment and in all of the society coming from digitalization. In particular, also, as we've seen from Professor Frieder, there are big changes coming in medicine as well. And as with all change, we know it's coming, but we don't really know where it's going or how fast it will hit us. Predicting the time to that change is, for me, the most interesting thing. Knowing that something is going to happen is much easier to predict than to tell how long it will take before it will actually arrive. We've seen many examples, of course, of this in the last 2 days. And so with this little introduction, I'll pass back to Hedwig.
Thank you. Mr. Frieder, it would be so great if you would be sitting here with us. It was very exciting to listen to your presentation and your ideas about how to kind of overcome this urban-rural gap when it comes to healthcare. And you presented some novelties, some innovative kind of initiatives in which you are participating yourself. How would you link it now to this situation with the pandemics? What could be added to this already existing this observation of the already existing divide between these types of two communities when it comes to healthcare?
Well, the pandemic has moved. There's an old saying that necessity is the motherhood of innovation. Necessity is also the motherhood of change. There's no doubt that telemedicine was growing. It skyrocketed due to the pandemic. In fact, it probably over-skyrocketed due to the pandemic because people were afraid to go or could not go to their doctor and care. I'm sure some of the enthusiasm will subside slightly, but it does provide you now with possibilities to be able to have predictive mechanisms for treatments, including treatments such as COVID. We are getting more and more data on what works and doesn't work with COVID. That data is used to train networks, to train neural networks, learning systems, to be able to understand what is the right approach and what is the wrong approach. Clearly, drinking bleach is not the right approach. And we've heard comments on that before from my part of the world. But obviously, which medications will work, what genetic characteristics of the individuals seem to affect or not affect the patient, what physical traits, what past foods, what past allergies, what past any medical conditions affect your success of treatment or not, or the severity of disease you cannot. And that's all done with this kind of technology. And digitalization provides you the opportunity to do exactly that, to be able to forecast what could work and what could help the individual who's suffering from anything such as the pandemic.
Thank you very much. Mr. Taga, you were also talking about this urban-rural divide, and you also mentioned some interesting examples. One of those were from Finland. And you were also talking about the importance of the communities, the involvement of communities in finding solutions. And you also talked about the necessity for skill development. So I would like to ask you to maybe elaborate a bit more, again, in the context of the pandemics, how you see it. Did it get kind of fostered? You know, is it really kind of enhanced the process of skill development and focusing on developing the digital solutions and finding the appropriate development, also methodologies?
With pleasure. I think there was a joke running just a few weeks after COVID started, where you would ask in a survey, what was the biggest accelerator of digital transformation companies? Was it the CEO? Was it any kind of change management program, etc.? Or was it COVID? And the majority were saying COVID. Obviously, because of the necessity, we heard it before, people had actually to, for many, for the first time in their life, get to use to platform that I never seen before. Nobody knew what Zoom was before. Right? Just as an example. So I think the first necessity was actually to get in touch with the technology related to communication. We all were using smartphones, or the majority, 90% penetration in most of the market. I think it's something else if you are in a work environment where you had like 1 or twice a year video conferencing that is forced, or if you have thousands per day in mid-sized company, I would say today. Okay, so that enhanced also the way of interacting with people, because it's not only about listening or watching, it's also about co-designing, chatting, giving your opinion, forced, I would say, survey. So the digital platform today that are, let's say, embedded in the majority of the process in corporates increased the participation on innovative thinking. In the past, you would run a workshop. 1/3 was very actively participating. 1/3 were more on the listening mode, and 1/3 didn't know why they were there and were just waiting until the time passes. Now, with the digital platforms, you actually enable the participation to everyone that is present. And for that, you need obviously to train them, to educate them, to raise the awareness on what platform to use. So I think the awareness, just because of communications and participation of these, let's say, networks, enhanced dramatically I would say, the digital basic skills, right? Now, more and more is required because it's not only about communicating, but probably being involved in sorting out a problem in a city. For instance, in rural areas or in regional, let's say, less populated environments, you cannot offer the same level of service. A city or the municipality does not have the same means. So, for instance, if you see a graffiti on a wall, or if you see, some dust that need to be cleaned, right? A problem, a garbage or so, instead of waiting that there is a regular service coming and provided by the city to fix it, if you embrace digital platforms and educate your citizens, they probably become part of the solution. That is, if you see a problem, a graffiti, you make a picture of it and you just post it on an app. Or if you see garbage full, you eventually post it as well with geolocalization. The municipality would know and will provide a service level that says everyone that highlights the problem in the city, I will fix it within 24 hours. So that's a classical digital services that enables an efficient way of living together, but also cost efficient as well. And I can go on and on with these kind of services. But I think the motherhood of all the platforms is definitely being able to communicate and interact with other people.
Thank you very much. Mr. Zechter, when we talk about processes and policy processes and involving communities, finding solutions, well, you're obviously one of the policymakers. You are a decision maker coming from the government. What would you say about the success of really developing inclusive models of policy making in this area? And how does it really work in your experience?
Thank you. My diplomatic work and my colleague from Czech Embassy to Vienna is here, Jakub Novák, was to support local and regional cross-border cooperation from neighborhood country to Austria or from Austria to transfer ideas in cooperation to the Czech Republic. Wherever it was required from partner, this bottom-up approach was very necessary, not to be a great designer or demiurge of cross-border cooperation. It is important to find a topic where can you really contribute in a real way for cross-border cooperation. The very orientation for local and regional authorities can be done from diplomatic service, or what can and cannot be changed because national and European regulation prevent it, is valuable for local and regional partner. As I mentioned in my speech, not everything is far from obvious in cross-border cooperation. There are many barriers, administrative barriers, languages. There are regulations. We spent with my colleague today, because it's my job in Ministry of Transportation, we spent an hour in discussion with my Lower Austria partner for transportation today. We bring our railway connections across the border. It's not liberalization in the European Union. You need a cross-border and bilateral agreement for it, for regional train connection. I remember, because our Congress main topic is health, how important was our help along the border from Böhmerwald to Tayatal National Park, how to bring injured patients in the nearest medical facility. Because at the end, we were only able to resolve this problem with special agreements, with Czech-Austrian agreements and with Lower Austria and Southern Moravia agreements, to help our insurance companies at the end to resolve through special agreement the charge for the patient from the other side on the border. And I remember that it was achieved and signed, this agreement, including the air ambulance service. And at this moment, in the day of agreements, just before our agreement was signed on the border, was a biker and motorcyclist injured on the Czech territory just over Austrian border and was taken several kilometers to the Czech hospital and not to Vienna, 120 kilometers. This first patient after signing of this agreement. This is my message, to be added value for regional cooperation.
Yes.
And to bring, to overcome this inner periphery feeling in regions, to be really centrum of good living standards. And healthcare is very important.
Thank you very much, underlining how important this inter-regional collaboration is, and especially in this field. And having in mind that here also borders doesn't matter because people can collaborate in the virtual field as well and sphere. You would like to add something?
Yeah, just a comment. Obviously, the solution can be much closer sometimes. We just need to make it happen, right? As you said with the hospital.
Mr. Mens, well, we are speaking about digital development and we are speaking about regions. And obviously we have an example from the US, we are discussing Europe. But even in Europe, regions are very different. So there are infrastructural prerequisites, there are policy factors which influence these developments, and there are many other necessities which are there in order to really develop the best strategy for digital growth and for regional development. What would you say, where to start? I mean, we were mentioning here today many things, among others the AI as well, and it's kind of the role of AI and these new technologies in the medical service. So these are huge, you know, from one end to the other. It's really where to start when we speak about we have to build up people's skills. Some people have smartphones, but they don't know much to do with it. Due to the pandemics, they kind of get used more to the different platforms and different services they can, but there is so much to do. So where to start in order to develop a sustainable kind of digital growth plan?
I don't think we need to do anything. It is happening if we do or don't do. And it is not a question of doing or not doing. It is really a question of how quickly is it happening. There is in fact nothing that anybody could do today to stop it, I believe. But the question does arise, how quickly are these changes going to hit us? And which ones do we like, which ones do we not like? And how can we soften the blow of the changes that are not good for us and amplify the intensity of the ones that are beneficial? And then, of course, it's different in different regions and for different people and in different environments. For example, in medicine, by bringing in digitalization, there is a lot of change that is threatening the status quo. And there's a lot of resistance in medicine to digitalization. There is very little resistance to digitalization in bringing broadband to remote regions, because nobody is going to say, I don't want Wi-Fi or an internet connection in my village because it's going to harm me. Very unlikely that somebody would have a problem with the expansion of that. However, changing one's profession because digitalization is impacting it then requires education, it requires some time to pass for people to get used to it or for new people to come in to take over. It requires education, and that education is starting earlier and earlier. As we have seen As we have seen earlier in this conference, Dan Schechtman was talking about starting science education in kindergarten. And so we are seeing the education pushing earlier and earlier. And really the question is, how can we predict the future? What is coming at us because of digitalization? And how can we adjust the funding from governments in the direction in which this funding goes to maximize the benefits and soften the blow? Paradoxically, because of digitalization, we are getting better at predicting things. And the main paradox of prediction is that the better we get at predicting things, the higher incidence rate of uncertainty exists. And so we can see that in our world, every year or two, now increasing exponentially, there is a feeling of increased volatility, increased uncertainty. And it is possible that digitalization is part of that volatility and uncertainty because it is accelerating everything, the good and the bad. And because of that, we lose our ability to know what is coming tomorrow.
And if you would evaluate these past 2 years when basically everyone became digital and everyone was out there in the virtual sphere, are there more good or more bad developments?
That is a dangerous question because it's quantitative and most people would answer it emotionally. If you just look at numbers, the story is different than if you look at people's emotions. It may be very unpopular to say this, but one way to look at numbers would be to say, by locking people into their homes, do you save more people from COVID? Or do you lose more people from suicide? And that debate today can almost not be had, even if you do it by numbers, because it's not an acceptable discussion. So answering this question, and there are much worse ways to put these numbers next to each other, and people do not accept the number-based approach today at all because it creates uncertainty. There is no clear number, there is no one answer, but it's probabilistic. It is likely that this might have happened, it is likely that this might have happened, but we don't know for sure because you cannot tell the consequence of not doing something. So then you have to deal with the world probabilistically. There's a probability that this would happen and a probability that this other thing could have happened, as we have seen from Professor Frieder with a medication. You give a patient the medication, and we assume this is the right medication, but it's not. There's a probability. It could help with a 60% probability, and it might kill him with a 40% probability. What do? Well, you may decide to give it to the patient or not, or you may decide to not look at the probabilities and just make decisions. There are two parts of society today. One that likes clear decisions, yes or no, truth and false, right and wrong. And there's another part of society which accepts risk and probabilities and uncertainty. And we see a lot of conflict between these two groups of people, as we've seen at this Congress as well, which has been really enlightening on that front.
Mr. Frieder, any comments on that? We cannot hear you. You're muted, probably.
Actually, I'm happy to answer to that. First of all, you were talking about what is the likelihood of accelerating or the whole movement of to generalization. And Oscar did answer that it's not a question of a need to accelerate or not, it's just happening. But it's also because the various services that are brought to you are by necessity motivating people. In the United States, education is, particularly higher education, is extremely expensive, unfortunately. But as such, there are programs that are generating via digitalization virtually free or very cheap graduate programs on a massive online open courses. They themselves are generating a large number of excitement and a large motivation, and therefore people are moving towards digitalization. They're also providing opportunities by having data sources that they can investigate and utilize, and those data sources are helping policymakers make decisions, such as the open data set that was just released by Google that talks about vaccination access travel times, so they can guess where people are going and how long it takes or the like, or discussions about what symptoms are occurring. So all these, and if they're occurring, what are some of the conversations to be able to convince people that most of those statements that are brought out are fake. So all those possibilities are motivating the growth of it on its own. However, I want to put in a, I don't want to say a flip side, but yeah, maybe a flip side, a word of caution, let us say. In Europe, the 5G deployment seems to have gone fairly well. For those of you in the United States, or those who are listening from the United States, you are well aware that about a week ago, we were about to lose our airports because the 5G deployment that we were going to have, and was going to cause problems for flights. So fortunately, that was averted. But before we jump too quickly into the technology, and before we jump too quickly into a broadband, before we jump too quickly into pure digitalization, we have to be careful, we have to be cautious, we have to tread lightly. These are all that mean the same thing, because if we don't do it, lest one rushes into it, you're going to rush into trouble. So while I'm a big supporter of digitalization, I work most of my efforts in that, I am well aware that there are flip sides and there are dangers in doing so as much as there are opportunities.
I have one more question for you, because for me this, artificial intelligence is also a very much debated issue, and of course not understood by the majority of the population. It's still a very complex topic, and now using artificial intelligence in different areas, and you mentioned healthcare, how much opposition there is? Is it broadly accepted when you say artificial intelligence on one hand, and then you also mentioned the global medical digital record? Would be people happy and ready to allow their data to be included in such a global digital record?
As you heard throughout the whole gathering, technology or any innovation is going to meet its obstacles. It's going to meet its naysayers. It's going to meet its opponents. It's going to meet, as well as it's going to meet those that are going to be embracing it. Now, there's obviously resistance to some of it, but the first way to approach it is via baby steps. For example, in the drug prediction approach, it is not the intent to replace the physician. It is not the intent to diagnose the ailment. It is not even the intent to suggest the medication. What it is the intent is to give the doctor or the caregiver the ability to diagnose the patient, to suggest medication, and see if that medication is likely to help by comparing it against a large collection of patients that the doctor obviously would not be able to do otherwise. So if you do gradual steps along the way, if you encrypt information, if you don't store it, but shard it all over the place to make sure that you fragment and remove the context so they cannot understand what exactly is being stored, and if it's found, if you make sure that you can give the opportunity to be forgotten if the patient doesn't want you to know all the information, and that the patient can control exactly what the doctor sees and does not see. It just provides the opportunity to give a complete vision to the doctor should the patient want to. Then there is acceptance. There is obviously resistance, and it's not a tool that's going to solve for everyone. But as more and more use becomes available, people will become more and more happy with it. History is full of things that people would have said nobody would want. Even going back from the days that basically who would want an icebox? After all, they delivered milk to you every day. So you can go back, and there's always going to be opposition, but there is gradual acceptance, again, because necessity is there. So people do it. It provides tools that you don't have before, and people like better tools.
Yes, I completely agree with that. On the other hand, it's basically we don't know much about how really our data is processed and how we should protect ourselves. So my question was basically based on that even if people are positive about an idea, basically they don't understand what that means. So I wonder, this fast development, and especially in such sensitive areas like sharing your healthcare data globally, how can we follow this fast development process with awareness raising and education to really make it then acceptable, but informed. Acceptable by an informed decision of the individual.
Your data must be patient-centric. Your data must be owned and controlled purely by the patient. It should never be stored in a way that if it's anybody access it, they can get any information. The guarantees have to be given. Education has to be there. Fail-safe mechanisms have to be provided. And the patient must be the individual must know exactly how the data is controlled, and that the patient must have the full control of their individual record. What to give to which to doctor, what to store, what not to store, what to integrate, what not to integrate, how long it should live, and when it should be removed, should be strictly and only controlled by the patient. And mechanisms and techniques, and they exist, our system does it, be able to let the patient make sure that the doctor sees only what it wants and only if the patient authorizes it. And it's never in a format that anybody could get to it that would make any sense to anybody else.
Thank you. Mr. Taga, you were talking about the Italian recovery plan, and you were also mentioning a lot the need for supporting small and medium sized enterprises. You were not that much talking about corporates. What is the reason for that?
Well, there are multiples, because if you look at the economies, if you look at Austria, for instance, 90% or more are small and medium enterprises. You have only a few hundred companies in Austria only out of the 300,000, so we talk about peanuts here, that have revenue higher than $500 million. Right? We're not the US, right? We are, in majority of the European countries, it's a network of small companies, right? So the larger one can cater for themselves. We have done a very interesting study, and we do that every year, looking at the index of how small and medium enterprises are becoming more digital. And the index from maturity, from basically a very low level of maturity, understanding the needs of digital, up to mastering the tools. And it's interesting to see that the large corporates, when they participate, they are catered by the leading, I would say, top 10 ICT companies. I think I don't need to name them. Most of them are coming from the US anyway. And their go-to-market strategy is to focus on large companies. So who is taking care of the small companies? So there is a lot of education, training offered by corporate to their employees. They work with third parties, enabling them to use the tool. So if I take Microsoft, for instance, their strategy is not only to sell software as a service product and get revenue, but to make sure that the user is actually empowered and uses the services that the corporate has paid for. So they're making sure they go within the company and make sure that there is a high degree of satisfaction on the employer level. Although actually the corporate should take care of their employees, but no, the service provider like Microsoft, Go, and other companies do the same thing. They make sure that the services are used. Look at how many applications you have on your notebook or on your mobile device. And if you look at how often you're using them, you will find that probably you're using 3%. Right? Microsoft makes sure that actually Apple makes sure that you're using 80, 90% of them. And you're satisfied with that. Just to become more efficient, more productive, and so forth. Okay? And also to be the walk the talk within the company. So I would say corporates have a lot of means to not only develop their employees, buy skills for that, but they can also cater for many other critical infrastructure, as we were talking about before. We heard in the example this morning that the companies are already sourcing energy, hydrogen from Australia. They made a deal for the next 20 years to get shipped from Australia to Germany energy. So these are large corporates that are actually want to be completely independent from the regional or national grid. They want to produce their own energy. There is impossible to think for that when you look at a small and medium enterprise. If you look at other critical infrastructure, education, there are a lot of programs supported by corporates to their employees, whether it's logistic, company cars, shuttle services, taking care of the kids, having own kindergarten, and so forth. So large companies always make the environment as attractive as possible to attract talents. And if talents want to come, even in very remote area, corporates will make sure to create the environment for that. Now, what I was giving as an example today is that as they have so many means to train their employees, they can, with very little and incremental cost, provide these services to the ecosystem, the regional ecosystem, with small and medium enterprise that cannot afford a course on artificial intelligence, how artificial intelligence can help you in becoming more effective in one or the other area, right? So what we see is that they're opening up now this platform to small and medium enterprises, helping them to get the skills, to exchange, to come on their own platform, to participate to tenders, for instance, and actually creating this network effect where small and medium enterprises are getting the support, needs the support. So it's not only a matter of government investing, municipality investing in platforms and education programs. I think corporates have also the responsibility, and they're not doing it for altruism, of course, because there is a benefit there. If you incorporate the regional network to your ecosystem, your productivity, your efficiency increases, you're less dependent from remote delivery. You can capitalize on the regional resources, people moving from one company to the other, so you educate others eventually to join you later, or the other way around. So it creates relationship, and this is why they're doing it for sustainability reason, for productivity reason, and for networking reason, as I mentioned before. So tangible, non-tangible drivers are behind.
Thank you. And how important it is actually to kind of diversify the investments in these critical infrastructures when it comes to...
Well, I think it's a necessity. Every country there are so many studies that shows every euro that you invest in infrastructure produces factor 5 to 7 to 10, depending on the return, on the long run, of course. So you need to start to invest. And as I mentioned before, there are 3 critical infrastructure, which is all around related to the economy, right? All around the telecommunications, all around the energy, and all around the transportation, right? You need to be connected to transport your goods, to transport your people, to partner and so forth. Beside that, you have the education and the healthcare. And I didn't cover my healthcare on purpose on my presentation, although I had let's say, one of the pillars, because of Professor Reed and others who are part in this panel to talk about that. My question to Professor Reed would be, I very much understand how you embrace the collaboration, leveraging ICT services to do remote support, but you still need to provide the logistics to transport patients because you cannot resolve 100% of the problems through only, let's say, remote care, diagnostic and so forth. You need to see the patient at one point. So are you, from the healthcare provider perspective, also catering for transportation services in rural areas? And how are you dealing with this barrier, I would say, for people to consider it as a good care if they also see physically their healthcare provider, service provider?
So I'm not a healthcare provider. I'm a health tech researcher and a technology person. But the answer to your question is slightly different. The fact is that many in the rural communities have the ability to get to a general practitioner, and those will have some of the facilities they need. The question is, can they be able to interact and get information from the specialist as opposed to just the general practitioner? And can they all do combined? So treatment is one thing, interaction is another. Obviously, you're going to need to go to the hospital. You're not going to do that over telemedicine. But if you're going to be able to do consultation and evaluation, a lot of the readings you can take have done with telemetry and the information that you've obtained in some other way. More so, you can go get your tests done and then interact with the doctor after the doctor gets results. So that is another possibility. But obviously, you're right. You eventually have to get to the physical care by going to the physical location. That's true. No free lunch, and there's no way around it.
Thank you.
I have a question about, Mr. Mensa said that not much has to be done. It's kind of developing by itself. You meant for the digital developments. However, if we look at it in a strategic way, if we really look into growth strategies, there is often a gap between developing strategies and really implementing them in the right way. So what would you say, what are the key aspects of the implementation? Is it about the policies? Is it about is it about really the awareness? Is it about skill development? What would be the most important in this?
The most important really starts, maybe if I pass the question over to Jan Sechter, how do you decide how to distribute the money in the government? Sitting at the ministry, having a budget, how do you decide who gets how much money? Is it based on who shouts the loudest? Is it who needs the most? Is it by who will bring most benefit in the future? And you've seen multiple countries, so maybe you can comment on how different countries are doing this and what the best approach is maybe also.
This is still ongoing discussion in European Union, on the government level in member states, in regional parliaments, to set the priorities for infrastructure and to create synergy effects on the vertical between state, regions and municipalities. And probably we are now with one project to do project on the main railways corridor plus broadband infrastructure to set along all our railway corridor, cross-border corridors, this 5G infrastructure. But this is a political discussion. It's not administrative decision to make more for civil aviation or more for 5G or more for railways or high-speed railways or highways. You have in Austria the same discussion. Now there are not so much priorities for cars, highways, but much more for green transportation.
Thank you. Well, it's obviously, as you said as well, and you, Mr. Zechter, okay, it happens at different levels, of course, starting, if you look at Europe, starting from the European Union, if we go from above, and then it goes down to the local level. I wonder how much it can be locally driven, regionally driven. And I also wonder, you know, who could be potentially the main game changers in fostering regional development? And can they be really involved, recognized, acknowledged, and involved in the process?
Regions themselves, they are creator of new added value for cross-border cooperation, for example. I remember my former president, Václav Klaus, is not here. They told us 5 years ago, since we are helping so much to support cross-border regional cooperation, there is probably better relationship between Brno in the Czech Republic in Southern Moravia and Sankt Pölten than between Sankt Pölten and Vienna. And additionally, it is more supported from European Union, this cross-border cooperation than this cooperation inside. But it is these interregional relations are very, very important. You cannot create an island with 5G broadband without interconnectivity, trans-European interconnectivity. You need this vertical cooperation.
That's also the beauty of this, that again, you cross borders without, noticing them, obviously. Mr. Taga, you wanted to react, and I also have a question going back to your Finnish example about this kind of the game changers and the necessity for inclusiveness, and who are those stakeholders who can really drive the process?
2 points I'd like to make when it comes to funding. In my presentation, I showed how Italy championed, so to say, the access to 191.5 billions. I repeat the number, 191.5 billions, which is the biggest stake they got from this recovery fund coming from Europe after COVID, as you know. So they made bids that are credible, built on realistic plans that create value for Italians in multiple areas. And you saw that apart from the infrastructure funding, up to 78% in certain areas were actually dedicated for digital skills. They were soft matters and not hardware or infrastructure related. So there are regular funds put at the disposal of the European Commission member countries, and you just need to prepare yourself and to show a credible plan that creates value. In the past, we've seen that Poland was one of the winners, but recently Italy. So there are constant flows of funds, and you just need to pitch and show it in a credible manner. The second one I'd like to give as an example is Austria, when they did the bid for 5G, because 5G came quite often here, which is the fifth mobile generation. They designed the auction compared, if I take the US, where the US operator paid 20, 30 billions just to access to something that is free. You just access spectrum that belongs to the state, actually, but there is nothing that is tangible. We're just talking the right of transmitting waves. And that, in Austria, to stimulate the deployment, was done in an auction where if an operator deploys fast, according to the plan, once they own the spectrum, they get a bonus. They got the payment that they've done for the auction, the proceedings, are paid back in part. Why? Because it's a way, if you want to have the spectrum, it's available for you, you pay the money, but actually if you invest, you get part of the money back, which is a very smart way as well to stimulate not only acquiring assets like spectrum, but also ensuring that you deploy the infrastructure. And that's a good incentive. And there are many examples like that. So now we had 2 auctions where some money that is paid to the government, to the state, is paid back through subsidies in a network deployment, which is securing an infrastructure upgrade. And I can give you many other examples of that, how you can eventually redistribute and fund these initiatives. You had another question, I understand.
Yes, I had another question about how to make, you know, this process inclusive so that really those who can make a change, who are the real change maker, get the chance to voice their ideas and to get those ideas implemented and to contribute to the development process. Like what you mentioned, this example from Finland, where actually the community came up with a solution and actually they were successful in
I think it's all back to the federal discussion, Jan. I think between the federal and, let's say, counties, how do you deal with that? I think it's important to stimulate, in particular, the development of ICT from the supply and demand side in a regional area if you don't want to end up to have a concentration in the urban and cities. So, and I showed the reverse trend that came from COVID. So it's not only about reallocating funds, but it's all a matter of giving also the authorities, the local authority, to be able to drive initiative themselves. If everything is managed and planned by the federal government, very often there is a big gap between, let's say, what is thought in the ivory tower versus what are the needs of the municipalities in regions. So I think it's important to rebalance the power and also to provide the municipality some of the entrepreneurship to decide what to do with that. Is it better to invest in the demand side? Is it better to invest in the supply side? What kind of technology do we need? And also create the platforms, and I was giving the example on the transportation in the city of Porvoo in Finland, where the user can also participate with the creation of the platform. And the assets are, if you think of Uber, very often already with the users, right? And probably energy consumption and distribution in the future will be very much linked to the community, because if I need my peak time, probably you have an excess of energy and probably can exchange. Creating a platform of transparency and creating a local market, you don't need to go to the central, let's say, production model, but actually can smartly, and this is what we call about smart grid, to better balance the needs locally already. So I think empowering the communities, the municipalities, the counties, are they much closer to the citizen is an important path of development. I showed the example in France, where Bergerac, where the training were made tailor-made for the company the municipalities and the county knew about. Much better than a generic centralized program. You need both, of course. You need to go mass market, but also need to make tailor. So it's all about where you put the cursor at the end of the day.
Yes. Well, these are very nice. These can be very nice final words for this panel, because actually we are coming to its end, unless there is someone who has something urgent to add to what we discussed. Mr. Frieda?
I just want to say I wish I was there as opposed to a remote disparity for regions. And I thank everybody for their time and for the opportunity to speak.
Well, thank you for being with us. Anyone else? Some final words, conclusions? No? Then I wish to thank you a lot. And I'm very happy that we managed to cover so many topics, basically, which are related to these issues. And I hope that you will enjoy the next panel, which is the final one, the closing panel for this conference, and that we continue these discussions in the coming years as well. Thank you again for being here with us today. Thank you.
Thank you for the moderation.
Thank you very much to the panelists for this very interesting discussion. Now we'll have a final short break. Please be back at 20 to 6 so we can start with our final panel of today. Welcome back again. Our final panel discussion of this year's Vienna Congress will discuss how profound consulting can make all the difference. The panel will be moderated by Agatha Calandra, partner at PwC Austria. May I now ask you to come forward and take over the stage?
So, good afternoon and welcome to our final panel, Consulting Quo Vadis. My name is Agatha Calandra, I'm partner at PwC, and I'm responsible for management consulting practice in Austria with main focus on transformation and ESG. In order to successfully shape the future, one thing above all is important: profound consulting. We believe the topics from transformation, cyber, but also the international positioning of locations are key. So what does good advisory quality mean? Where is the consulting industry heading? And what kind of skills are required in order to create this unique consulting experience? This and more we will discuss in the upcoming hour. I'm very proud to welcome by my side the following panelists: Matthias Löbich, Chairman of VIACO, European Federation of Management Consultancies Associations. Welcome. Then Robert Bodenstein, he is Chairman ICMCI, International Council of Management Consulting Institutes. Welcome. Dr. Sarah Spiekermann, Professor, Vienna University of Economics and Business, Information Processing and Management. Borut Potočnik, President, Association of Management Consulting of Slovenia. Peter Čakváry, President of Association of Management Consultants of Hungary. Manuel Giralt Herrero, President, Asociación Española de Empresas de Consultoría of Spain. And online, David Mahé, President of the branch Strategy and Management Consulting of Syntec Conseil, founder and president of the consultancy Human and Work. Thanks for joining. So, our first topic is about the one-person company versus large consulting firms. We see a variety of smaller one-man women shows companies together with large companies that show a significant growth rate in the market. How will the development look like in Europe? Will the smaller companies survive? Matthias, what will be the situation?
Yeah, Agatha, thank you very much. Of course they will survive. There has been always a coexistence between small and large consultants, and both of them have a role to play within the consulting market within Europe. When we look at the large consulting firms, they certainly are relevant for complex transformation projects, maybe also on a global scale. And when we look at the smaller consulting firms, they certainly have a unique or relevant experience in dedicated niches, etc. And therefore, it's a complementary approach. And also, there all are opportunities to collaborate and to cooperate in this world. So there's not an either or, it's an and.
Borut, what is your opinion about that?
Well, I'm coming from a very small consulting company, and I have quite some experience with cooperation with the bigger ones. Let me maybe go to some example. Here in Upper Austria, there is a private, very prominent, small craftsman, shoemaker, and he doesn't really compete to the top prime shoe industry. They in fact, somehow coexist in some contactless symbiotics. But okay, they don't have probably the reason to cooperate or something. This is not entirely comparable to our industry. But it is always fine to find examples outside our world. Well, in our industry, by my experience at least, we were in fact working together when there was a shortage of capacity, but this is for the other side, for both sides. And okay, I have been in some projects like that, but this is not so interesting. The more interesting were sort of special projects, very interesting new things where really forces of minds were connected to discover or to set up something new for some client. In generally, I think that we really don't cooperate enough. That this should be a really rich, value-adding, maybe even new business modeling.
Peter, how does it look like in Hungary?
Well, it's a remarkable dimension. I mean, large firms versus sole proprietors and everyone in between. But I think the fault line is not exactly on this axis. The fault line, just to build on what Borut has just said, the fault line is somewhere between those who primarily sell capacity in the consulting market and those who have proprietary know-how in the market. Because those extreme ends have totally different development paths, totally different strategies in the market, pretty much regardless of whether they are small or large. Now, obviously, a large firm has a better potential to create proprietary know-how and to leverage. So, I mean, that's not even a question. But the jury's still out. Who's where? So the individuals, freelancers, sole proprietors, small firms, still have the potential to be on that side of the market. Is just a matter of how strong their foundations are in the consulting disciplines. So I'm afraid I don't have a yes or no to this question, but I hope I could open a different dimension.
Thank you, Robert. Please, explore it a little bit on this about the situation worldwide.
Well, thank you very much. I have to say, I think the situation is on a global level. It's everywhere the same in general. As already mentioned from the previous speakers, it's a question of flexibility, sometimes a question of capacity, and regardless of the size of the enterprise, you need specialists in a special niche, and this is very often provided by independent consultants. There is one thing that we have to keep in mind is, especially these consultants, they need to be compatible to the consulting environment, and that is with regards to the quality, with regards to other key issues, special in this in the specific project, and that is why the training, the ongoing training, the lifelong learning is for these companies at least as important as for every other consultant it is. But in general, on a global level, I have to say it's independent consultants are available everywhere and are very important to the whole industry.
What about Spain and also the ratio of smaller to large ones?
Well, I think, I'm delighted to say that we as a sector, our resilience has been amazing. I think all of us, despite the size of the company, I think we have done an outstanding work. First of all, because we changed the relationship with the clients. because we work remotely. We changed the relationship with the regulator because the regulator also, they suffer a lot the situation from COVID. And also we changed a lot the relationship with the employees. So having said that, from the Spanish point of view, I think that the big companies, they have performed in a better shape than the tier 2 or 3 accounts or companies. But I would like to remark also that in the Spanish Consultancy Association, we have very big companies, and on the other hand, we have very technological companies that they are part of the association. We have IBM, we have Accenture, we have also the Big Four, we have some listed Spanish companies, very big IT companies, and all of them, they perform quite well. But on the other hand, we have tier 2 companies, and the information that we receive is that they change dramatically some relationship with clients, and the final impact in the P&Ls has been very positive.
Thank you. So the war of talents has arrived already. So companies are facing enormous shortage in skills. Alone in Europe, it's about 1 million experts that are missing. So I would be very much interested what kind of measures have been taken already and what can we do in order really to remedy the shortage of the skilled workers. Matthias.
Yeah, I think we are in the middle of a war of talent, and that will not go away in the midterm, or short term and midterm. And from a consulting perspective, I think there are a couple of things which need to happen. Of course, the industry itself and the type of work we do needs to be interesting and challenging for everyone who works in the consulting industry. And I think that's an environment we can provide. Nevertheless, recruiting and also training and providing an environment, not only from a work-life balance, but also from the challenges and the opportunities there are in consulting, we have to communicate what we do, not only for businesses, but also for the society and on a global level. So the recruiting piece, starting very early in universities, building and informing about what consulting is about and how it can contribute to personal career development is important. The other aspect is the retaining part. So the consulting industry has always been seen as a very challenging business or job compared to work-life balance. And I think that has changed a lot as well. And specifically with the pandemic, traveling has reduced significantly, and it won't come back in the same way it has been before. So retaining our consultants within the industry is an important aspect as well. And I think we have much more opportunities going forward to make that happen. And the third one is also, of course, regaining or winning former consultants back into the industry, where they have made maybe experiences outside, and they know how consulting works, and they are valuable know-how, which we, of course, can regain going forward as well. So I think it's a work on different levels, and we have to do our best to communicate what we can offer, and then I think we can be successful.
Thank you. So Robert, what kind of actions do you see as successful ones?
Well, first of all, I have to say the pandemic situation has accelerated the war for talents, and this is an issue that is an issue for our clients and for the industry, for the consulting industry. The way young people want to work is completely different. When I started the business, when I started my professional career, that was exactly 40 years ago. That was a different way to work, of course, but that was a very small company. And today, We are talking about agile organizations and a completely different working and labor environment. From a global level, I have to say that these issues are very strong and very important in the so-called Western part of the world. They are a little bit different in the so-called Eastern part of the world. Like in China, our members have other issues with regards to this problem, but they do have the same problem. Like in Canada, where people work completely different, they see values that are not so important for Chinese consultants, but they are very important for Canadian consultants. We have to accept that. We have to accept the way young people want to do their work. It is a culture of trust that needs to be provided by our clients to their employees, but also a culture of trust that we need as industry to offer to young people who want to work in the consulting industry. And this trust looks a little bit different from country to country.
David, what are your thoughts about that?
Yes, I think, yes, we have a very important challenge to attract and retain talent. I think the first, because never the need to change, to transform, has been so important. So our point in France is that probably consulting must be more open to diversity and different profiles, and especially because we have some new needs for the client, and also a need to be open-minded in our selection of profile. The second point is to work on the meaning of the work. Young generation, of course, want a good work-life balance, but they want also to have meaning in their missions, in their impact, and they want to be useful. And probably we have to define a new promise to them. We have also to work on the relationship between the young consultant and the management. Our models are quite traditional, despite the subject which are new. So probably we have to challenge that, and also we have to show the impact of consulting, because probably we are at the right place to have a good impact on society, technology, and probably societal needs. And in this period, when we have short-term issues and long-term transformation to manage, probably consulting is the right place to have good impact. But people don't know that. So we have to say that and show that to all the young generations.
Matthias, you mentioned already education is key. So do we have already the education and training available in the market in order really to serve the needs of our clients? Robert?
Well, I think management consulting is related to a lifelong learning. We need to offer education, a basis education on universities. This is provided on a very broad level. Nearly every university with any relation to economy provides some education to management consulting. But the main issue to be prepared for the specific situation, that is something you need to learn in a lifelong learning approach, like what I call digital fitness. That means you don't need to be an expert for everything, but you need to know and you need to understand what does GDPR mean, what is AI, how is the effect of blockchain on a business case you're developing. And you need to have this on the table from the beginning of the whole project. And that is something you need to provide proactive and not just on request from your client. And therefore you need to have a certain flexibility and a certain education to be educated that you never may lose. And that actually makes the business so interesting from my personal point, and that makes it so interesting. You never stop learning, and you never stop to improve yourself.
And the CMC, so this certified management consulting, so
the CMC requires, along other requirements, that you have an ongoing training. You need to prove that you do a certain amount of courses or trainings, and that is, the CMC is not an award you get once. Is a designation you need to renew every 2 or 3 years, and you need to prove that you are permanently educating yourself.
Sarah, education is key. You're part of the university. What about ethics? Is this something that you can learn? How can we prepare?
Yeah, unfortunately, it is a subject that is not very prominent in management education at the moment. There are first courses, of course, to look at sustainability goals and so on, but really ethics and values and what that implies and how you change the value proposition of a business in strategy, for instance, or how you bring values into a corporate IT system or into startups, is something that is not really taught at the moment. And I think there is a great need to build this up. The challenge is, though, that you really need an interdisciplinary approach at this point. It's not that, you know, any finance guy can suddenly start teaching ethics, yeah? So we need to rethink the functional divide that we currently have built in society, where the technical universities and the management schools, they all specialize in different directions, and we have to somehow bring them together. And I think that's a huge challenge. It is better and easier to do it at the MBA level, yeah? But that's not enough. So the question is, how do we get out of the functional divide and come into an integrated, interdisciplinary kind of education?
So David, what is France doing on that?
We have important need about ethics. The question is the purpose first, and second the values. And probably our consulting companies need to be very aligned between the promise and the behaviors. And in our way to deliver our job, our missions, our consultant wait for us to have a perfect behaviors and perfect management practices. And now I think it's not the job of the school. Probably we have to work on that in our own company, but also with our client to have a better impact on ethics and also all the positive impact of activities. And now probably the new generation, more than before, wait for that.
Sarah, you wrote a book about ethics in IT. What is it all about? What are the key messages that you would like to share with us?
Yeah, I know many people say it's a book, but actually it's much more than that, because what I did is I co-chaired the first international standard, process standard on how to bring ethics and values into IT systems for the largest engineering association in the world, IEEE, who has 420,000 members and standardizes things like wireless LAN. Now, how do you bring values into an IC system? It's only something that companies can achieve if they run an innovation, IT innovation, from the very start, from the conception of its purpose, all through also the stages where system requirements are actually formulated that then programmers can put into the system. So I've been heading that standard for 5 years. It was published last year. It's now being launched. It was launched in Vienna last year in the fall, and now it's launched in New York in March. And we're hoping for consultancies, for consulting companies to take up that standard and to certify companies and help them build better products. And then this problem of motivating young people to do something good becomes much easier, because at the center of the business mission stands something good. And I think consultancies have a great part, hopefully, in rolling this out and helping companies to build better products.
Peter.
Yes.
What do you think?
You sensed, Agatha, that I wanted to jump in here because, all due respect to regular university education, it's really not the job of universities to teach ethics. But just to connect to what Robert has also mentioned, the certified management consultant badge title that consultants can be awarded, that actually includes requirements, and it depends on the national associations who give out the titles, but also includes certain training, certain examinations on the ethics part. On part of those consultants, so that takes us into the direction that it's actually a very practical thing, the way I see it, ethics. So it can't that easily be approached from an academic point of view, all due respect to academics, but it should be a very practical thing and put into practice. So I'm now revealing my ignorance in this standard. So I don't know. I don't know what the requirements would be for consultants to be part of this process. But I'm really interested. I think it's a great initiative, and there's great room in the consulting industry for this direction.
Robert, what do you see here? Regarding professional standards, what is it all about?
At this point, I want to refer to the ISO standard. There is an ISO standard 20700 about management consulting services, and this standard was developed, was published in 2017. I was the chair of the ISO committee. That was a really challenging task to fulfill. 2 years discussion with more than 50 countries. One country was China, one country was Canada, for example, and a Canadian fought for the life of the iceberg, as we said at the final discussions, while the Chinese didn't, they fought for something else. And, but at the end of the day, we finalized the first service standard that was referring to the ISO definitions of having ethical and value propositions in a standard. And it shows very concrete how to implement these SDGs in a consulting project. It is, as Professor Spiekermann already said, it needs to be done by design, when you start the project. And we address it in the standard quite often from the point of the consultant, but also the point how to deal with the values of a company that is active in different countries worldwide, and they have their code of ethics, they have their corporate social responsibility, politics, and whatever. And we as consultants, we need either we are it or the client. Somebody should put it on the table when you start the project. In the contracting phase, these things need to be discussed. I think the Sustainable Development Goals from the United Nations, they are a very good guideline because they address everything. And the extent you want to have it in the contract is something you need to deal with the client. Even it's a sentence that it's sorted out, it's handled, that's not an issue for this project, or it might be, I don't know how many pages to be discussed and defined. We are going, with this standard, I think we are on a very good track, but we are on the very, very, very beginning of this track. But it's a first start. I recently, just last week, I finished my second book about consulting governance that addresses this again on a very practical level. And I totally agree, it's something that, and it also refers to the war of talents definitions we had before. It's something our employees want to have it sorted out because they want to know what's the situation. It needs to be transparent. Do I personally agree with the situation or not? And we have to be ready that a young consultant says, no, I don't want to deliver a project in this environment. Or it's necessary to sort it out, not to have the issues on the table while delivering a project, because actually that's the worst situation, that at the end of a project we achieved all our goals, but unfortunately we forgot about social issues or something else. Yeah.
We explored also the retaining factors. So in times as these, digitization, COVID-19, demographic change, we see new working models as well. And we see a huge new set of new requirements also from our employees. Also the skills are necessary to develop. So Borut, what do you think about that? Yeah, and how will this change in the future? Will it change?
Well, it is really changing, I think. We have to predict somehow what will be necessary for us to know and what to do. Because if we look, for instance, 15 years ago, or even, well, less or more, in that form, with that knowledge, with that attitude, we cannot come to a client today. It really changed. So it's really necessary to predict what will happen. And one of the, let me say, directions are always shown by the industry. Industry is always a few steps ahead in human resources, in I don't know, strategies, in everything. So maybe we can look at the industry a little bit, very simple look into the past, so we can extrapolate it to the future to see what will happen. Well, it's really many years ago, almost 100, no, a little bit less years ago, all the industry was fighting for productivity. There were at the beginning, there are no productivity methodologies available, and consultants were working with the industry on first productivity implementations. After that, the methods came and it was implemented like copy-paste and so. But those who first implemented this productivity, those were the market leaders of the time. After that, when it became default, it should be default for everybody. Who didn't implement productivity was left behind, so had to stop the production or something. The same thing later happened with quality. We still, maybe some of us remember these times of bad quality industrial products and how quality was implemented. The role models were Japanese at times. And then after that we had some flexibilization, so more or less due to marketing, because this first what I was describing was the face of the product, let me say. And then, as we heard today already from Mr. Jan Beck, I think it was that phase of marketing, of market-oriented processes, of customer obsessions, and so on. So here production was already set up, and we are all talking about market, about customers, and so. So what came then? After that, it was this era of, already implemented in marketing, era of innovation. What do we see now? Innovation is already the default. Who doesn't innovate, who doesn't have own, I don't know, development, not just product, but also development of its own organization, is already dead. So this is not a new innovation now, it's really a default. So, but where are we going? So this is the interesting topic, really, to predict now. If we look the entrepreneurial logic, let me say, enterprise is based on 3 pillars. One is operations or the product, the other is market, and the third one is, well, more or less it's the team or the resources, the finance, everything around that. With no finance, with no investment, there is nothing. With no team is nothing. So this is sort of maybe the pillar we are generally have to look in the future. What should that mean? We have also already some signs. The extremely, let me say, extremely educated workforce is already going from one to another. We have already sort of organic organizations, not only the rigid companies or corporations and so, but they are sort of combining the ownership, combining the processes, everything. So this is maybe the direction we are going to go. And for a consultant who is always a step ahead, it's an interesting issue, I think, for these future times. Thank you.
Maybe we can explore a little bit the new job profile of consultants. So will it still in the future be the person, the consultant of relevance, or will there be consulting robots that will do everything for us and for our clients, of course?
Consulting is a people's business, and robots, artificial intelligence, however you call it, it might support, but it will not replace us. AI is not able to predict, it's not able to assume, it's able to analyze and to give a clear picture of a certain situation. But like when you go to the doctor, the doctor might get a very detailed picture, but the final decisions need to be made by the doctor, and that's the same situation for management consulting. Management consultants support the clients, and that's a people's business.
Manuel?
I think I fully agree with your comments. Well, first of all, I think our profession, we need people and we need the professionals to get in touch with the client. Another reflection is that we as a consultant, we are investing a lot in RPA, in artificial intelligence, but in the sense that we want to be pretty close with the client and to, in every project that we are doing, to collect the return of investment. So I think in this COVID situation, you are doing projects when the client seeing a very crystal clear that they are paying for something that they are going to recover very quick. But on the other hand, it's true that, well, we were mentioning, I think in several comments from my colleagues, that we need to reinvent the way that we are connecting with our professionals, because we were mentioned that Google, Amazon, and other companies, they are more fancy rather than to all these professionals to work with ourselves. So I think we need to make an effort, but an effort not only in the quality of the projects that we are doing, and in this sense, I think innovation is very important. Innovation, RPA, cybersecurity, new things that the professionals that they are working in consultancy, they feel very successful, and they are thinking that they have a future to work with us. And I think on top of that, we never have to underestimate the sentence of our big bosses that if we are not growing 2 digits, we cannot keep the talent. And to grow 2 digits in the middle of the pandemic is it's complex. So for me, the only successful experience is the emotional intelligence. I think we need to give some good relationship with employees, and with the with the emotional intelligence, I think we can be able to achieve it.
I would like to focus now on the hot topics of consulting. So let's start with digitization, transformation. What will be the trend? How does it look like in the future? Still of relevance?
So looking back before the pandemic, digitalization and digital transformation was around. But the pandemic has shown us how quickly basically everyone had to embrace the digital technologies which were around and work with them, live with them every day. And this will not vanish. This will, I think we have seen that at least in some industries, it showed the shortcomings of the current business model or the way of working. So if you look at the retail sector, etc., embracing e-commerce is a necessity to survive. In the way of working, for example, in a consulting business, being able to build trust, to work together with your clients on projects in a remote basis has worked, maybe in certain cases better than in others, but those are things which will stay. And I think, coming back to the point, the boost or the possibilities of digital transformation and the leverage of digital technologies will help a lot of industries to boost productivity, efficiency in ways of working, understanding also clients better with the use of data. And these things will stay and will continue to evolve.
David, what is the situation? Can you share your thoughts, please?
Yes, the new situation is that now we have to manage two terms, the short term and the long term. And our feeling is that we have to be very reactive to help our client for supply chain, for crisis management, for staffing, and with very efficient work in a very short term, because our clients have some difficulties to manage that. But also, in the same time, we have to show the future, to imagine and to define and to manage what could be the industry for the future. And I think it's a new difficulty and a new opportunity for consulting companies. The new way to produce, the new way to use the technology, the new way to understand what are the new digital transformation we are going to face. We have also some. So I think that we have a big opportunity in consulting business because of that, to be at the same time the partner for the short term and the partner for the long term. And I think that we have some change because now we have not the time to be sure, to have visibility, to understand everything. So we must manage our business with with much reactivity and probably a new way to manage our relationship with the client.
Sarah, you were already knocking.
My only way here. I find this very interesting that people say the digital transformation now starts somehow. No, the digital transformation has started in the late 80s and in the 90s, and we have, and the consulting business has had a huge stake in transforming companies all along. And but the thing is, when, for instance, SAP systems were introduced, sourcing was optimized. What happened is also that due to the standardized workflows that were introduced, we have a coldening of the ecosystem within companies. the companies might be more efficient and productive in financial terms still at the moment, and they could save considerable cost. But it has also left companies in a completely different social ecosystem than they used to be years ago. And the question is whether this can continue like that. Already, with the introduction of CRM systems, we have had considerable ethical problems starting to appear, for instance, when it comes to data protection. And now we try to bring the ethics back in with the GDPR and so on. And the same thing will happen if you now promise as consultancy companies, oh, we'll make your people work from home. That may pay off, yes, it's a short-term consultancy business, but no, it won't pay off in the long term because the social systems are degrading. And they have already degraded for decades. So here, for consultancy companies, it's a huge challenge because, yes, the business case is here to make a digital home office, to organize that for a company, but I don't think that it's so easy, and that will leave deep traces within organizations. And my personal hypothesis is that in the long term, this productivity and efficiency stories will cripple companies from within, and it will make them extremely vulnerable for small and medium enterprises to catch up on a more humane environment for working.
Manuel?
Well, I fully agree with all the different comments that we have said, and I think could be my reflection is that starting from the beginning, I think our sector is we have the capability to change dramatically from one year to another. So we are pretty flexible. When there are some problems, I think we as a consultant, we are changing our mind very, very quick. And I think this is very important because at the end of the day, we are selling talent, and we are selling, new innovative solutions that the way that we are selling right now projects are, I think, pretty different than 5 years ago. And we change our mind very quick. So in my sense, I'm pretty comfortable that I think in Europe it's we are going to grow dramatically in the following years. Could be the main reflection is to open new ideas and how the mature markets are reacting in all this innovation. And which is the comparison with the emerging markets? Because I think that the emerging markets is a very complex and a very different animal in the sense that, emerging markets, they don't have, a lot of talent, and could be we need to send a lot of expats, to develop new projects, because in the emerging markets, my reflection is they are starting a lot of consultancy projects from the scratch, and they want to develop everything. So the question is how they can be able to develop all these ideas, no?
So maybe change a little bit, go further regarding the hot topics. So PwC's recently published CEO survey stated that 64% of the CEOs see cyber risks as the main threat to a company's growth. So isn't that a great chance for consulting again in Europe?
It is, but it is also a big risk for the whole economy. And we have seen specifically in the last 2 years that the way of working with IT has completely changed. Companies had to open up their networks, had to enable remote working, had to be maybe not as strategic and thoughtful in implementing new solutions because the urgency was there. And now it's the time definitely to look into those risks and making the working environment, the IT environment, secure again. And cyber risk is one of the big threats around, which is not a local problem, it's a global problem. And there's a lot to do to not only educate, but also help and consult firms on getting back to a secure track again. It's a risk you can't ignore and is probably one of the most underestimated topics right now.
Absolutely.
So I'm in EY we were developing 25 years ago, so it was 1996, 1997, so long time ago, Global Information Security Survey. So like PwC, we were connecting all over the world different surveys with CIOs and Chief Information Security Officers. And you know, all the cybersecurity matters, it's getting more important in the whole organizations, in all the different companies all over the world. Having said that, I think with the pandemic, well, the situation changed dramatically in the sense that from one day to another, everybody is connecting remotely. So all the virtual private network connections, it's it's critical. It's critical also the privacy, and it's critical, well, to secure all the different assets that employees and also clients they have in the day-to-day basis, how they are developing the work. And I think my last comment is we need to retain the talent. We need to retain all these cybersecurity experts, because for me, one of the most important challenges is the very technical guys. They are delighted to arise all the technical deficiencies, but we as a consultant, the most important thing is to understand the impact from the technical part to the business side. So sometimes we are investing a lot of time to try to educate to the clients what that means, very complex words like cross-site scripting or all the ransomware. But at the end of the day, the clients, they don't care. What they want is to solve their economic problems.
What about Slovenia, Hungary?
Well, about digitalization, I think that we have a large space still in this digitalization in sense of business models. We're quite good in automation of the processes. Well, okay, this is one, let me say, kind of digitalization. This was what we have done really 20 or 30 years ago. But now I think the other branches we are talking about is different business models, which in fact are built on some products or services which were entirely not possible without digital. And this is still a lot we can do here.
Well, I'm not going to answer your question. I'm going to tell you what I learned today. And that is that what I just realized now was that the risks that are created by the more and more complex information systems cannot be properly mitigated by creating rules. So that's where the ethics part comes in. I mean, maybe it's an oversimplifying interpretation of this thing, but this is how I understand, and this is how the mosaics start to come together in my head. That the risk of information systems is something that we cannot. I mean, we can fight the fire with GDPR rules and creating I don't know, threats to the industry, but we can't really solve it until the responsibility is felt by the developers, until the quality is built in from theory up. in the systems. And that's where I see that a whole new dimension is opening for the consulting industry.
I would now love to focus on ESG. So ESG is the new digital. So we see a tremendous need from large companies right now. Really, they need this kind of support ranging from strategy to transformation to reporting. ESG itself, yeah, it's a very complex topic. There's a wide range of services also for consulting. And we see that depending on the maturity level and on the size of companies, yeah, the need is different, but the pressure on all companies will be stronger. And not only from investors, regulators, right now we also see from customers, suppliers, and of course employees. So what, is it just a trend? Is it really ESG as the license to operate in the future? What are your thoughts about that?
I think that's the second big chance. First chance, digitalization. Second is ESG. And as we get very nervous signs that we are running out of time, I want to keep my statement as short as possible. These two chances, cybersecurity is more or less a threat, and I wouldn't build up my business on threats. I would like to build it up on chances.
But complementing your point, it's not a trend anymore. It's something which is a wave which is starting, and it will not go away. It will transform business models. It will have a huge impact on how companies, the society work together. And it's also about responsibility of each and everyone today. And that's therefore not a trend. It will continue and it will stay.
Very good. Any final comment? Good, so this was our exciting round, and thanks for listening, thanks for contributing. So you all, I hope, at the screens, you were able to take important statements with you. And yeah, last but not least, I would like to thank Alfred Hahl and UBIT Austria for organizing this great panel. Thanks a lot for that, Alfred. And yeah, see you in 2023. Stay healthy. Bye-bye. Yours, Agata Calandra.
Thank you very much for this interesting last panel discussion of this year's Vienna Congress. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now coming to the end of the 19th Vienna Congress. One thing is for sure, we'll all need to think and work together to save the future for us and the generations yet to come. Thank you all for joining us at this year's Vienna Congress. It was a pleasure and an honor to be your moderator today. We wish you all a very pleasant evening, and we'll see you next year back again here in Vienna for the 20th anniversary of the Vienna Congress. Good night.